Oh my goodness, the Batman!
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Aiming for the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god!
Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with that. Oh, he goes down to the knife and then does it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This time, slightly different setting. Same scene. That's right. Escape from Tarkov Arena. Ready to blow the roof right out of the scene. My name's Correct Wisdom. Here, sat in the booth with Hort Source, joined again on the Hunt Premier channel, live on Twitch, to bring you Season 2 for the Pinnacle Elimination Tournament. That's right. Pinnacle's back, folks. And we've taken the top 8 teams out of the EU region, invited them here to knock each one of them out of the tournament to try and see which one of them can crown themselves the next Pinnacle champion. As I said, joined in the booth by the man with the mystical mustache to be able to guide us through all of the nonsense and the action inside of the arena today. Hort, how are you doing? Hope you've had a great week and looking forward to the action this weekend.
I am so pumped up. And honestly, I went from not playing a ton of arena, more base game, to no lifing arena. I am just all in at this point. So excited to see these teams back in action. I get a little sad when we have these little breaks. So excited to see a lot of people out here. I've had a couple players messaging me, "Are you casting today?" I'm playing. I'm excited. So I too am equally as excited. I know we've got a lot of great matchups here today. 4 best of 1s to kick off the day, followed up by 2 best of 3s as well. 2 separate weekends packed full of action. Just honestly honored to be back in the booth with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ruffled a few feathers myself this week as well. Even had a guy yelling at me in VoIP in Last Hero because I made him rage quit. That's just kind of hilarious to me as a caster in the scene to get under such an exceptional player's skin and then to spend the rest of my week playing Minecraft. I couldn't imagine being more infuriated myself. Fair play to the guy. We look forward to catching you guys in our endeavours in the arena. If you happen to come up against one of us casters in your games, then good luck, because we're ready to run you down. We've been practicing just as much as you guys have, and so have the people taking to the table today. We've got 8 teams worth of talent again from the EU scene, which we're going to show on screen for you now. A beautiful little image and a great work from the graphics that goes into the background production, the hard work that goes into the table. Before we get to bring it to you on screen, you've got Sicario, the Outcasts.epa, Pandemic Apex, and Ancestral, your top 4. Sicario's lineup: Kiyoshima, Furlex, Luki, Zaki, Goes. The EPA lineup: Walker, Blitzergirl, Pablo, Fox, and Nemo Nas. Your Pandemic Apex squad, which, after their run again in the ACS4 Hort, probably the strongest looking team in the EU scene at this moment in time: Bakizi, Cacao, Dates, Codex, and Rapid, backed up by Ancestral, who have recently been showing good improving performances, and the new member on the team this time: Jesmas, Kofenas, Svedas, Geistras, now joined by Cynthia for the Pinnacle Season 2.
Absolutely love it. I mean, I'm excited to see Cynthia out here in action as well. But I have to agree, I think Pandemic Apex has been that tougher looking team. Will Cacao show up today? That's the important question for me. Infernal Soldier, Snurlax, I'm excited to see him in action. Vessel, Slick, Bran, who's been tearing it up lately, though Rocky as well. You take a look at the Spartans, only 4 frags, K3, a lot of very talented teams here. I know K3, I think Blasty was on the roster, but isn't going to be in the game today. I got a message from Simda saying he's going to be out there showcasing some of those sniping skills. Looking forward to seeing that. Darked, Wicked, Smoke, Dan Skura I was talking about earlier, often a menace with that RSAS. Of course, Mike the Liar there as well. K3, Malakant, Giros, Griffin, Reynolds. I mean, the whole crew, all of these rosters littered with a plethora of talent, which is why I just get so pumped up, so excited to cast these matches here. So, I'm chomping at the bit. I can't wait to get out here on the battlefield. I know that first one of the day is going to be Pandaric Apex taking on Only 4 Frags. So we'll have to see, one, how Only 4 Frags will stand up to that test, but also, is Cacao going to be back in action, or, is he maybe chasing that prestige?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Pandaric Apex taking off against Only for Frags in our first best of one, the one we're going to see right after this little discussion. The first game we're going to dive into, backed up by K3 with that brand new logo there. Nice to see a little bit of work gone into the background of that team, alongside some of the improved performances we've seen on the screen from them recently. K3 looking to take off against that Spartans roster that is now no longer assigned to the Sicario brand. The Spartans have stepped away from that org as a whole and are now their own entity. So time to see whether the Spartans can reach new heights under their own management rather than working alongside another team. The likes of their previous siblings, their ex-brother-in-law, shall we say, that Sicario main roster squad, now just the Sicario roster squad, will be taking off against Ancestral in the third match of the day, followed by our fourth match, which will close out with Outcast.epa taking on the Infernal Soldiers. Two more best of threes to follow up at the end of this. Obviously, both of those to be announced later on based off of the results from the two matches we see here today. And we're going to get to taste whether Pandaric Apex, Only for Frags, K3 and the Spartans to begin with are going to be the first two matches to fill out those brackets for us.
We saw Pandaric Apex able to take it last tournament, if you will, in the first Hunt Premier Pinnacle. I think it was Sicario that got second, followed up by EPA. Ancestral had a really good run throughout this as well. They fell just short against EPA. So looking to see how they do this time around as well. And, well, I mean, you take a look at that third matchup, it is going to be against Sicario that you talked about. So we do have the first 4 map picks in as well for these first best of ones. And, well, there's going to be no Iceberg here today as well, Cracked.
Yeah, no Iceberg, sadly, to start us off with, which, of course, as you know, and as I'm sure all of the guys in the chat know at this point, if you've sat and listened to me on the casting bench before, I'm a mega Iceberg fan, but sometimes it's not to be, and sometimes it's for the better. That map can be very chaotic, very, very quick-paced and quick-tempoed, whereas the Only for Frags roster have shown us a lot of the time that they've been on screen that they're happy to play a slightly more disciplined pace, very much defensive on their defending half of many maps that they play, even so much resorting to having a 3-man stronghold near the spawn that can rotate quickly to be able to respond to a site that's under pressure, rather than proactively defending that site to disallow a team to be able to get on to get that bomb down. So interesting approach from both different teams here. I expect Pandaric Apex, regardless of the scenario that we're in, to be way more aggressive out of the gate. And it doesn't surprise me that Pandaric say no to Iceberg, Only for Frags say no to Bowl and Bay 5, with Pandaric backing that to Fort. So, Hort, we're going to somewhere we've seen very familiar from ACS. It's Skybridge to start us off. Grab yourself your train ticket.
I mean, honestly, it feels weird to say this because I have grown to love Skybridge. I know when I first started my endeavor here many moons ago, I wasn't always the biggest Skybridge fan, but it has really grown on me. It's a fun map to watch. Obviously, maybe some adjustments there. We don't really see a ton of B action, but it has bothered me less and less over time. We are seeing more teams throw some B pushes in the mix there as well to kind of keep their opponents guessing, but sometimes I like the fact that we just see them running it down A, where it's just cram-packed full of action in these early rounds, and so I'm all for it. Skybridge to start off the day.
First match to decide which of these two teams is going to start off with victory on the record books. This is a crucial start for both of these two teams. I think arguably more for Only for Frags. This one really is going to set the pace and the tempo now for us as to how successful they're going to be in this endeavor here, bearing in mind Blasty, like you said, not in for today. You're going to see Semda stepping up. Many of these teams here have gone through an adjustment or a change of some form, be it a player being brought into the roster or maybe somebody not showing up that we would have expected from the main lineup. Question we're going to be asking ourselves today is Cacao back? Are we going to be asking the question, where is Cacao? Or are we going to be asking the question, where was Cacao when it was missing from the previous performances? Where has this guy been for the ACS? We don't know. We're always excited to see an exceptional face and talent back on the pitch, showing us exactly how they slay out. So we will be looking forward to seeing whether Cacao joins us back today, alongside a couple of other new faces. We noticed that Spartans roster that has gone through a little bit of a shift now, stepping away from the Sicario squad. You've got Lorek in with Gal, with Chill, with the 5 members of them that have played together, and for the folks at home, since they were friends. All right, this 5-man Spartan squad is 5 individuals that are good, solid compadres. Okay, they have been playing computer games together since before Tarkov existed. All right, so there's a lot of synergy in this roster, and now with a bit of breathing room around them, I expect them to start excelling and reaching further heights than we've seen from them before, which is impressive, because that Spartans team had already been showing quite a good ability to be able to keep up with the pack. K3 again, sorry Hawk, but my eyes are stuck on K3 for this one. I always love to see them improving, and I'm really excited. And again, I'm anxious to see how much further K3 can go with this, because I think the field now, I mean, I'm comfortably looking at K3 as like a 4th or a 5th seed ranking in the stack at this moment in time, and maybe even threatening for a 3rd to 5th.
And they've showed that. I think they've proved that as well. I think they've earned the right for people to say that about them. I mean, we saw it in the ASPL, the HPL, and then pressuring into the ACS. So Spartans, a solid team. I love watching this crew. They're very fun. Hiding Sheep, one of my favorites on there. Chill Dizzle, very good as well. But K3, the same can be said. I love these guys. They're fun to talk to both on and off the field. Simda is the one that reached out to me. I was calling him that Ace Jr., basically up and coming, nasty sniper. So that's what I'll be looking out for from him. But going to this first game here on the books, Pandaric Apex, only 4 frags. I think you're right. This is a big test for only 4 frags to see how far they've come. Dan Skewer on that RSAS is another one of my favorite marksmen to watch, just because it's not that typical bolty or the other things that we say. He has a ton of success with this weapon, can mix it up. And again, Darked, Wicked, the smoke and mirrors, as I call Smoke, he's always coming up with some crazy plays. So I think they have that the capability of beating Pandaric Apex. And if you're ever going to do it, the best time to do it is in a best of 1, where you can topple them early. You don't have to worry about weathering that storm or playing a bunch of games. Take that early and see how far you can run with it. Will Cacao show up today? I've been wondering that as well. You and I have been thinking the same thing. Where is Cacao? Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Hanging out with Cacao, maybe. I don't know, but I'm hoping to see him back here today. And again, nothing against Craig, because he is an incredibly talented player as well. But I want to see Cacao, that 5-player roster. They had such great team synergy. They were on a tear. We've seen them beating Sicario, and I really thought they had something to prove in the ACS. It just fell a little short.
Sometimes you don't always execute on first occasion. Some of these newer teams, you've got to go through the trial by fire to come out on the other side of it as cool as ice. So you've got to get yourself tested in the flames before you really do bathe yourself in the deep ends with the hellfire. But that's why we put these tournaments on consistently, for the teams to test themselves in. Without this environment, for them to constantly pit themselves against the people which they find to be a challenging opponent, never going to find that improvement. And without us putting it on the TV for you guys to enjoy, there wouldn't be any rivalries being developed up or any heat behind those conversations that go on down in the socials. If you've got any favorites, any teams that you're following, anybody you think is going to maybe upset or surprise during this Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 2, then please, folks, get in touch with us. Lock yourself into the socials, hit that heart button down below the hearth on each of those wonderful windows to keep yourself nice and warm throughout the winter season that'll be coming on the back end of summer. But whilst we are swinging and screaming successfully through our summer success in this tournament season, we are looking to try and find out what you guys think is really going to happen. Not just do we need to know what the results are, but we need to know where you're pitching your votes. All right, so get on Twitter, put a post out, tag at OutcastCPA, at Pandaric EFT, at Sicario, whichever team you think is your current favorite and you think is going to win. We want to hear your voices heard all across the socials. Not just that, ladies and gentlemen, we want to know what you've thought about the tournament. If you have any feedback, anything you really enjoyed, any clips or highlights or moments during that tournament that made your experience just that little bit better, let us know. Tag us, drop a tag at Cracked Wisdom with a 1 for the I in the second part of that name, or at Hot Sauce on Twitter. Get us involved. We'd love to hear about your endeavors in the arena.
Yeah, I'm always curious as to what the rest of the population is thinking about these teams. Who's going to win? Who's that shining star? Because obviously, we have our own speculations, our own thoughts up here as well. But I love picking the mentality and the brains of everybody else watching as well and getting that feedback. So we'd certainly love to hear from each and every one of you. Don't forget to tag Hunt Premier as well. But yeah, again, excited to see so many familiar names in chat already, keeping the vibes hype and fun for us. Pandaric Apex, only 4 frags. This first one, I think, again, is going to be a banger. We talked about it on Skybridge. We've often seen a lot of that fight around VIP as well. And so, will we see Kakao back in business in that Enforcer class? Is someone else going to have to fill that role for only 4 frags? Who's going to be doing it over there? Obviously, I hope to see Dan Skewer back on that RSAS, holding down the A site as well. But, only time will tell. Well, luckily for us, we won't have to wait very much longer.
Not at all. The first 2 teams are going to clash momentarily. And whilst they slide on into their first form of action, my question for you, Mr. Source, who's going to take it? First prediction on the table for the Pinnacle tournament. We're not going to wait until we've got 2 or 3 games down the line. Give us your hot numbers straight out the gate. Who's taking it home in map number 1, in game number 1 for the day?
I mean, I think if Kakao is on board here with the group, I think that Pandaric Apex will come out strong here. But if Kakao doesn't show up, I think that's another little confidence booster for only 4 frags. I think Pandaric Apex is the favored team here. But I don't know why. Maybe it's just I woke up on the right or wrong side of the bed, whatever way you want to look at it. But I'm just kind of feeling something special about only 4 frags today. Maybe I'm just feeling my underdog action in my blood here. So, I'm going to go against my better judgment because I'm always voting for the Pandas. I think they're a solid team, but I'm just going to throw one out there for fun today. We always say the bare minimum requirement here is to have some fun. I'm going to go for only 4 frags in this one.
Well, I wrote that one down, chat, because it's not often that you hear the hot bets against the Pandas. So that one straight out the rip goes down 1-0 only for frags, as predicted by your source, E-Mustache himself. Well, here we are. Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Pinnacle EU Season 2. Pandaric's Codex. Crank. Rapid, that ace, and Vakizi taking off against only 4 frags as Dark in Smoke, Mike the Liar, Dan Skewer, and Wicked.
Here we go already. Codex, Dan, both finding a pick apiece. It was Vakizi that goes down. Now, Dan Skewer is going to spot him picking up that device as well. A little bit of intel there. We can see the pressure far forward from Darkin on that B site, so they know there's no rotation coming into play just yet.
Already, Dan Skewer making his name known on that DMR that you spoke about. Interesting, we see it backed up by another marksman, though. Smoke here, previously of that TFG squad that disbanded, now picked up by only 4 frags. We saw Smoke make some exceptional plays during the ASPL with this TRG. We know he's capable. Codex in and out. Rapid with the good moves, actually gets the better shots down to pick up the kill onto Wicked, but a swing from 2 corners sees Pandaric suffocating their way through the defending side onto site. That ace down on the ground. Hold up. Is that a G17? Bruh. He's pulling his Glock out. He's looking down at Smoke. Smoke gets the kill on the reverse. This is insane. Is that really a G17 as a backup? That's crazy.
I mean, that ace is always bringing the exciting moments, and he's going to start it off with a nice snipe on to Dan Skewer. Can't get the second one, though. Darkin able to find the trade back to keep it a 2v2, and now flirting with disaster. The shots ring out, but it's Crank and Codex. They combine for 2, and Pandaric will take round number 1.
Well, round number 1 has already delivered us many questions. What has that ace got in his back pocket today for his flavour of secondary? What's happening with Kakao? What's going on with only 4 frags? They start off the round exceptionally well. This is great. This is exactly what we want to see in the first round of Pinnacle. Everything's turned on its head, and Pandaric still managed to get the point on the board.
I like the fact that we've got 3 marksmen in this game. I mean, This isn't something that we typically see as well. So just throwing a little wrench in the mix again, keeping it interesting and fun for us out here. And I'm excited that we get to see a sniping battle with that ace. Again, one of my favorite to watch do it. So when he's firing in all cylinders, he is tough to deal with. But Smoke eliminates him immediately in this round.
He's going to watch out, though. There's a lurking Rapid on that left-hand side, looking to try and trade out for a refrag. Rapid's going to go again and search left to right, jumps across, finds himself for a right-hand peak. He's got a better chance into the challenge. He's going to go back even further towards KFC. Going to have to claim some pieces of utility that is being picked up there by Rapid off the body deep in KFC. We've got a lethal, a smoke, and a flash now recovered. You see Both Dansker and Rapid now mirroring each other, trying to get some of that util out. The smoke towards VIP clears as a lethal is thrown in the same direction. Flash out towards VIP from Mike on site will give him a bit more space to try and challenge KFC for the time being, but only for a small period of time. Resmoke over to VIP covers him off. Mike now lost on an island out on site in a very tough spot to have to defend. That nade just going to land on top of the roof and avoid Rapid. Ooh!
Been able to find the kill as well, and that nade was almost perfect. It just hit that beam up top, took a funky bounce, but Darken this time on the flank will find Crank, and now looking for a second one as well. It looked like the guy with the player with the device there was about to spot or take him out, but unfortunately isn't able to thread that needle. Codex is going to go on the hunt, but Darken wise to just go ahead and back off, continue to let that clock wind down.
A little bit of a quick dress-up action going on through the hole there, as we see one of the Panderic members also grabbing some extra prizes from the pockets of a fallen member. Smoke's going to choose great timing onto the captain, but easy. Codex gets one back onto Wicked, separate sides of the point, and again, Rapid's caught with his head down as Smoke finds some insane timing. I believe that is a full 4 stack for Smoke after the first one early in the round, and 3 quick back-to-back kills to finish it off. It is Smoke. He's smoking today.
The old smoke and mirrors, as we say, and I love it. I'm in heaven right now. In almost any game I play, I've always loved that sniping aspect. So having 3 out here, getting to see that a smoke battle as well. Dan Skewer in the mix, and well, Panderic might just have a little bit of a challenge to overcome themselves as well. Still very early in this one, so we can't get ahead of ourselves. We know how talented this Panderic squad is, but it's nice to see only 4 frags putting up this fight early here.
They definitely can't let Panderic run away with it. This is a game where you considered the underdog. You want to keep yourself relatively even. A game where you consider playing against one of the best teams in the region. You want to just keep yourself as close as possible. Keeping it even is already a success in the eyes of OFF at this moment in time. I pause for a second as I saw that ace with a piece of util in hand. Normally we see lethals thrown from that ace. Very successful. This time it's a flash that covers off Evox. Mike again has put himself in this really risky spot. You can see the only for frags forward member really trying to put himself in a position to make the difference for the squad.
Codex, though, coming in from VIP, able to find Mike here. Now Dan Skewer knows he's there. A little bit of a pre-fire, tries to find a peek up to the lane side, jumping across, timing not in his favor, but Darken able to find Crank again. It's the second time that Darken has been on this flank and had some success. He knows there's one in VIP, but does he know there's one lurking closer?
Yeah, I'm kind of with Codex on the mentality right now. I'm going to talk about that in a second as Bakizi picks off Smoke. The Dan Skewer gets one, but the backside of the Panderic. So safety comes through. Rapid puts Codex down for fun after the 2 adversaries go down. And Panderic, they look like they're starting to feel themselves a little bit here, Hor. It's starting to turn into a little bit of a rhythm-finding success where they're moving like a unit. You see each of the Panderic members swapping positions in and out as they're covering each other off. Mistakes in the round before, very quickly adjusted to. We saw one after the other. The Panderic squad fell to that Balti from an E-box. This time around, Panderic don't go into that angle to challenge it without 2 or 3 members present, Hort, and they instantly fix the issue.
See if they can pad that lead a little bit here, or if the game of tug-of-war will continue. Smokes in place as Codex looks to take control of VIP once more. We can see Wicked maybe flirting with a bit of a disaster here as well. Jumping across, no shots finding a mark just yet, no damage done, and he'll continue to bounce back and forth here at VIP.
You can see the way that OFF are playing this. Mike's just trying to bait the information for Codex so he can show far enough for Smoke to pick him off from that long box angle out of E-box through into VIP. The TRG, the best version of the weaponry into the shotgun, but not if you don't pay attention to him all the time. Codex finds one, Bakizi actually takes out a teammate through the smoke. Crank gets one to respond. It gets a little messy, but the Pandas do claim it 2-1 after the chaos settles.
This is a really nice job by Codex. He was able to get that peak before the smoke popped, and only 4 frags really wasn't paying attention to it because they were just waiting for that smoke to pop. It was going to cover off VIP. It was a great pick by Codex. He's able to back off. Now they've got that player advantage to work with, and look at all of the space they're eating up over at that B site. Only 1 player for only 4 frags has shifted over there. It is Smoke. He does find one before Crank gets the trade back, but he actually denies that device plant.
Only for a small period of time, though. Device is going to eventually go down. 3 members of the Panderic squad left to hold this one off. And Wicked I mean, he's got to play a game of Matrix before he gets himself into being able to contest, and this time, he took the wrong pill. That one's neither the blue or the red one. That's the green one. That's a quick pass to the bench and back into round number 5. Panderic close out the 4th, 3-1 with the lead by 2.
Codex sitting at 7-1 right now. You know, a lot of times we see Cacao on that Enforcer class here on Skybridge, but Codex had some shoes to fill, and well, he's doing it perfectly, I would say. At the top of the list here, we got quite a few members with 3 kills as well, and it just shows that Panderic consistently playing very well as a team.
Interesting, we see a very quick push out here from Darkin. We know for the Only for Frag squad, this is a member that likes to try and find his way into a flank very quickly. This time, Panderic are taking the forward push as an aggressive play for them. 2 for Rapid. Wicked finds 1 in the meanwhile. Captain goes down, Bakizi. Quiet this game so far, but Codex popping off at 7-1. Captain not needing to do too much of the hard carrying so far. 4 versus 3. And good forward position. Panderic have almost got themselves this A-side control. They just need to leverage a little bit more pressure down towards E-Box, and then they're on here. Smoke out. Janskewer is going to make the big difference if he doesn't stand up. That ace with the Glock puts it down. The rip ammo through the knees is going to remove them in an instant. You want to talk about TTK, the fire rate out of that little pocket pistol is going to shred you to pieces.
Love how we constantly see that secondary evolving and changing from these marksman classes. Codex finds Darkin trying to shift through the smoke up top. Smoke not able to hit the shot. Now he's in front of a firing squad. He eats a ton of bullets, but eventually will be chopped down by Rapid. Panderic, well, they found their stride here early, up 4-1 in this one. And I mean, playing very well even without Cacao. I think, you know, it maybe took him a little while to build that team synergy with Crank, but what better way to do it than at the ACS? And so playing very well here as this cohesive unit that we're used to seeing from the Pandas.
It's a good start out of Only for Frags. I like to see some of these opportunities they're creating. The one thing I'm not seeing so much of is what we were going to try and talk a little bit to the extent of before the action kicked off the last round is Darkin, very quiet so far. Not making that difference he normally makes in the backline. Wicked, however, something we're very used to, grabbing those first blood kills by being aggressive out forward, pushes, he goes through for the second. 2 good kills back-to-back from Wicked. Takes a great 6th round start in strength from defending this A-site for Only for Frags.
Mike's a liar, unfortunately, still trying to get on the board here. Darkin teetering back and forth here. Does spot 1 on the jump across. Now the peak, the spray goes out. A little bit of damage done here toward Wicked, but now that ace on the other side. Darkin trying to thread the needle, and it's that ace that steps into the crosshair and loses the dome.
Oh, Crank's going to come out and respond by trading into it, though. Big stepper, big steps into that Rat position to take him out. Can't pick that one up for free, and this is something that's come alongside the change of the map with Skybridge. Those little adjustments to Rat versus that back elevator position actually is now a lot easier to be able to trade back and forth. The angle is no longer completely isolated unless you push through the small choke. So it is favored to be able to fight to and from that angle now rather than having to big swing. Rotation out of Panderic as Codex is starting to look towards this B site. See a bomb coming as well. They do have a member defending Mike, the liar. Again, a lot of pressure being put on this man's shoulders. Mike has to win this. He doesn't find the kill. Codex allows space. They create a 2v3. Red's here in response. Goes down. Crank's got the cover. 2v2.
And Derek really turning this fight around. Mike was able to put some good damage on the Codex, but Codex is looking unstoppable. He finds Wicked, Crank on the Janskewer, and the Pandas are looking mighty strong here in this first match.
Got to feel a little bit for Janskewer there. Slight miscommunication from brain to keyboard input as we decided to swap weapon last left alive in the 1v2 there, stepping into red as we watch Codex run away. A couple of choice decisions, a little bit wayward towards the end of that there, but Only for Frags again got themselves in another great place to be able to convert it out. And like you said, Hawk, nothing short of an animalistic resurgence from the Panderic remaining members to be able to pull that one back.
Honestly, I mean, Only for Frags probably could have won at least 3 of these rounds. It could have gone either way. They've been very, very close rounds as the action continues to unfold. And again, Codex from VIP, Rapid on the other side. They combine for 2. Dan able to answer back for at least one of these as he now shifts forward just a bit, waiting for that device to go down, tries to find a peek, and Codex denies it.
He goes, you ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan. You can't get on site like that. Gets in there, 2-round smoke. Puts that ace down with the bolting from the corner, though, because he is able to trade him back out. Finally, the Panderic members managed to push the pressure into that E-box angle, and Crank closes it out with a great kill onto Mike. Something they've been struggling with, Hort, is keeping that TRG off of E-box once the bomb gets planted on site. So good to see them finally pushing forward and taking some pressure there to stop the reswing. Trade that Balti off for a kill.
6-1 now. Pandas getting it done on the attacking side here. Only 4 frags. I mean, in that opening round, we saw them take that second round, I think it was. But ever since then, they've had a couple close rounds. They had a round that they should have definitely won as well that just didn't go their way. And it just goes to show you that you can never count the Pandas out. It doesn't matter if all 5 members are standing or there's only 2. They have what it takes to get the job done, and they stampede toward the A site once more. Darkin able to find the first pick as Bikizi answers back.
Yeah, this is good shots out of the captain. We did say he was having a little bit of a quieter game there, but he manages to escape with a fraction of his life. Codex, however, is not normally one you use the adjective escaping with. It's normally destroying, annihilating, slaying, whichever your favorite choice of word is. And it's that shotgun that's being brought to bear again. The one thing that we hadn't seen so many of this map so far. Codex is not having his mind changed in the meta just yet. That shotgun's going to delete the body of Mike because Crank folds his mate and Dan Skewer out on the right-hand side of that gravity position, pushing off of the sight box from both members of Panderic to try and suffocate that later space. Now the bomb is down. It's too much for only for frags, and Smoke again is left in no man's land. There's 1 versus 4, tucked in a tight corner, nowhere to retreat to, and I mean, you're just praying for shots to connect one after the other here without giving yourself enough space to be traded back. Codex puts the shotgun down to the face of Smoke, and that's going to close the round out. Panderic take a comfortable first attacking half, 7-1.
I feel like Codex has found the godly stem somewhere. 15-1-2. This man is an arch nemesis for only 4 frags at the moment, and they have to find a way to slow him down.
I like the little tweak to the kit for the TRG as well. Actually, there's been a lot of people that have been talking about different weaponry to back up this weapon as a secondary. What really does give you that most consistent ability to counteract the fact that you don't have good CQB capabilities with that Balti unless you are able to back-to-back consistently not miss and kill. Well, we went through SVDS, we went through SKS, we went through RFBs, we went through backup SR25s, we've had about everything and anything you can come up with at this point in time, even all the way down to the Glock 17, and with the flesh ammo and the rip ammo, it's really strong. I mean, it's the same mentality as running Rip Vector on Enforcer. Hey, oh, here we go. 2v2 strong into VIP. It's the big battle for the big box, and it's going to be the big man, big stepper. Codex with a shotgun that puts down 2. Backed up by Rapid for the 3rd.
Trying to thread the needle here as well, but you can see the destruction, the wake of Codex that is left there in VIP. Dead bodies strewn across the floor and Smoke. Does he know that Rapid is over here? He can hear the audio cue of the jump in toward VIP as well. Does Codex take a second jump? He does, but the shot doesn't connect here. It looked like he maybe took a little bit of damage, but Crank does go down off of this shot.
I actually did think Smoke was going to re-challenge that there. I thought for a second he was going to go for maybe like a walk-in jump shot, try and pop him over the box, but Smoke decides to play slightly more cautiously towards the position of Rapid. Darkin, he's going to try and weave his way. Currently on the Vector with that rip ammo. He's going to be looking for some shots towards legs too. I mean, Darkin just searching for what could be potentially this lurking flank as well. We see Bikizi. Darkin with that Vector is going to claim the knees and the ankles. Rapid. Codex swings around to trade out and Smoke goes down. Now it's all left on this Vector, and I'm sorry, my friend, but that Vector, as cool, kooky, and quick to fire as it is, it does not do the damage as quick as the shotgun does. Codex comes round for his 4th of the round, 19th of the game.
Only 1 death. I mean, we got to point that out as well. I mean, only 1 death is insane throughout an arena game. Codex is a monster here today.
Cacao who, sorry? I think Codex has taken his place for today. He's playing for the both of them, right?
Kidding.
Oh, boy. The one thing that's got me, and I've got to say this, the Only for Frags team have put a lot of pressure on Mike the Liar with his positioning, and so far he's not been able to capitalize as much as I think the team's looked for. Got to try and help enable Mike to get a bit back into this one. Dan Skewer goes down early now in round number 10, And it's that ace that's holding in Red Train, about to come under. Oh, wow. Go on, do it to him with the pistol. Mike knows. Mike's playing this really smart. He's not getting over aggressive into the smoke. That ace calls support. 2 versus 2. It's about to go down.
Oh, and he spots him. That ace says, I have the biggest block on the battlefield. He'll take out teammates too. It doesn't matter because Panderic gets it done. 9-1 fashion, 19-1 for Codex, 10-3 for Crank. And even though it is 9-1, that scoreline really doesn't do it justice. There were 3 or 4 rounds that could have gone either way, but it just didn't go the way for only 4 frags. I took a gamble, but boy, was I wrong in that one.
Yeah. This is one of those times where we love to be wrong, I think, is probably the one we're going to sit on the fence of for today. My word. I mean, if you didn't pop a note into the PA Rapid to make sure that you spoke to the right-hand man in Crank, then you definitely weren't getting in the office to see the main CEO in Codex for this one, because boy, oh boy, Bakizi and that ace. I mean, let's just talk about something real quick. It might not be a 5 and 6 standout performance on the kill side of that board, but just look at the volume of assists that Bakizi is getting involved with there, by the way. That is a 17 kill participation with 5 last hits. That's right, 12 kills took part with this man involved where he didn't get the final blow. And it's not about the stats or big number go Burt. It's about the team concept. It's not the fact that he's not getting the kills. It's the fact that he's not getting the kills, but he's still there. He's still relevant. He's putting down enough work with those assists that somebody else is backing it up, or his positioning is that good that when he's not winning that fight out, a teammate has got him covered. So honestly, it's a good Panderic performance all round. It's nice to see a team performance from Panderic.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, right? You take a look at Codex, who was on the top at 19 with 3 assists. That would be a 22 kill participation. Well, Bakizi had 17, so right there as well. Obviously, we love having those standout games. We love being that shining star, the Codex in this instance, but you know, you're getting the job done and you're doing it very decisively as a team. And that's actually more important, even though we as humans love seeing our big numbers. But with Kakao being out for this long and Codex Crank playing this well, I mean, he might end up having a permanent spot on that bench until things change.
I mean, Crank looked like he were playing exceptionally well as well. And we've said this many a time that Crank has stepped onto the field. We all love Kakao for his endeavors and how exceptionally skilled he is at both arena and at base game. But Crank got given a tough job to do when he got asked to step up the first time. And he's not stopped continuing to step up every time we've seen him on the pitch. He doesn't look like a substitute. He doesn't look like a weaker member of the squad that makes the team be at a disadvantage. He simply steps in, fills the shoes, and that's a heck of a set of shoes to fill. So to be able to even get 85% of those shoes looking good is a W. And to me, I think Crank pulls out close to that 100% some of the times. I mean, he might not be Codex, but you say that about nearly every player in the game. Nobody is Codex. This is the reason why he's touted to be so good. But Crank's up there, man. Like, and he's playing as if he could be the next Codex if he keeps working at it, honestly.
And he was 10-3 with 2 assists as well. I mean, 10-3 also a phenomenal record in a game like Tarkov Arena. So the Pandas firing on all cylinders here in this one. They take this first game decisively, but it's the nice thing about the Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 2, right? You get a second chance. It's not single elimination, it's double elimination. So as we get ready for our next matchup, guys, we got a little bit of all the wonderful highlights from this last game. Maybe a little bit more sided on the Pandas, but nonetheless, some great highlights.
Some really good shots out of that ace. I think you said to me to begin with, it was nice to see the return of the DMRs coming back and doing a bit of shot. Oh, wait, we didn't catch that in regulation time. Smoke it in a crispy one. This is why we love the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. You don't necessarily get to see all the angles live in the game, but when we come back to these highlights, you get treated to just an absolute masterclass. Might not have been on the winning side of the table, but Smoke showing us he's got some moves out here today. This one, I'd be questioning a little bit. That's one of those ones where you're wondering whether you're supposed to be catching your adversary in open arms and giving them a hug, or whether you're meant to be shooting them, but good shots nonetheless. Codex here reminding us that this shotgun has not left the meta. Oof.
In the Piranha rounds, it just goes to show you why they're so good. Obviously, they can take out the legs, but they can eat through the chest, the flesh, the face. It doesn't really matter. And that ace on the Glock there as well. Bikisi wrapping up at the end. Again, just a dominating performance here from the Pandas, something that we're used to seeing. It is rough for only 4 frags just because that score line is 9-1. It realistically could have been 9-4, 9-5. Like I said, we saw some very, very close rounds from them that just didn't go their way. We even saw one that they had the numbers and probably should have won, but the Pandas were able to pull it out. So luckily for only 4 frags, they'll get a second chance opportunity in this one. We'll look to see what happens with them a little bit later, but this next matchup, I'm really excited for. K3, the Spartans. I mean, there's a lot of talent here, and it's really hard to call either one of these teams the underdog. I'd say you probably slightly favor K3 because of their recent performances, but I have a feeling that truly anything could happen in this game.
Okay. It takes us to the conversation we have every time we speak about K3 coming to the table. K3 are exceptionally good. We've never questioned that, but it's how good they are comparative to these other teams. One of the first parts of information we've got to consider is where they're going. K3 are not interested in ball for this first one. The Spartans, they say, well, if range is not the flavor of the game, we're happy to double down in that mentality, and they're taking Skybridge out of the equation as well. Are both long-range maps deleted before we even get to the second half of pick bans this time, Hawk?
Yeah, Bowl, Skybridge instantly out of this one. Iceberg gone as well, and K3 doesn't want anything to do with Fort. So Bay 5 it will be, and honestly, I feel like it probably does favor K3. I haven't seen the Spartans as much on Bay 5 as I've seen K3, although we do have Simda in that lineup. It's a player that I've often seen kind of wreaking havoc on the TRG, so wondering how that kind of plays into this Bay 5 as well.
I'm interested in this one. This one puts me a little bit, not on edge, but this puts me as a little bit of a conundrum mentally. Personally, I've always considered K3's weakest map to be Bay 5. I actually think the Spartans have the better of the map pick selection process here. I think the Spartans have got themselves in the best position, given picks and bans, for the map choice. Of the two teams, who do I think is stronger, like, just on paper, if you were to put them head-to-head without the environment being in check? I don't know right now. Previously, I would have said the Spartans. Previously. Current state and current play style has shown K3 to be able to upset a lot of these teams that are considered equal in skill to them, or maybe just a little bit ahead of them in the game when it comes to individual performance. But as a team, K3 have shown to be exceptional recently. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what difference Semda can make here, because we spoke about a lot the sub for Panderic. We've spoken about whether it's going to make a difference in their performance. I actually, and this is no disrespect to the member that's stepping out for Dan Skewer to be in today, but sorry, not for Dan Skewer to be in. I'm losing my brain right now. Melt. Semda to be in today. Let's just roll this one back up. I feel like that's an upgrade. I don't mean that disrespectfully to the player stepping. I mean, Semda is, and has shown in the few times we've got to see them, an exceptional player. The marksman skill on this man, the few bits we've seen of it, it's almost that ace resplendent. There are some levels of consistency to it that do keep us asking the question, have we got another real TRG demon on our hands here?
I mean, he's stepping in for Blasty, and Blasty and Simda both was originally stepping in for a different member as well. I'd honestly like to see Blasty and Simda have a snipe off, because honestly, they're both incredibly talented with it. But I have seen Simda really wreak havoc on a map like Bowl, which was a surprise that was their first ban. Now, I feel like they're very comfortable on Bay 5 though, because if they weren't, they probably wouldn't have banned Fort away. K3, I think on paper, if you're just looking at the names, is the stronger team. We saw them beat a lot of these members from the Spartans in the ASPL. We've seen them compete in the HPL and the ACS. They've had that higher tier kind of competition. So I feel like they have a little bit more of that experience under their belt. But I'm here for the crazy upsets today. So I'm not here to be right. I'm here for the crazy upsets. The Spartans, I think, you know, if this is a time for them to find it, it would be here again in this best of one. So we'll have to see what happens, but we don't have to wait any longer. They're already crab walking their way, hopefully, to victory here in this one as K3 sets to take on the Spartans on Bay 5.
Shots out early across the courtyard as two members trade back and forth in the back alley towards the A site. Semder's going to pick up the first onto Scotty. Hidden Sheep takes out Semder in response.
This was kind of what I was wondering, Crack. How does Semder fit this, sniping role? Not on the sniper here this time, not on the marksman class. So we'll have to see how it does play out. Gal finding a nice shot onto Griffin here toward the back alley, though, and it is the Spartans who do have this early player advantage.
Yeah, it seems like the roster we got actually is completely different to that which we see on screen. No Chill Dizzle. Stripey in. Scotty in as well. No Nosebleed. Spartan's going to be able to pick up that kill onto Reynolds with this, what seems to be a hodgepodge squad made up of all the members of previous teams that have disbanded just recently. Stripey picks up the kill onto Malik, and Duras is the last left alive against 4 of the Spartans. 3 now as Stripey does find the trade into Gal, and that's going to close the first round out for the Spartans. 3 players still left alive, and first on the board on the defending side on Bay 5.
I mean, we're used to seeing Lorak dominate with that Enforcer class. It doesn't surprise me that he has some early success here. But yeah, I'm a little surprised that the roster is the way it is. I did see Scotty on that backup list there as well. But Stripey, certainly a very familiar name that has been bouncing around from team to team, trying to find a home that fits, and maybe has found it here with the Spartans.
Keeping our eyes on that minimap to see which way K3 goes out of the gate for round number 2. See which side of the map they're looking to pressure towards this time around. A couple of good pieces of util out towards top mid and parkour suggests that this pressure could be going towards the B site. Definite approach from mid controls. You see K3 using Toxic and that gap pressure to try and take space. Malikan finds one onto Gal as 3 members flood through towards that parkour area. We saw most of the util being used towards. May's going to be deep. Gets 2 across back there. Hidden Sheep and Lorek pairing together for 1 apiece.
Shots ringing out for Malikan. Does he know there's one tucked on the other side? Tries to get the jump over for the intel. Spots one deep, but not the one close. Stripey able to connect the shots there. Malikan goes down. It's a 4v2 that favors the Spartans. The device has been planted here as we see Simda just trying to hold this angle. Giros on the pressure. It's Scotty and Stripey. They find both picks in succession, and the Spartans off to one hell of a start here.
Second round goes in their favor. 2-0 to start. Four kills on Stripey. A good showing from a member that had previously been, I guess, a little bit unheard of for a period of time since we lost the TFG team to the scene. I believe they have stepped off to go and play some League of Legends. Team there that they've been doing successfully with. Good on the TFG squad. Good luck to their endeavors in the league scene. But back here and now in the arena scene, Stripey now on this Spartans lineup, looking to try and lead the charge for the Spartans to take them to their first maps with the success. K3 under a lot of pressure here out of the gate.
I've heard a lot about Scotty, too, up and coming here as well. I've got my eye on Scotty to see how well they perform here today. Giros through the mid, and you see that device lingering on the other side as they begin to shift toward the B side. The peak, though, and Gal takes the head clean off.
Good patience from Gal, and a much better push out of confines. Gal not being over-aggressive into it. Just the patience and the timing allows him to not pick up 1, not 2, but even the 3rd, just slowly weaving back and forth. Scotty with a little bit of an over-aggressive rotation, though. He's going to get picked off by a good deep position in Mason Reynolds. He may be the last alive, but he does find 1. But it's only 1. A consolation prize and a silver lining as the rest of the Spartans team is still standing.
Honestly, that was a great deep lurk there through mid from Reynolds, but, you're in a 5v1, and it is very rare that we see a 5v1 clutch. It does happen from time to time, but cards stacked against him there, not able to find that one. The Spartans looking to shout, this is Sparta at the moment. 3-0. K3 maybe teetering at the edge there, waiting to be kicked off. They've got to find a way to get some footing and reach back into this one.
Ooh, Lorek full blinded as that flash is going to completely remove the majority of vision, stepping out towards A-plat. A bit of aggressive utility from the defending side of the Spartans. Nearly ends up with that forward member in Lorek and the Enforcer being completely pulled out of the equation. Malikan doesn't manage to find the kill, but puts good damage down. Griffin does take out that shotgun in Lorek with a shotgun versus shotgun trade on side. Griffin for 2. Griffin's hungry, and those wings are spread nice and wide, soaring like the eagle that he is to take out his adversaries. Doesn't manage to find the 3rd. Gal comes in again. That patience paying dividends. Slow stepper. Pacing himself. He knows full well Reynolds has to get up off site. The second from Gal is good as well. Semda picks up Stripey, but somebody's going to shut down Gal on this front door. He's going to take them all out. Semda with a great choice of repositioning. Goes up into the off angle and Ratton finds the kill. Back. Hiding Sheep. Shots through the wall from Ali.
1v3. Time ticking away here as well. Sheep just checking the flank, making sure nobody's coming in from behind. But for K3, they've got the plant down. They can remain patient, force Hiding Sheep to have to step into the crosshair and do something crazy here. Tries to clear the angles, but Giros waiting patiently. We'll find it. K3 will find that footing. They're on the board. We'll see if they can continue that momentum.
Does feel like they're starting to wake up a little bit hot. Feel round after round. This K3 lineup starting to adjust just a little bit to how the Spartans are playing. We see an equal measure of discipline out of both Semda and Gal this time, and that patience matched with patience finds Semda almost slightly outthinking the push from their plat, that height and the elevated angle, to be able to pick Gal off before he gets that fourth kill, which from the creation that he'd done with the positioning and the 2 good kills leading up to it, you look like that could have been on for a 4 to 5 piece of the full ace if Gal executes that one correctly.
Shots ringing out for it. Just a bit of damage down the peak. Griffin's going to be able to win this battle here, and that device looks to stampede on the site. Scotty near this back alley in a bit of trouble here. Has some help coming in, though, and just needs to buy a little bit of time.
Look at the spade. Look at the piece. Scotty's now looking to try and get around the outside. He goes for some shots through the wall. Doesn't quite find the member that could be walking through that alley in Silver Corridor. Gal and Scotty now looking to try and find this wide angle onto Malikan so they can come around the side. Big shots out of Scotty. Does pick up Malikan. K3 squad are going to know they're coming. 2, front door. Reynolds shuts it off with a shotgun. Gal trades out. Big work to be done, but Giras is down low. Good position in the off angle again, and K3 finds success in sight. 2 rounds back to back as K3 close the gap.
Seems they've found something that has worked. They've made adjustments here early in this game, and they've been able to exploit this A site just a little bit over here. So we'll see if they opt to go right back the same direction here. Often we see teams that with that, if it's not broke, don't fix it type mentality. For Spartans, they're going to have to find a way to make some equal adjustments over here to look to slow down some of this momentum of K3 toward the A site.
I mean, just need to try and play a little bit more into that, of which Gal has been doing so far. A lot of success, 7 and 4. Great kills so far. Currently the frag leader in the game's driving that cart for the Spartans side. K3, 2 rounds together back-to-back, yes. They need to put this third one in the bag now to pull themselves even, or the Spartans will start to continue to run away with it again. Got to keep consistently, like you say, Hawk, putting those rounds back-to-back-to-back.
This time they have opted to change it up a bit, but it's an aid from Hiding Sheep that finds Simda. Reynolds able to answer back, and Sheep tucked down low in the prone position, but has help from Gal here, who finds Reynolds. And with that, it's a quick shift the other way. Nobody on this A site. K3 potentially looking to find that plant, and Griffin all the way in there. Spawn able to find Sheep.
3 versus 3. I think both Griffin and Gal under a similar amount of pain. Device going down on the A site. All of this distraction has pulled the entirety of the Spartans' defense over towards B. Oh, man. How much can Griffin get from this position? Timing's going to be rough. He's holding onto that cheese whilst people are coming in. Nobody's decided to go through the long, deep flank. Griffin now is behind them all. Call comes out that they've made it through onto site. 3 members of the Spartans go together and quick and strong. That device is already going to be halfway through deactivated. Griffin needs to find this kill immediately, and he's not going to have a chance to because he's tucked on site. The Spartans make use of the gap given by Griffin.
It was an interesting play. I mean, they knew Griffin was back there, but we were kind of wondering, do they ignore him? Do they try to press him down and find that early pick? But it was great, decisive, quick decision making here from the Spartans. And I mean, given where they typically plant that device, it's hard to find that kill from that side as well. Anyway, they've got time, numbers on their side. Really great decision making here from the Spartans.
4-2. That's the round they needed to stop that. We're going to rewind for a second as Stripey finds himself an insane piece through the window to top heaven.
And just as K3 was beginning to reel this one back a bit, the Spartans done a good job of kind of nullifying that momentum that they were beginning to gain here. We see him pressuring on toward the B site. Reynolds, Giros here as well. Stripey most likely heard that jump audio cue here as well. We see that call come in, but no early rotations from this squad just yet.
Reynolds with that bomb's actually going to look to push towards backside. Stripey's going to have a free pick and put the bomb down. Second is Stripey now without concerns of his left-hand side. Gets to go fishing a little bit. Picks off the second on the right. Stripey currently set for the full 5-piece. All he's going to do is find Malikan. 4 on the board for Stripey, and it's not going to matter too much because the rest of the team's here to clear it up. But boy, oh boy, B-site defender, Stripey is back. Now that's a throwback to the original concept of TFG. Do you remember the days, Hawk? You would never take that B-site on Bay 5 from Stripey. As 1 versus 2, 3, 4, he'd hold that all day long. Interesting return to form coming out here.
I mean, I was a little excited, especially once we saw the roster mix-up of who was playing here today, and it's nice to see that even though these players maybe haven't been on this team very long, the team synergy seems to be there very early for this squad. So you love to see it for the Spartans, but it's important to close out these big games against a team like K3. Yes, you have the lead, but the game's not over just yet. Scotty finding the headshot onto Malikan.
A little bit of a trade of bullets from Maze to Con. Both teams trying to contest for that horizontal strength. Actually, sees K3 completely and utterly 180 away from that pressure towards mid and try and sort of start that sweep towards the A site. You do see a member in Semda playing out towards Hell. Just trying to be a bit of a distraction. See them jostling around, making lots of audio cues and movement, whilst this K3 squad slowly works their way towards the A site. Look at where Lorik is. They know this is coming. Lorik's going to step out as soon as he hears that grenade being pulled. Good cover from Griffin. Does manage to trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, Griffin was tucked in just a little bit there, so it did allow Lorik to at least find that first one, and Lorik almost got the second one as well. I mean, you take a look at Griffin's health. He's able to steal, I think, an ETG there from a fallen friend, but so that'll heal him up here pretty quickly. But now looking to pressure onto the A site. Spartans still being patient here, 2 tucked in toward the back alley, and they're playing this nicely.
Nicely's okay, but nicely spicy and call yourself diced and served up like the main dish of the desserts. That one gets deleted after 2 quick kills from K3. We're back to 2 apiece, and it almost feels like Scotty's going to sit in the back alley and stay comfortably there to keep away from the chaos. Havoc ensues. Bomb rotates past that of Stripey top mid. Good information called out for the Spartans. There's 4 seconds left on the clock. I don't even think Reynolds gets this down in time, regardless of whether Stripey's here to stop it or not. Stripey is here to stop it. And that's going to be another round for the Spartans.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think maybe just by a millisecond, they wouldn't have quite got that device plant down in time. But yeah, they almost reeled that one back. It was great patience from the Spartans, though. Scotty hanging out toward that back alley was able to slow that pincer play that was coming in behind Stripey as well. And so a great start for the Spartans here. I mean, anybody, I think, would be happy about a 6-2 half, especially against a team like K3.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't question the strength of the performance that's been put out by the Spartans on the attacking side. Bay 5 a little bit harder, I think, to attack than what we saw of Skybridge, the first map of the day. Just purely because the tight corners and the close angles, your defending teams have a lot more nooks and crannies to tuck into to play the surprise game. And also, a very defending-favoured map from the fact that you can get a lot of info gathering from audio round that midsection of the map, and you can play quite defensively towards CT platform while still getting that audio information. So it means you don't have to overcommit to a rotation too soon. We actually see K3 here, however, going for a gamble. A 4-man overstack towards that B site, now spreading towards mid to cover the pressure off that they've weakened. Sees them matched 4-1 versus the Spartans on that A site if they push in.
Taking a lot of space at mid. They almost had a nice flank coming in here right through mid as well from Griffin, but because of these smokes, they were able to get onto this site. Spartans weren't able to pressure on. They had that numbers advantage, but they weren't aware because of the smokes in play. Now they found a pick here. They're getting a second as well as Scotty finds Stimda in the back alley. Now they look to pressure on, but Reynolds got other plans.
Good shots out of Stripe. He's going to take out that of Malikan as he steps out of gap. 4 of the Spartans left alive, now moving towards the B site, which Hiding Sheep is, I'm going to be sure, screaming in the comms that it's clear. B is clear, bomb now planted. Here we go. Watch that CT ramp rotation. That smoke is really good to get in from retake. Oh, wow.
Just barely cuts Scotty off. He's going to find this one, but gets caught in the run animation. Giros able to stop on a dime and find the pick here. Lorak continues to slowly but surely sift through mid. Giros just on the other side. 25 seconds on the clock. The jump shot now spraying through the box, but Reynolds able to find the first. Lorak does answer back, but it is a 2v1. Reynolds on the peak. Shots ring out. He's taking a bit of damage.
Damage he might have taken, but it's Lorek, the one that goes down, left now in the 1v1 with 7 seconds left on the clock. I don't think there's going to be enough time for the D. He's going to go commit to it. Not going to be enough time to get this with more than 6 gone. Stripey's going to step out and claim the kill as well for the kill feed. 9-4, 3 for the round. The Spartans move themselves one short of taking themselves to map point.
Playing very well here. I mean, you look at the kills across the board. Everybody's fairly even other than Stripey right now, who's kind of being that shining star. I think it says 9 down there, but at the end there, it said 12. So I'm not sure if that's just a bug on the screen, but I think he's got 12 total kills in this one. So 7-2, a great start for them. K3, they've got an opportunity to bring it back, but they have to do it now. They're going to have to get at least 4 rounds, I'd say, in a row if they want to give themselves a fair shot. And what a way to open it up with a nade from Giros. That's a good start to it.
Early explosion. There's a pocket rocket that you don't want to be keeping in your pocket when that one claims the life of Gal to begin with. 4 versus 5, the Spartans, although up a 5-round advantage in the grand scheme of things, going to have to pull it back in this one. Interesting split again. Both teams favouring sending one person over towards Hell to keep the B members distracted whilst playing a majoritarily A-pressured attacking game.
Oh. Sheep, a nade of his own, and that brings it back to a 4v4. A lot of this pressure mounting outside of the A site at the moment, but now we see a quick rotation through mid. There is a player waiting here. I believe that is Giros. Oh my! That is
wow.
not what you want to see.
I'm glad you said it. That is scary. Lorek's going to find himself pre-firing the wrong angle, though. Griffin's good for 2! Did Sheep just get caught? Oh my word, Sheep doesn't see the timing of him moving away from Fort because the second his barrel catches the edge of the scenery, the member slips through. Semda finds Scotty as he sneaks through from his adversary. Now turning around, Griffin's going to finish off the full house. Oh, brother. That went from SPA Spartan success to Spartan misery very quickly there, thanks to some great work out of Griffin.
Yeah, he'll get into double digits himself after that play, up to 10 here as well. We talked about it, though. K3 needing 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row to really give themselves a fighting chance. They don't want to allow the Spartans to get to match point this early. So they've made this initial stand. They've really got to fight back here, though. We'll see if they can do it now in round number 11.
Good shots out as grenades go off in the face of Giros here. Health bar, not showing any pain for his woes, but he definitely watched the colourful explosion. Right, okay. Let's talk about this Hawk. Look at the bomb squad. Where are we going, Spartans? I've got to see where this goes to. Okay, so 1 backs off down through mid, goes gap. 3 through maze are looking to try and pressure towards the A site, but Reynolds with this shotgun just has a load of space and a load of bullets to play with. He gets 2 of 3 before the gun goes out of that 20-rounder, but he's done all the work he needs to as the bomb is down. Scotty trading out, 3 for 4. The Spartans still have a full 3-member strong control and hold towards B, whilst Reynolds has traded his life for 2.5 members.
I think Sheep's still holding down mid, though, and it's kind of preventing that rotation or that flank coming in, and he might be able to catch Giros, or excuse me, Semda off guard here as well. Semda's aware that there is one lurking mid, I believe, and that's why we see him keep checking that. But now Scotty, the other direction, he's able to find one. Gal will get another. Griffin did find that trade back on Scotty during that battle. Did they know Malikan's here? I don't believe so, because he finds Gal with ease.
It's just Sheep. Not quite Sheep versus the world. He's only versus 2 for this time around, but still a lot of work to do to be able to recover this bomb. Oh man, he's going to see Malikan's ankle. He doesn't see Malikan. He does. He does. He does. Hello? Oh. So Sheep doesn't have any bullets left. Sheep's going to have to resort to the melee. Finds the kill on him with the melee, but That's all we're going to get. He literally is out of ammo, so he can't do anything about it. And that's why he stood behind him and clicked. What is going on?
He literally walked up there and said, click. What happened to Malikin's audio? I'm not sure. Maybe he's listening to some really good tunes over there, and that's kind of fueling that comeback. But nonetheless, it creates one heck of a cinematic moment for us. Hiding Sheep with one quick whack to the back of the head. And, well, enough said. They don't take the round, but they give us some fun.
Yes. I don't know what to say. I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing. That's insane. That's absolutely wild. Well, Holy Fools and Horses inside of Tarkov as we get ourselves into the comedy section of the hour. It is what it is. Oh my word. Here we go into the action straight off the rip as the next round sees Malikan losing a little bit of health from chip damage. Quieter game from Malikan, 3 and 10. Normally one of the members we look to for K3 to show some dominance.
Trying to take some pressure toward the back alley. Simda able to back off to a bit of a safer position. Has 2 pressing, though. Is going to get a little bit of help, but it comes in just a hair late. Having to dip down. Scotty in the reload. Lorek able to find the first, but Gal taking out a teammate here in the back alley. And some confusion leads to a little bit of disarray.
Eyes on this. That teammate taken down. Now Gal work to do to try and make amends. Stripey aiming pressure, trying to help out. Does find one with that Vector. Close door. It's Reynolds being taken out. Malikan somehow stays alive through it all, though, and picks one back into that of Scotty. Stripey's health slowly leaking away. The creep out of Griffin with that shotgun finds 2 from the mid lane. And it's again, we come back to Griffin with a 2-piece. The Spartans have a 3-round lead, but it sounds at the moment like K3 are starting to come together.
Yeah, that lead is dwindling away. It was 7-2, I think, or 6-2 at halftime. Now we see it already cut in half. Gal is going to find this pick here, but we'll pop that reload. Still has to get through 2 players and only 10 seconds on the clock to find the plant.
Shots out of Malikan do close the round out. Gal goes down, but it's K3 that take themselves their 5th. 2 rounds. The gap is closed 2 now, and it's not short of a great performance out of Stripey and Gal. 14 and 7. And 11 and 9, the Spartans are really trying to dig their heels in here to get this one over the line, but K3 have almost been inspired. It's like the 7-round rule has flipped on its head today, and we're playing a game of Uno Reverso, Hawk, because it's the underdog team, the team that is down, that's not made it to the 7 first, that's been inspired by that number 7 on the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, they're really making a stand in this one, and I just keep thinking about that knife, though. As good as our intro video is, if that knife doesn't appear in that next intro video, I'm gonna be a little bit sad. Lorek, nade toward the back alley here. Does it bounce and find someone? What a nade! Lorek finding Simda. The heat-seeking grenades continue, and now he looks to break out this shotty and see if he can pressure in. It's Reynolds to find the first, Stripey to get the second.
Yeah, they need to read the fact that they have a completely strong side versus weak side push in here from the attacking side of the Spartans. The rest of the K3 lineup is so widely spread across the map due to the antics in the last couple of rounds that they go in quick with force and they find themselves freedom. Device planted, 45 on the clock, and 2 versus 4. K3 have a lot of work to do more this round than they had previously.
And this is important for the Spartans, though. It has really been the majority of K3 in this second half. They haven't really been able to stifle the momentum just yet. Malikan finding this pick in toward back alley is huge as well. It cuts it down to a 3v2 with still some time on the clock, but Lorek finding Griffin. Now it's just up to Malikan here, pressuring in through the back alley. Sitting at 6 and 10, shots ringing out here as well, and so many angles to clear. The Spartans will eventually make it to match point, but they need one more to close it out.
I think that's the crucial round to do it in, though, Hort. I think the Spartans have just done enough to get this to match point at the right time. I think they lose one more in a row there. We don't go to 8 and 5, we go to 7 and 6, and then this starts to look a lot more dicey. The Spartans do claim that round. They do extend the lead back to a 3-round difference, and they give themselves 3 chances of getting it over the line.
And they might just need all 3 of those chances with the way that K3 has been playing on this defensive side here. So a pretty big split here from the Spartans this time. 3-2 as that bomb or that device begins to pressure toward the B site. A bit of an early rotation from K3 here, though.
Watch on board with that grenade as it pops its way over towards Parkour. We do see a member tucked off to the back left. Malikan keeps himself fully away.
I mean, I feel like the Spartans have been working this mid area more than the majority of a lot of teams that we see. And so mixing up the strategies a little bit. It did pay off in that last round, but Malikan finding an early pick on Degal here as well could lead to some early problems. Scotty's got other plans, though, and it's Stripey to find a second as well.
Scotty and Stripey, all the S's standing up in a row. Oh, Spartans decide with all the S's, they're going to decide to double down and give them a couple of L's too, and that's going to be the last L they need on the board to be able to get themselves over the line. The K3 lineup is put away finally by the Spartans after an exceptional 7-1 first half, brought back to 7-5, now 8-5 to 9-5 to close it out. The Spartans find their first success, but not as clean as I think they'd have hoped. K3 show a good resurgence of strength in the second half of the map, but it's not enough to pull points in the first match of the Elimination Pinnacle season.
Yeah, I don't know. K3 is a really good team. Even if it wasn't a blowout by the Spartans, I think a 9-5 win is a solid win for them, especially against a team that has really been making waves across the scene here. So for K3, I think they have to get back to the drawing board. I was kind of surprised that we didn't see Simda on that marksman class here as well, but I think it goes back to the fact that they were on Bay 5, and so I was wondering how that was going to play out for them. And well, I think K3 unfortunately struggled a little bit on Bay 5 here today.
We said this from the beginning, though, and I think this is something that we do a good job of respecting and talking about when we do understand the concept of it, but it's something that we don't obviously necessarily continue down the trajectory of the game. Bay 5 is not a K3 map. We spoke about it before we got into the game. Yes, okay, Griffin made it look for, a couple of occasions like he had the best control over certain parts of the map, but where it did look like it was Griffin that was the one that was retaining that control for K3, you could say in equal measures that Gal, Hiding Sheep, Stripey, Scotty, it's different areas of the map, but it's not just one player. And this is something we have consistently said about K3 is their players are exceptional individually. We've just got to see them just put a few more tighten bolts in that engine, just notch up a few bits of tension on some of these rings, and the whole team will come together as a performance, and that's when we're really going to see K3 explode onto the scene. So, great match from both teams, but we're going to get to see K3 have a second chance a little later.
Absolutely. Unfortunately for Hiding Sheep, maybe unfortunately for Malikan, I'm going to be thinking about that play all day, though. From the click to the whack, put him in the sack, it was all done and dusted. I mean, K3 did win that round, but man, that one, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that one on the Twitter a little bit later today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a shout out to every man who's lost their life to Gal whilst being on his team. A couple of team kills from Gal seems to be something that he's creating a little bit trend of himself on, regardless of which team he's playing under. Good old Gal being able to be, I don't know, maybe he's a guy kind of guy. He likes his friends. He's rather kill the friends than the teammates. Either way, gonna have to work on shooting red, not blue, okay? Doesn't stop them getting it over the line, and we've seen this across different matches where team kills have been a big factor to the game's result. This time it's nice to see that a couple of mishaps either way, and we did see a little bit of both teams having some pressure put on them. It didn't affect the overall outcome, and also the Spartans managed to not only ride that team kill out, but I think it might have been a little bit of the wake-up call to shake the rings a little bit to get them to stop that reassertion of pressure where K3 were really fighting back into that game at one point.
Yeah, and I have a strong feeling that we're going to see K3 do very well in this Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 2. Obviously, they have to do it from that lower bracket, which isn't ideal, but that's where it does get tough in these best of ones. Every round can be incredibly crucial, and if there is ever a time for teams to upset each other, I think a best of one is the best place to do it. Spartans taking this one 9-5 as they advance forward. I know we've got Sicario and Ancestral coming up here in a few moments as well, which, again, I'm excited for this one. What kind of Sicario team are we going to see show up here today?
That's always the question. That's always the question. You asked it before I said it. We're not going to talk too much about it. We'll go about it a different way. Which Ancestral team's going to turn up today? Because I do feel like that tends to change how the Sicario team works. Sometimes Sicario turns up feeling a little bit more comfortable than they should, and they get made to pay for it for the first 4 or 5 rounds, and then Sicario turns the engine on and they start to run the team down. I'm a little bit sad not to see that steaming engine out of the gates that we expect from Sicario, so I am hoping for a return to form in that sense. I'd love to see Sicario come out with that sharpened katana, all right? These things are made for myths and legends of some of the strongest samurai you've ever seen because it slices and it dices like a hot knife through butter. Whereas recently, it's looked like somebody who's lived in a council estate for all of their life, out in the jungle, whacking Amazonian weeds with a blunt stick in comparison. It's a very rough give and take. So I'd love to see the strong Sicario sword back today. And because I'd love to see Ancestral tested, Ancestral have stepped up again and again and again on their previous showings as well, much similar in fashion to K3, arguably more so. So I'd like to see Sicario come out and really put a challenge to them today. Or Ancestral might just send Sicario packing into that loser's bracket before we've even got started, which is a very real possibility.
That would be crazy to say. Well, those blades are forged in fire. We'll see if they can forge it in the fire of Ancestral here in a few moments. But we do need to take a few moments to get those players loaded into the lobby. So we're going to take a short break on the other side of these wonderful highlights from that last matchup.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 2 Europe. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here back in the EU region to be able to test the top 8 teams of the EU scene to see which one of them is crowned the real pinnacle of the EU competition. My name is Cracked Wisdom, here with all of the beautiful flashbang-enabled balding advice and the majestic mustache to help us out with all the myths and the legends of the scene in the arena section. That's us here in the casting booth. Hot, game number 1, game number 2. Quick pace, lots of action. Probably delivered the results I think we'd expect so far, but not without a couple of surprises.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like K3 was the favorite team there. I was a little surprised that they had that much trouble against the Spartans. But again, it just goes to show you how much these players are invested in their teams, how much work they're putting off screen in between these seasons in different tournaments. And so I love seeing that hard work pay off for these teams. Everybody very deserving of their win here today. And I hope that high-paced action doesn't stop in our third matchup here as well. Sicario versus Ancestral. And, again, I think just historically on paper, it's going to favor Sicario, but they haven't really been that Sicario team that we're used to seeing, I feel like. It's been a little bit of highs and lows for them. So a great opportunity here for them to regain that footing, find that stride, rekindle that flame, if you will. But for Ancestral, a great opportunity for them to knock a well-known name team into that lower bracket here early. And for me, I know how good Svetis, Geistris, Kafinas, Jesmas, all these players are. I want to see how well Cynthia now performs in this situation here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of highs and lows and chances for everybody to claim themselves a little bit of something extra whilst taking part in the performance for Pinnacle here, ladies and gentlemen, that's right. Get your fingers at the ready, hot on the keys, because !Pinnacle will enter you into the raffle currently live in the chat for the ability to grab a hold of your own copy of Escape from Tarkov Arena. That's a standard edition key that gets you full access to the game, that battle pass that's currently free inside of the game, and all the amazing drip and weaponry that comes along with it, as well as the experience. And I'm telling you now, if you've been playing anything during the day, or maybe you've just got home from work and you want to vent a little bit of frustration, there's nothing better than jumping into Arena for a couple of rounds of Last Gang, Last Hero, Checkpoint, or Team Fight, whatever catches your fancy, so you can go and slay out amongst your mates and tell them just how terrible they are at being able to shoot you back.
I've been having a ton of fun with it myself out there on the arena battlefield, and probably VoIPing too much myself. I'm guilty of that, so don't take it personally if you hear me out there being a menace on the battlefield. But yeah, I mean, it's on the Epic Games Store now as well. As Cracked mentioned, the Battle Pass free. I know I finally completed it here in about 2 weeks myself. I still got a few extra coins to earn for some of that drip, but honestly, I'm loving the drip that they added in the Battle Pass. I can't wait for the next one to come out as well. I mean, the skins are always a fun new addition. They've lowered the cost of some of those masks and things in the base game, as well as now making it a little bit more accessible.
Did I read that right? Did we back-to-back redraw that? I don't want. So, ladies and gentlemen, your winners for the key has been drawn and given away. The first winner, congratulations to Danny Boy Spam on claiming an Escape from Tarkov Arena standard key. And then rigged is not quite the case, but I actually won one myself. So, folks, we're going to take that key and throw it back into the raffle engine so we can give it away to somebody else. I already played the game, funnily enough. Somebody actually convinced me to drag myself onto a team to try and fight off against some of these absolute demons, so I don't need it. So get yourselves ready, folks. Many a giveaway is going to be going out throughout this Pinnacle tournament. If you didn't get the chance to get your hands on a prize, then don't worry, because that key that I just rigged from you all and some more will be coming throughout the rest of this tournament. Keep your eyes on the prize. Congratulations, Danny Boy Spam, to the success. Ladies and gentlemen, a final TNC for the giveaway. Please, if you win, jump in the Discord, create a ticket, speak to the Discord moderators through that ticket to claim your prize. If you don't claim it, we're going to give it to somebody else. All right, folks? These gifts can't sit in a box. All right? We can't just store them forever. We're not hoarders here at Hunt Premier. We like to give out prizes. Okay? So please get in touch so you can claim your prize.
That's right. As Crack said, hop on the Discord, contact us on the left side, click the mod mail link, and you just send a message through that mod mail. We'll work on getting to that to you as quickly as possible. A friendly reminder, though, a lot of wonderful people working behind the scenes here today, so it does take a little bit of time. Have some patience with us, but we're ready for our next matchup. Head-to-head, going up against each other. Sicario taking on Ancestral, and man, am I excited for this one, Crack.
I mean, this is going to be another one of the matches really, really early on in the Pinnacle tournament too that I'm very, very keen to keep an eye on. Like you said, Cynthia stepping up for Ancestral here is going to be a big focus factor. Also, varying performances out of the brother system in Geistras and Svedas from their performances throughout the ACS made them look exceptional in one match and lost as if they didn't exist in another. So the varying ability of what team from Ancestral turns up is what I'm really looking at today. Is Cynthia that extra factor of the fire that they're looking for out of that camp and the logo to be able to really rise to new heights? Or are we going to see this Sicario lineup show us what they were originally known for? Make us consider to cast out any thoughts and doubts of a loss here to a team that's starting to become stronger and stronger every time we see them, but merely returning us back to the state we were Season 3, HPL EU, where Sicario were undefeated. It's been a while since we've said that. Interesting to see if they can return to that form.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see Furlex on that SR3M as well, especially as we take a look at the map picks and see where we're headed because, we see Iceberg, Bolt, Bandaway yet again, Skybridge, and Fort as well. Bay 5, not as a great map for some of those marksmen. So I'm looking to see Furlex on that SR3M. He has been absolutely tearing up with it lately. So one of those big deciding factors that can come into play. I think we want to see all 5 members for Sicario, though, working well together. From Kiyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Furlex, and Goes. I think everybody needs to be popping off here today.
Maps, maps, maps. That's my concern here. Where are we going? Which one of these environments is going to be given the most favor to either of these two teams? I mean, again, sadness. No Iceberg. Bowl, Skybridge, long range, gone. Fort. Not today. We're back in Bay 5, Hort. We're back in Chaos. And I don't know which of the two teams this favors. I think the more we get down into discovering what Bay 5 is as an environment, the more we see these underdog teams being given more of a chance. Bay 5 a bit more volatile. If you get those numbers early in the round, it's very hard to fight your way back into this one. So I see Ancestral looking at the map pick selection here quite well. Sicario probably not scared, not like we were in the previous match where I think it definitely heavily favored one team, but I think Ancestral have done themselves a good job through the pick bands.
Yeah, this is a day of underdogs for me. I'm going to be rooting for the underdogs all day, but I think still, if you're looking at it on paper, I think it's still going to favor Sicario. They are still a top team, and we still have to kind of give them the respect that they deserve. I think that they are slightly favored, especially with Cynthia coming into the mix, just because we haven't seen this team synergy between these 5 players just yet. But again, that's all on paper. We've already seen some crazy things happen here today, so I'm just excited to let the players and the guns do the talking.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Rolling straight on into our third game of the day. Back to Bay 5, but this time, Sicario taking on Ancestral. Can Zaki, Kiyoshima, Furlex, Luki, and Goes take that rise back to strength? The first goes down as Cynthia. Welcome to Tarkov. Finds herself early out, quicker than early in. Yes, Mars, 1 for 1. It's good shots.
And Furlex found that first one. He gets a second and the third. We talked about him on this SR3M, and he can be an absolute menace. Already finding 3. Now, Ancestral had that pick on Luki. Geistras is eventually going to snuff out the flame that is Furlex as they look to turn this round around.
The thing we're seeing from Maze across the con is the corpse of the body that's been taken out already in the round. Geistras now, although we know it, probably have gathered an information cue from that audio. Yep, 2 into sight. Kafenas already trying to put some pressure down onto this plant. Goes, calls for the hold. Kafenas not going to be pressured by Zaki. He's going to find that the plant does not go down. That is a huge pick off of Kafenas. Kiyoshima has to cover off from Connector in the same time. Kafenas in a 1v2.
Yoshima healing up just a little bit here. That device is down, but not planted. Now Zaki going to make his way over there to scoop it on up. And so that audio cue comes out for Confinas. He's got to be careful of the one tucked into Connector. Kiyoshima plays it nicely. And Sicario will take round number 1.
That is exactly what I'm looking for from the Sicario squad. It is been a long time since we have seen a refreshing, well-played, calm hold. Nothing too crazy, not trying to overcook it, just Keo into con, Zaki on site with the Enforcer, cover the plant. Nothing too crazy, just commit to the objective. Sicario secure the round in confident fashion. There was zero doubt in my mind that that was going any other way than Sicario once they set up. Well played.
Istrus looks to take control early of this back alley positioning. He's going to spot one on the crossover. Shots just behind, though. They don't connect. The second peek, no good as well. Zaki will shred through him with the Piranha. Yesmus begins to rotate around as well. A nice snap to the dome of Furlex will drop him.
We've not seen Yesmas in a little while, so it's nice to see him back on the field here and rocking the M856A1. That's Kafeinas doing some more work with the flechette he's got loaded into that shotgun. Goes, trades back, 1-for-1 inside of the Silver Office to the corridor towards that A site. Leaves both teams with 3 players alive. Device planted. 50 on the clock as Svedas does manage to find one of those crucial picks for the entry from back alley. Too strong. Cynthia on the actually gets immediately deleted. Never mind.
Ghost will find one of his own. Svedas, though, the last standing member, able to get one more. Unfortunately, can't find that last one. Zaki, great positioning here to solidify another round win. They've been some close rounds here early, but Sicario able to grab both of them so far.
I like the attempt from Ancestral, counter pincer on site, send Cynthia around the outside or around the outside from alley to be able to get that A-plat back alley suffocation from 2 sides, but losing that duel on A-plat then gives Goes the space. He turns, faces off against the 1 versus 2 in back alley and plays the site cover well to be able to juggle and isolate either kill. A great round out of Sicario, again claims them their second, but not for want of trying from Ancestral.
Well, Furlex is going to find Yesmus here again. It's another early pick for Sicario. They met in round 2 of the first Hunt Premier Pinnacle, where it was a 2-0 victory for Sicario. Furlex finding Geistrus again, and Furlex. So much fun to watch on this SR3M.
A little bit of a heavy bleed, the only thing plaguing Felix's life bar right now. Keo finds a pick onto Kafeinas. A couple of Ks there inside of that sentence. Slowly avoiding tripping myself up, but the only thing that's falling over at the moment is the members of Ancestral, as each of these Sicario swords are swinging true and strong. Cynthia last left alive, and I mean, you only got to fear for her because coming around that corner is nightmare fuel as 4 members of Sicario lie in wait.
Yeah, that's a flawless round for Sicario as well. They don't drop a single member in that one, and so a little bit of early struggles here from Ancestral. I mean, those first 2 rounds were pretty close, but Sicario looking like that Sicario squad we're used to seeing here. Everybody fairly even across the kills there as well, and we see them just working together on this attacking side, not getting too overzealous, making really smart decisions, and winning their gun battles.
Good shots out of Luke. He actually find the member in Cynthia just over the top left corner of that parkour box. Very much distraction pressure, though. Sicario 3 strong, create a small line of scrimmage across that B site. Furlex finds the pick onto Svedas, and Zaki through the bus is going to pick off another one in Geistras. Kafeinas looked like he was about to swing through the smoke off the back of that to try and trade for it, but decides against it. I pause for a moment as action looks like it's about to happen and then doesn't. Ancestral choose to play the smoke here. This could work at their advantage. It's a really smart play, actually. Positioning is so tough. Zaki's no idea where he is. Distraction from the back. Goes for one. Zaki for the other. Never mind.
I mean, it was a really good attempt, and unfortunately, hiding in that smoke, they were ready for Zaki. They heard that audio cue, but as it began to dissipate, Goes had Zaki's back and was able to find that one tucked in close. Meanwhile, Zaki getting the one out of far as well, and it goes to kind of reiterate this teamwork that Sicario is showing here today. This is that Sicario squad that we've seen in the past be so dominant. It seems that maybe they found their way yet again. It's maybe a little too early to tell amongst this tournament, but a nice start, and it's great to see them back to their old selves.
I'm not counting them out just yet. There's something we've not been too unfamiliar with seeing recently. A little bit of a Misplaced set of shots there. Find a team kill, knocking down Lukey. Felix then gets taken out after putting one of his teammates in the ground. Ancestral find themselves a small glimmer of hope amongst the first unforced error out of the Sicario squad.
Just not able to connect on that one there as well. Yesmus thought maybe he was going to attempt the jump over shot there as well. Kofinas begins to lurk forward just a bit. We can see Zaki on the other side here as well, and the pressure continues to mount.
Baynas sat in the right position to be able to do something. Yes, Shima is watching him off. That's a really good set of shots out of Keo to stop a defensive push in. Svedas on the other side, though, as members are pushing in from each angle, every possible opportunity. Sicario getting suffocated one after the other after the other. We do find one kill in the backside of it to be able to cancel out one of the kills picked up, but it's now left on Keo. 1 versus 3 with the bomb on site to try and pull this one off. 30 seconds on the clock, it's doable. You know where Cynthia is going to be lurking from.
Yoshima still has a couple mags to work with here as well, but with the way the time is dwindling down, just 18 on the clock. Svedas waiting patiently. We'll find the dome of Kiyoshima, and with that, Ancestral will get on the board. We'll see if they can throw some gas on that fire and roar back in this one.
Is it the beginning of the comeback? Do you remember the ACS hut? Wasn't that long ago. Talk like it was years ago. Talk like it was a couple of months ago. You remember the ACS? Or more importantly, do you remember the familiar first half scoreline? That 4-1 scoreline that started to begin to turning around to a 4-4 split half. I don't know, man.
Anything's possible, man. Anything is possible. That's what I love it here. But Kiyoshima from downtown finding Yesmus earlier. Finds Kofinas as well. And now Zaki on to Geistrus. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. So far, the only round that Sicario has lost is one that started off with a team kill from Verlex. So right back to the stride goes Sicario.
Deep position out of Luke. He's going to be great on timing into the members of Ancestral that are slowly sneaking their way around here. Felix is hiding in the craziest of off angles that you wouldn't expect. Oh, man. Maybe you're right. I find myself after 1 round's worth of confusion and confliction, immediately dissuaded back the other way, Hot. It definitely looks like Sicario have found that strength again.
I mean, Svedas has 4 on the board as Yesmus. Geistrus just a little bit quiet today. I mean, Cynthia really the first showing that we've seen in this competitive sitting. And as you said earlier, well, welcome to Tarkov. And it can be tough out here at times. So we'll see if they can take a deep breath, reset here mentally, look to find 1 kill, 1 round at a time. That's going to be the important thing here for Ancestral. I'd say they need at least 2, but would love to get 3 of these.
Yeah, Cynthia's in a great place again. How many times have we said this so far this game, that an Ancestral member has got themselves set in a great place to be able to spring a trap? But notice, they are in a great place to spring this trap, but it's still weak side. We're 2 versus 3 here. Cynthia has to be good for at least 1 more than her value. Con's already snuck round. Ancestral are letting them get into sight here completely. All eyes shift as both members on site from Sicario are now slowly starting to get trapped in there. Keo up in heaven's going to have to come and try and keep that gap over. Never mind, Felix turns and responds to the one coming in from the back door. Down on site, Felix is going to find himself going not just down to the ground to prone, but also into the coffin. Cynthia puts one into the board and into the score. Smoke up top, maybe the bomb is dangerous as Cynthia nearly manages to pick up the second. Lukey finds Yesmas.
Icefish shifting slowly through mid here. Lukey's going to pick up onto Kofinas as well. It is a 4v2 as Cynthia will shift toward through this smoke, but lurking on the other side here is Kiyoshima. Cynthia put into the dirt once more. Geistrus, the last remaining member here into connector, and has to deal with this smoke as well. The card's certainly stacked against him here.
Geistrus, the last one left alive to save his team in this one. Device has been planted, 40 seconds left on the clock. Too much to do. Keo's already there, strafing the door, waiting to deny access. Sicario find their 6th, and it feels very much like We might be going to another 7-1 half, Hort.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely favors Sicario at this point. Ancestro just struggling a little bit here, but I mean, we all have those tough moments, and I think another one of my favorite things about Ancestro is they have that never say never attitude. They're going to continue to play like they can win regardless of the score until that game is over. So certainly capable of finding this round, maybe looking to make that comeback in that second half. But as we love to say up here in the booth, it's always easier said than done. Geistress finding the first one as Zaki answers back.
That's a good little trade 1-for-1 on the opener, guys. Just finds a great pick. The second comes by. Zaki's already in. The backline's doing all the work he needs to, though. It looked so good until we looked the other side of the map, and then we just see members falling left and right. Yes, Mas. However, shuts Zaki down. That grenade. Okay. Keo kills him before the grenade goes off. That was about to be really cool, but Keo decides to spoil the fun and puts him down with a weapon.
Just a race against himself at that point.
Yep.
They've got the numbers here, though. And again, Cynthia toward this back alley on a jiggle peek, just looking for a little bit of intel, looking for a pixel, but it goes the other way as goes fine. Yes, Miss Lukey on the Cynthia. And you are absolutely right. It is a 7-1 half that favors the Sicario.
8-2 Keo, 8-2 Lukey, 8-5 Furlex, 7-3. Sorry, 8-2 Zaki, 7-3 Lukey, and then 6-3 goes. I mean, it wouldn't matter too much which way the names are, to the point that I'm trying to make. The kills are that close and fairly spread amongst everybody. You could move each of these players up and down the kill feed, and it wouldn't change too much other than where the names were placed at this moment in time. This is crazy. I want to look at this one again as we see. We're going to get to feature that one in the highlights. I'm actually double-checking. I think Kiyoshima threw a smoke down there rather than a lethal, just to get it out of his hand so that he could fight that. So good presence of mind shown from Sicario Hort in the 1v even. Keo knowing that he hasn't got time to put the grenade away. It's quicker to just dump that on the ground and get the gun up, and that ends up being to his favor. So smart decision making's in the process.
Sicario has been historically good at making great decisions throughout gameplay here, and certainly showcasing a lot of that talent here on Bay 5 today. They've got a nice commanding lead at the moment against Ancestro. It's going to be up to Ancestro to dig deep into the pockets and find all the skill. It's going to open up with a beautiful headshot from Geistress. They spot the one toward back alley as well. Shots rain down, but no body in the dirt just yet until now. Saki will be found. Lukey fighting Yesmus.
Just on the inside, Geistress just trying to put a bit of pre-fire down just in case an aggressive reswing comes out from their plat, but this time, not today. Cynthia on timing looks like she might be falling slightly favorably for that in the challenge in mid. No, Lukey puts the pressure down by turning up the pace as Cynthia's about to find good timing. Turns to his favor. Furlex folds one. The final tucked into that rat corner, being collapsed by the TRG. Now, Svedas, the sole soldier standing, stuck inside of that corridor, left trying to fight off versus 3 to be able to pull this one back.
Well, you've seen him hit some crazy jump shots, but he's going to need 3 kills in this one and steps forward. Almost catches him off guard. Unfortunately, no rounds left in the mag, and that could be a drag as he peeks out. Goes. We'll put him down. Sicario to match point very early in this one as we find ourselves sitting at 8-1 at the start of the second half.
8-1. Looking great today is the theme of the conversation right now. Sicario do look good today at 8-1. I know the chat's beaming a little bit at whether you look great every day with that stash that we all know and love so well. You never call anything other than dapper when Hort turns up to the booth, folks, because this man never dresses to unimpress people, that's for sure. Smokes out. Lots of action down mid. Furlex is going to find himself under a lot of assaults. Late. Somehow survives himself. I'm going to suggest that he's found himself a headshot there that he's run away. He's not living. Kafenas has the back of him. Lukey went on to Kafenas' shutdowns. Upon shutdown, Jizmas nearly removes Lucky from his position.
Chin forward, Cynthia. Still stuck on that breadstick at the moment. Trying to put this spear to good use here. Now shifting up through mid. Shots continue to ring out toward the site, though, and it's Yesmus to find Zaki. And we haven't really seen too much of this gun out here. I'm kind of surprised, but Yesmus making it work. The 5-6 A1, the headshot onto Lukey. A teammate picked up another kill in that mix, though, and Ancestral looking to make a final stand.
What's crazy about that too is Yesma sees Kiyoshima coming in from the back alley and just ignores him. There's a call out from the two teammates pushing into sight from their plat, say, we will deal with the guy back alley if you hold off to Ice Cream, and that gives space for Cynthia to tuck into gap and pick up that kill from the middle lane. Good play all around from Ancestral after the first couple of kills. Turn in their favor, finds himself with another point on the board, 8-2, but still, it's another point. And that's how they've got to look at this now, right, Hort? Ancestral 1 round at a time to potentially fight for a shot at overtime.
1 round at a time, and they're going to need 6 of those in a row. And as long as they can get Kafinas or Cynthia to find a kill in the round here, it seems like that has been a little bit of that difference maker. It's that extra kill to allow them to get over the edge and find these round wins. And 8 opening up is a good one, but Lukey answering back with a 2K and a double headshot.
Guy's just about to swing out into mid. Zaki. Well, here's a flavor we've not seen in enough time. The MP7. And we know this is something that he's normally exceptional for, but Kafenas and Svedas together find themselves good kills. Svedas with the bomb on his back is going to slam his way through gap after running over the corpse of the member he just put down in Zaki with that MP7. Svedas, last left alive versus Lukey here. Oh, man. Where does he choose to play from? What is Svedas's choice?
Oh my, I mean, they wasted no time going head-to-head there as well. Svedas coming out on top. And Ancestral now stringing a couple rounds in a row. That important factor that we talked about. Unfortunately for them, they've dug themselves in a little bit of a hole. That doesn't mean they can't climb out of it, though. 2 rounds in a row, and that's a good start.
I like to see that, actually, the positioning of the play choice for mine out of Svedas there. Definitely the best way to look at that one. Can be played a couple of different ways. You play it slow, you sit your angle, you hold, you play towards the discipline, force the diffusing team to have to make the move, or get in the face. The last thing they'd expect. You know, you've put the bomb down, you've got space to be able to create. Instead, we're going to talk about this round as utility's going to be opening us up. Yes, Mas picking up a big piece of work. 2 down as Kafenas then follows up with that grenade into Lukey. Kiyoshima's got 1 back after Kafenas goes down. He goes down 2.
Got the player advantage for the time being here for Ancestral. We can see them on that mini-map beginning to rotate toward the B site. Furlex, though, finding Cynthia, and that's Furlex through mid, who's got great positioning. Knows there's one up top as well. The call-out does come in, and we see that shift now from Sicario.
Furlex found himself a flavor we've seen him on recently. Yesmas down on the ground, up and down, is going to find himself getting nailed by Furlex. You can't repeat that twice with a TRG in his hands. Furlex good for the second on site. Is it going to be the highlight play? Yes, it is. Bang, bang, bang. Down they go.
He says, I may be a menace with the SR3, but don't forget about me on the TRG. It's a killing spree across the board, and Furlex is a menace, putting on a clinic here for us today. A quadra to wrap up the final round. 14, 7, and 4. And your MVP, Sicario, gets it done in dominating fashion.
What a game. Honestly, that's the return to form from Sicario we were hoping for. That is the kind of performance we're expecting to see from this lineup. And this is the kind of form they are going to need to continue down Pinnacle Season 2 if they're going to have any hopes of trying to reclaim the spot that they have been knocked down from by the likes of Panderic and the Outcast.EPA squad on a couple of occasions in recent matches. So more to see in the future from Sicario, but the future and the horizon looks bright at this moment in time. 14-7 out of Furlex, 13-6 out of Lukey is a phenomenal showing from the top 2 fraggers of that team. But honestly, it was an all-round performance. We saw, and I like to see it, I'm going to be honest with you. I know it's probably not intentional for the Sicario fashion for my fave, but I certainly love to see the Zaki MP7. I love to see these quirky little things that made Sicario what made Sicario, okay? It's great to see a little bit of that being thrown back to the folks at home, because the guys in chat love it too. It's nice to be a little bit different so people have something to be able to attest or attribute to how cool you are. Zaki, that MP7 has been long gone for too long, so I'm glad to see it return. And I'm actually really glad to see Sicario put authority down for once. It's good to feel the power again from that sword. Well played to Ancestral, though. Good effort. I'm sorry, Ancestral. We were storytelling through ACS for you. Sicario, they got some work to do. And unfortunately, you were the first step of those hurdles.
Yeah, it's nice. We talked about that undefeated Sicario team that we saw quite some time ago, and it's nice to see them looking similar to that to their former selves. So I think this is a great stepping stone for them. Obviously, a tough game here for Ancestral, but we know that Ancestral also littered with talent. So we haven't heard the last from them just yet. But Sicario, they get a pressure forward here in this bracket. So always nice to stay in that upper bracket when you're able to. But again, a great showing from Sicario, 9-3. You have to be pleasantly pleased with how they performed today if you're on the side of Sicario. So, I mean, this is what we are looking for, right? And the fact that we got to see Furlex break out the snipe right at the end as well. I mean, you reiterate about Zaki, and I think that was why Zaki was one of my favorite players to watch, because he wasn't always running that meta. The MP7, the Ash 12, kind of always changing it up, and it's nice to see Sicario getting back to that Sicario form.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Ancestral had one of the toughest matches that they were going to have straight out of the gate here today into the likes of Sicario. You could argue that the only two other teams that they would have maybe liked not to face against would have been Panderic or that Outcast roster that we mentioned. The three we're going to be looking at for this Pinnacle tournament as favourites to make it towards the latter stages. But like you said earlier on, Hort, thanks to double elimination and best of ones being involved in this, there is a chance for every team to show up here, even maybe to an upset. I mean, hey, we saw it at the back end of that HPL EU season. TFG sat in that fourth spot, didn't make it to ACS after K3 came through with a miraculous upset to steal that place from them and eventually knock them completely out of the running for that. A phenomenal showing from both teams in this first match here, Ancestral and Sicario. But it's Sicario that take the victory home on the day.
That is right. Sicario grabbed the dub, and we're going to watch all these wonderful highlights from that last one as we get the players ready for that next matchup. But it was Furlex having a field day early in this one. But honestly, all of these members from Sicario, we talked about it as the game went on, they were all putting up great kill numbers here throughout Bay 5.
Just honestly, a very strong performance out of Luki here for most of the entry work done. Zaki backed them up on a couple of occasions where we saw the likes of Yesmas, Geistras, or Kafenas in different shades being forced to have to try and shut down some of these great plays that were being made by the Sicario forward members. I mean, this is something that struck me very, very successful for Sicario. They had a lot of aggressive off-angled positioning when their numbers were high that would capitalize and close rounds out very quickly. That was what helped lead to this feeling such a strong performance out of Sicario, is when the round comes to a close, it's very, very rarely one or two left alive. It's normally 3, 4, even sometimes the full body of the squad playing with their live left when they finish the round out. Some good showing from Cynthia on the first outing here in Pinnacle. And the first time in the competitive scene alongside Ancestral lineup. It's always going to be tough when your first match is against one of the top 3 teams in the region. But, I mean, you talk about teaching yourself how to play quickly, Hort. One of the best ways to do that, well, drop yourself in at the deep end, bathe yourself in the fire, and you learn to swim pretty quick.
Yeah, I have to agree. That's the best way to learn, and doing it against such types of talent, putting yourself in this competitive situation, and not being afraid to step out there and get the hands dirty, so to speak. I think it's great to see Cynthia out there. So unfortunately, it didn't go their way here today, but they get that second chance opportunity. So we'll look for a little more from them in days to come. But this next matchup now, EPA, Infernal Soldiers. And, I haven't got to see Snorlax in action for quite some time. So I've got my eye on him here today as well.
I've got my eye on both of these teams in this one. This one's going to be a very, very tough matchup. I actually think the Outcasts.EPA here find themselves up against one of the tougher challenges and one of those bogey matches, right? Hort, Snorlax, shown many a time of a couple of different teams now and have played alongside him myself a lot. Now, I know how good this player is. Snorlax has the potential to pop off at the least expected moment. You won't see it coming. It'll just happen, and then Snorlax will be 12-2. Vessel, Bran, 2 members that we've seen across different teams as well that have consistently put home phenomenal performances above and beyond the people on their team and on the opposite side. Slick, another one to watch out for. A demon in their own rights and somebody that's shown again in multiple occasions that they are able to perform. The one for me, though rocky, not so familiar with, personally, looking to see what that fifth element of the team does to the Infernal Soldiers lineup as to whether they can hold their own against this Outcasts.EPA squad today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a great test for them. We know how talented Outcast APA are, excuse me. So for Infernal Soldiers, you know, it gives them an opportunity to make a statement here across Hunt Premier Pinnacle too. And I mean, Walker, he's got all the nade lineups. We're seeing him come out on the interwebs here as well. Blitzer Girl, Pablo, Nemonas, Fox, they're all equally so talented and dangerous. So very, very excited for this one coming up here as you take a look at the map bans and picks on your screen here. Fort Bay 5, the first two maps to make their way out of this one.
Absolutely. Fort and Bay 5, the Chaos Cathedrals, as we would like to call them, but the close quarters scenarios, gone. Banned, abolished. This time, they're also in agreement Iceberg is not the place to go, and I'm again left saddened to my core that the brand new map is still sitting on the sidelines awaiting some competitive gameplay. Followed Skybridge again, also not the flavor of the quaver for these guys eating a pack of crisps. Instead, we're going to go to the bowl. It's cereal. We're back to breakfast time, where these two teams are going to be clashing off. Are we going to see some marksman gameplay out of the Infernal Soldiers here? We know that the Outcast squad don't have a specific marksman expert, so I don't expect to see any of EPA going on to that TRG. I'm curious as to whether Infernal Soldiers try and match them fire with fire in their comp setup here, or whether they go for a different approach to try and offset some of the strength that the EPA squad will have. I mean, we know they play bowl. If anybody's spent any time looking at Walker's socials recently, you've watched a couple of YouTube videos he's put out about some very, very easy, quick, techie grenades that you can throw across the map to help yourself out when playing from the defending side of bowl. So we know how good these guys are at utility. We don't know how good. Go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go for it.
I would just say one of the few people that could show you a nade lineup in 7 seconds. Short, sweet, and quick.
The one thing I was going to say is you remember how good Snorlax is with his grenades in utility too. My interesting one is, can Snorlax bring his Infernal Soldiers team up to the same level as the Outcasts when it comes to utility here? If they do, I feel like we might have a very, very evenly contested game. I mean, EPA squad is very talented individually. I would hesitate there might not quite be a player on the Infernal Soldiers squad that might rise to the same level that may be potential out of Fox, for example. Other than that, I do think that Infernal Soldiers has those highlight players to be able to do equal damage. Vessel, Bran, I'm going to be really watching out to how this team can work to enable those two players, because I feel like that could be the key to success for Infernal Soldiers here.
Yeah, and I mean, most of the time we see Blitzer Girl is the one that kind of anchors toward that B site. Now, she has kind of been switching between some of the weapons off the AK-12, I think a Spear MCX back to the AK-12. So I'm kind of interested to see what weapon Blitzer Girl is going to be on today. And if Infernal Soldiers tries to take advantage of the fact that she's often on that site alone. Sometimes they have one lingering toward lane there or split to help out. But, you know, obviously I'm sure a lot of these teams have done their homework, but you know, that's something I'm going to be looking for as well. Is that something that they try to exploit? Because even if you try to exploit that, it doesn't matter. Blitzer Girl, triple kills, aces. I mean, certainly capable of anchoring down over there. And it's great to see her team trusting in her to do that. But I think that Bowl has been historically a very strong map for EPA.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen teams move away and from back to maps that they favored throughout the different seasons. Now we've all the way through to 4 seasons for the HPL, 3 ACSs prior to the most recent one, now our 4th ACS in the books, and a new champion. Goes to show that the meta, the teams, the maps, and the favorites for each team and map has changed drastically since the beginning of the competitive scene. We're almost coming about circle. We're almost all the way back round to the beginning again, and they find themselves on Bowl, which we used to say, if you saw an EPA map, I mean, previously as ITB, if you saw them select Bowl, it was, well, teams are going to have to pull off a miracle to be able to really get a dance with the work done here. Very excited to see this next match. Honestly, I want to follow your gamba. I want to go with a spicy one and say maybe we see a bit of an upset here, but I would get myself absolutely buried under the level of abuse I would get for betting against the home team. So I do think this is realistically an Outcast.EPA victory, but I'm actually going to go out on a limb and say this is a 9-7 close game. I reckon this is going to be very close.
I mean, I've been rooting for the underdogs all day. They've had a tough time, but you know, I have to agree. I think because of the fact that we are back on bowl, we've seen EPA play very, very well here, and I haven't got to see as much from Infernal Soldiers, from Snurlax, or some of these players. So I'm looking to really see them prove their point here. Go ahead and brush that dust off their shoulders, because I mean, they're nothing to be scoffed at. We know they have a ton of talent, but they're gonna have to come out and play near flawless today. They want to take it away from EPA.
Yeah, near flawless is right. We say this, short of EPA not showing up. We haven't seen EPA not show up. They're not a team that has a track record of not attending a game. Everybody has an off day, though. I don't know. We talked about something in the air for the first game when you were like, maybe. We've liked being good at being wrong in the booth once in a while. We also like being right, too. There's a chance for both. What we're actually going to get to see, though, is which of the two teams takes it home. We don't get to do any of the guessing for the scoreline because we don't need to. One of these two teams is going to slam it home on bowl for us very shortly. And personally, I think it comes down to measuring three different stats here, Hort, all right? Utility, entry frag impact. Not kills, but what it gains for site pressure. We've seen how hard it has been to take that A site on ball from an attacking side. Even if you wait all the way down to that 45 second to the 1 minute time, and we saw some of the CIS teams using in the ACS, so much to the point where Sicario were forced to an extent in multiple rounds to run out of time to execute because of how hard it is to get onto that site. So I really am curious as to Infernal Soldier's ability to attack A, with how experienced EPA is going to be at defending this.
Yeah, I'm wondering to see, you know, how many of these Walker nade lineups are we going to see? And is Walker going to regret putting all of these lineups online, because are Infernal Soldiers then going to use some of his own lineups against them here today? So you're right. I think Bull, much like we talk about on Skybridge, very util driven, not just from the smokes, but the nades. And then, you know, as you said, entry fragger, whether you're finding that initial pick or just getting out those call outs so that your teammates can step in behind you, find those trades at a bare minimum. You do have to at least get those trades. But yeah, all important factors that I think we'll be keeping our eye on here for Bull.
Also looking at individual performances, I'd like to see each of both teams' members not struggle in these 1v1s, waiting for, you know, something to happen out of their control. We saw Ancestral where they were struggling in the game overall versus Sicario. When they did move to success, it was from their proactivity, from them taking that first step of trying to make a play rather than waiting for the game to come to them. It does feel sometimes that a lot of complaints that you get playing Tarkov, both in a base game and an arena perspective, are normally because, this guy's just sitting and waiting. Well, sometimes you don't realize that you're both kind of doing the same thing. Just because you're moving about doesn't necessarily mean you're actively working towards achieving something. You are just kind of moving about. And we see this a lot at some point in arena towards the mid-late to the sections of the rounds, where teams are looking to jostle for positioning. It's, can we rotate here to try and make this player move so we get line of sight and kill him? It's trying to pull those rotations and making something happen off of those rotations, sometimes which don't produce anything. It's like a game of chess. If you play it correctly, knight to e4, pawn to c3, rook, bishop to h6, and the team matches you, you're not going to get combat. That's where we see these rounds come down to the 30-second mark, even the 15-second mark. Sometimes the bomb's not on site, and it goes to, well, who can team deathmatch the best until the time runs out, or until that bomb gets squeezed down in a plant under the fire. Because normally that's what happens. Your bomb makes it to site, and people are still fighting whilst the device is getting planted, and it's anybody's game. So I'm looking for one team to take it out of that dice roll 50-50 coin flip to make it their game to win.
Yeah, and honestly, I think we've seen some teams have success with holding, especially on that attacking side, even holding on to some of those smokes, holding on to some of that utility. Let the defense drop theirs. You don't have to worry about pressuring onto the site. Allow those smokes to dissipate, and then let yours rain down, covering off those sight lines, making it so that you don't have to push blindly through smokes as well. You've got some nades to clear off site, origin. So there's so many great nade lineups in a map like Bull, and so, you know, you gotta know them, but you gotta hope for a little bit of a luck as well, hoping that they're standing at that specific spot when you're tossing that nade lineup there. But Infernal Soldiers, I mean, they've got a chance to upset EPA here today, and well, we are ready for it. EPA, Infernal Soldiers, this time on Bull.
Really, really excited to see how these two teams line up. We saw a couple of pieces of util being thrown quite early off the gate here, but to no avail. Snurlex running the marksman class here is something I did not expect to say off the rip. That's an interesting one. Curious to see how well he performs on that. I mean, I've played against him using it many a time before. It's the difference playing against the caster as it is against a member of EPA, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. There's one of Walker dropping to the skies.
Yeah, that was the 17-set clip. You walk up to the A, you look up to the sky here, and you drop it right over toward Med. It finds one this time, and it's a good start here for EPA. And we do see Envy stepping in. I think oh no, I thought it was for one brand, but it's going to be someone else. No, Rocky, excuse me. So Envy stepping in here as that sub today. Pablo finding Envy on this one, though, as well. And it's been EPA here early in round one.
Still 45 left on the clock. And with 8 of the 10 members originally starting the round, still up 2. In and out from Fox. Vessel, a little bit of damage taken and damage dealt. Too many members have to deal with now. Walker comes to step in for support. Bran finds the one back onto Walker, but Fox is going to take Bran out in response. Snurlax trying to get a shot in between the fight. Doesn't find it again. Nearly takes the shoulder off of Fox. Nemo looking for the flank.
Great awareness from Snurlex. Knows that the flank could come there, but Fox just doing a great job. He knows he can hang back and kind of force this fight early. Now on that reload, we'll peek out. It's Nemenos that does get credited with the kill here, and an early round win for EPA. They start off on the right foot. They get this first one, but we'll see if they can run away with it as some of these other big-name teams have done, or if Infernal Soldiers will be able to keep it close here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the first grenade there thrown out from Walker's a nice, deep, looping one. Lands just towards the ambulance to pick up a free kill. As that Infernal Soldiers squad starts to move towards the ambulance. And people asked me a question, actually, this week. They were like, should we be sharing these videos because everybody then gets to learn them and you take away a level of surprise? Well, no, because how are you meant to figure out which one of the 200 grenades he knows that he's throwing per round?
Yeah, I mean, this is that one that has been a little bit of a favorite, but I think that's the important part. You mix up when you throw those and where you throw those to keep the enemies guessing. And so I say share them all the way. I want everybody to know these lineups and to have some action. But it is another early pick here from EPA. This time it's Vessel that goes down first. Walker eats a ton of that nade as well, though, and almost finds himself in an early grave.
Another grenade out of Walker there. That one a little bit less long range than the previous one. Nice up high looping grenade to somebody who may be playing tucked towards top med. The Slick currently feeling the brunt of the damage for his squad. Half of that health has also been taken out. Another grenade goes to no avail. Walker also chipped for half the health. Pablo not interested in any of the action towards Jen, taking it nice and deep towards the back section of tower lane. He's going to put some shots down towards Envy. Fox holding close on Jen, not giving his position away too early for that pick there onto Envy as he pushes up to try and contest the tower. Fox, Pablo working well off of each other's information. Slick now pushing up and aggressive towards Shark to try and retake that space.
Walker's going to open up, finding Snurlax here. Brand gets one, but one is all he gets as Fox and Blitzer Girl will combine for 2 more of their own, and EPA will lengthen that lead just a bit here as they go up to 2-0.
Bran at 2-2 so far, the only member of the Infernal Soldiers able to get off the mark. Round number 3. Looking towards anything from the Infernal Soldiers just to be able to get this going. I mean, it's so hard. You've got to ask, really, how much are we expecting from Infernal Soldiers when the Outcasts at EPA squad are playing like this? Oh boy,
you gotta fear so many of these nades from Walker. And again, collecting Vessel. It's another early kill. And again, onto Vessel. They've really been limiting Vessel, and that's a player that we were kind of keeping our eye on. Now, Envy finds this pick onto Fox, who has been hanging out at Jin. They look to pressure forward a bit, but Nemo holding it here. Now you got to deal with Nemo and Walker on this Piranha. They've got that player advantage back.
That's really unfortunate as well. The good timing. They know full well once Vessel's gone down that Osity would be pushing with pressure from Curtin. That Curtin pressure no longer there. They can 2v1 into Envy. A great grenade from Slick's going to turn something back, though. Walker now put down. 3 versus 3. The Infernal Soldiers are starting to find their way into this A site, starting to unlock the recipe for success, pick apart a few members of the Outcast squad to knock them down.
Always tough to get through these smokes. Pablo finding Slick. No, Pablo gets 2 in that spray. Snorlax goes down as well, and Bran finds himself all alone in a 3v1, almost finding Pablo on the other side of things, but it's Blitzer Girl to get Bran here, and EPA continues to put rounds in bunches, but I'd be lying if I said I was surprised.
Yeah, there's good shots there from Bran onto site and then transferring to the member coming around from split, but just not quite able to land those all-important headshots on either shot. If he picks up a headshot on site and then transfers to the headshot split, that goes from being a 3v1 to a 1v1 and definitely workable, but after such great shots out of Pablo for the 2-piece, round gets closed down quickly. Round number 4, Hawk, which way are we going?
Oof. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here. They gotta start putting at least a round on the board here or 2 relatively soon. And now it's early pressure from Walker to find Vessel. Brando, quick to get that trade back, and that's the important thing, finding those trades at a bare minimum.
Walker down. Vessel down. The 2 members that we've been keeping a keen eye on for the whole time. Now here's the chance for Infernal Soldiers to start leveling up with some of that utility success. Slick, we've already seen him slick with it. Not this time around. Tower, Fox, immovable on Jen.
Looks like Slick will look to smoke this off as well. Brand finding this pick onto Nemo to bring it back to a 3v3. Now, there is a long lurking flank that potentially could come into play here from Blitzer Girl. You take a look at that mini-map, and she is very slowly inching her way forward. Slick, though, in a battle now with Fox around Jin, who's been posted up here for the majority of these rounds. And we see him back off just a bit on the side of Slick. A little pre-fire that doesn't connect just yet.
Real talk. Bran out the equation just for a little bit as he actually ends up tanking a headshot to claim that one there. Slick finds a kill onto Fox, but Blitz is already coming from that flank that you were talking about. We were just waiting for shots to ring out. It looked like the Infernal Soldier member actually turned in time to check it, but didn't see her through the edge of the smoke. Pablo on site does great work to be able to pick up his one, and now Slick left in the 1 versus 2 as Pablo just keeps jostling around that site cover. Pablo left and right. We know Pablo's good for the dances. And he's going to claim that last kill. Little one tap to dink the teammate to close it out, as well as Pablo does a dirty.
Oh, Pablo. I mean, everybody right now for EPA, this is what we're used to seeing. They're all doing the job as they're supposed to. Everybody's playing very, very well. And unfortunately for Slick in that last one, it had to get through 2 members, only had 4 rounds left in a single mag to do it as well. So cards certainly stacked against them. It's 4-0 at the moment. Infernal Soldier still looking for that first round. Vessel, unfortunately, at least 2 of these 4 rounds have been taken out early with a nade, and that's something that could also frustrate a player mentally.
Oh, double swing out from Jen as both members of the Outcast squad, and Nemo and Fox, start getting real swifty with it on the aggressive push. 2 for Nemo, 1 for Fox, and 3 members of the Infernal Soldiers are wiped out.
Snorlax beginning to shift forward here. Nemo, though, popping the head of Snorlax. Bran on that peak, knows where he's at. Shots ring out, but not able to find a kill. A little bit more cautious of this flank coming in this time. Pablo, it's the pincer play, and EPA at 5 early.
I'm actually just keeping a keen eye on the chat for my favorite hater. I'm wondering where maybe not girl is come and tell me that I bet on the wrong team again or the wrong scoreline. It seems to be every time I bet against EPA in any way, shape, or form, whether it be a crushing victory to a close victory or whether it's a win or a loss, there's normally somebody in the chat there ready to remind me that I bet my channel points the wrong way the one time back in the day. So not today, it seems. We're being saved from poor guesswork, but we are being delighted to great play. EPA take themselves to a 5-0 start here on Bowl. Defending side favored? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe EPA favorite as well. I mean, we talk about how well they've played on this map historically. So Infernal Soldiers, we knew it was going to be a little bit of a tough battle, but they come prepared. They're looking to show up and showcase some of the skills here. Unfortunately, it just hasn't gotten their way thus far. There's a hailstorm of bullets being thrown in both directions. Vessel gets on the board, but Blitzer Girl finding not one, but two.
Couple of extra medication used there to top up a little bit of that health after the teams come to collide. Brandon Snorlax left alive to champion the round for the Infernal Soldiers. The bomb is tucked up in top apps, but its only sign of escape is to run straight off the wide platform to the right towards A-plat, where the weak side is, if you could consider it a weak side. Weak only considered because the EPA 2 members for that A-site defense are not directly launched on the site as we see it be. Blitzer Girl tucked back ramp. Box on split. And remember, Pixel leaves Nemo towards that A side to pick off Plat.
Brand will find Nemo here. Fox gets back onto Brand, though, and just like that, it's another decisive round win for EPA. We've seen some 7-1 halves today here, but we haven't really seen an 8-0 half just yet. EPA knocking at that door.
It's again, you speak one for Ancestral, you speak the same for Infernal Soldiers here. These two teams being given definitely the tougher ask on the day for their first map in the Pinnacle Elimination Tournament. It's two of the most daunting forces. I mean, Outcast.EPA up there, considered one of the top 3 teams in the region for the longest time now, and showing why, in a similar form as to what we saw from Sicario the round before. No early util this time. Keep a keen eye on the number 2 position out of Blitzer Girl as the flash actually comes out towards the ambulance. Envy going to be concussed, but not blinded in any way, shape, or form. That's going to do him a favor. Oh, brother. Okay. So if any of you have watched YouTube, pay attention to the mini-map. Number 4, Walker, sat on the B site. It'll be up on the generator box, ready to launch a nade towards top med. The second those 2 players get up there. So you see the bomb hovering towards Plat with the number 8 player in Vessel. And they start moving towards cards. Which you give about maybe 10 to 15 seconds. You should see this going off. We've got another flash going over there just to get some movement up on that top metal to confirm position. Infernal Soldiers trying to play this tempo. They're trying to read and bait this grenade out as well. They know this is coming. Good smart play from Infernal Soldiers to stay very clear. Oh, Nemo's got the follow-up as well. This is double grenade. One goes over the top. One goes up to the ambulance. The one over the top doesn't find a home. Now the one up to top med. Doesn't find a home either. Infernal Soldiers survive and Snorlax succeeds. Picks up a great kill on the back of it.
Yeah, that's Blitzer Girl that goes down off of that snipe. Fox will begin to shift away from Jin a bit, and now a very fast rotation coming in from Infernal Soldiers. We're going to see Walker dip back in toward a corner here, and are they going to be suspecting of Walker and this Enforcer? The Saga waiting patiently.
Fox has got one onto Snorlax. Vessel does now, however, trade Fox out. That's good kills. Envirosity comes back with one as well. Walker takes out Brand. Top comes down. A Slick plays the high ground.
Oh, they don't have time. Great job, Nemo, with a thumbs up. And that's great. Probably a great call out from Walker saying, hey, you hang back. I'll delay this plant as long as possible. And we'll see if they can just run out of time here. It works out 7-0 with a chance to get that flawless 8-0 half.
Yeah, about to get very excited about the action when I looked up at the clock at the same time as you and went, oh, hold up, wait a minute, it doesn't matter, it's done for. And you notice the second that call out is made in the voice channel, Nemo just pops himself on the sun lounger all day, cracks out the cocktail and takes a sip and says, Pina colada, see you later. We'll catch you in the next one.
Well, EPA, they just got to close out this round to make it perfect, but Slick and Envy got other plans. It's too early picks this time for Infernal Soldiers as they look to get up on the board.
Yeah, the Infernal Soldiers just evolved a little bit. We'll call them the Molten Marchers now as they just stampede their way through the ambulance, knocking 2 Outcast members down. Oh, the aggressive push for Walker! He's insane! Curtin with a shotgun for 2. Pablo's got the backup for 2 more. And the moment you thought Infernal Soldiers had just found a recipe for success, the captain comes out with Calamity.
Texas Walker Ranger Jr. just walking on the competition here. And Snorlax all alone with a TRG. It's so tough to be able to overcome these 3v1s because of that reload animation. But Blitzer Girl is going to ensure he doesn't even find one. The 7-4 in 0. The shot to the dome will send him home. And just like that, an 8-0 half for EPA.
I'm going to be honest with you, that's probably one of the better MVPs I've seen given at the end of the round. Absolutely is a most valuable performance there as he steps through curtain, down 2, levels immediately, and takes the bomb with info for full control by A-Plat. What a play. And the timing to do it at is crucial for his team. It's not really that impactful on the scoreline. It's not like Infernal Soldiers were 7 and 8 about to pull it to overtime, but it's more important for the sake of this looks very confidently like we could be seeing the first 9-0 Pinnacle.
Oh, Inferno, they got close to getting that first round, but unfortunately no cigar, and Snurlex only one on the board at the moment here, trying to put this TRG to work, but we'll swap off and away from that marksman. Look to see if they can have a little more success. It does appear that this action is going to be lingering toward the A side here for EPA.
Nemo's up onto Jen. Fox about to follow off. That grenade to sight is so close to taking Slick out, but the shots from Nemo that's already round the right side of Jen are connect. Sight down. EPA are already fully into the space here. Envy's got one response out of Pablo to shut him down. 3 versus 4. We steady it down just ever so slightly as the pace slows. Snowlight's coming support. Device planted. 45 on the clock, and all 3 members of Infernal Soldiers CT side of the A site.
This is a nice pick, though, from Vessel. Fox does go down. Blitzer Girl able to answer back, and Snurlex's troubles continue at the moment. Brand. Forward headshot. They've got Pablo tucked onto the site. Blitzer Girl playing very far back. Pablo's going to find Vessel. Walker to find Brand, and, well, you called it. It is the first 9-0 victory, and it does come from EPA.
Wow. It's nothing personal. It's just business. And, brother, that is one way to handle business. I'm not going to lie to you. 10-3 from Pablo. He's not sweating. He is chilling on a scoreline like that. And as we move into the final scorecard, you're going to see a similar performance across the board from the Outcasts or EPA squad. Walker 10-5, Pablo 10-2, Blitzer Girl 7-1, and Fox 9-6. It's not just the kills, it's the lack or the reduced amount of deaths. Not lack of, but the well-performed positioning out of this team that removes the amount of deaths that they've got there. Puts that KD just through the roof. Great play all round and even spread. Honourable performances out of Brown, out of Emberosity, and some good utility out of Slick, but that's a whole other animal in this ball game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough. I think in the first 4 rounds, it was at least 2, maybe 3 nades from Walker that all found Vessel each time. And so just kind of nerfing him off the rip there. And again, it's something that can be frustrating to deal with. It can affect that mental a little bit. You know, you're like, guys, can I play at least 1 round? Can I shoot at least 1 bullet here? But I mean, it just goes to show how much homework EPA has been putting in. And Walker's so gracious enough to share a lot of these nade lineups, fearlessly saying, it doesn't matter if you know them too. I made them. I'm that much better on them. So EPA gets it done in 1 here, but 4 exciting best of 1s done, cracked. We've got 2 more exciting best of 3s before we wrap up our day, though.
Oh, yeah, this is where we start to get down into the real juicy games where there's a decider on the table. The reason why I'm so biased for the best of 3s right now is because it gives me a 66% more chance of seeing Iceberg being played. It's not quite that easy on the stats, of course. If Iceberg gets selected as the decider, that percentage goes into probability, and I ain't about to do all that kind of math. That's way too much complication for this moment in time right now, but all I'm going to say, we might be treated to an Iceberg at some point in the future. Either way, we are going to get 2 best of 3s to close the day out, and these best of 3s are going to help us understand really where all of these teams settle so far. And it's going to give us an idea as to what maps people really like. Because I've seen so far today a couple of confusing equations. Teams going to different maps that I didn't expect, which I think is the pick ban process's fault rather than necessarily the teams changing their mindset. I think that because we have 5 maps now, that pick ban process has changed. And I think teams are able to tailor their pick ban experience a lot better towards what they're aiming for.
Well, I'm certainly excited for the best of 3s. I know in this first one, we're going to have Pandaric Apex taking on the Spartans, and I was pleasantly surprised with how well the Spartans played in their first one against K3. So There is a potential iceberg on the cards here if we can, if we can maybe go the distance, but we're going to have to wait a little while longer for that. Pandaric Apex was looking very, very good here today. I mean, everybody was just dominating on the side of the Pandas there. So the Spartans certainly have a bit of an uphill battle, but I'm pretty sure they're ready for it.
I don't think anybody coming to the table for this kind of a tournament would be considered not ready for it. However, there may be some leaving the tournament that might feel not ready for it. Seen a 9-0 performance out of the Outcast ETA squad is dominant. Nonetheless, we are going to see whether the Pandaric squad can show us some equal dominance in the future. I'm keen. We saw Furlex with a little bit of flair earlier on that Balti, and I'm very interested to see a little bit more of that, because we all know that both of us here in the casting booth love to see some flawless TRG play. But it's not always favoured for the environment, and sometimes the map does dictate that kind of gameplay. And me personally, Hawk, I'm pleased to say that as a shotgun enjoyer, we've been missing a little bit the shotgun today. It's been a bit quiet.
I mean, I flash back to Codex, and I'm going to have to maybe slightly disagree, because that man was a menace with the shotgun. Lorek as well, I think, honestly. So, but yeah, I think because we had players, like Furlex on that SR3M, we almost forgot about it a little bit because he was slaying on that. And then, honestly, picked up the TRG as well and dominated. So as good as he is on the TRG, I think he is just that much more of a monster also on that SR3M. So I wouldn't mind seeing him stick with that. But you got to get through the Pandaric Apex Spartan one here first. And for me, it's, what does Hiding Sheep and crew have up their sleeves on this one? Can they pull out something magical to potentially upset the likes of the Pandas here? Because, I mean, even Crank was playing absolutely lights out here today. I think 10-3, just behind Codex. So, they certainly have a big ask in front of them.
We've been asking this question as a little bit of a joke of where Cacao is for a little while now, but I mean, we're almost getting to the point where Crank is putting in that much of an effort that I guess we're asking at this point, which of the two main roster teams is turning up? Is that where we get to right now? Like, which of these 6 players is going to be the one that's deciding to play for the day? Because, I mean, Crank did put an exceptional performance in. Something we didn't see as much of out of Pandaric was utility success. The grenades weren't as good as what we are used to seeing. Normally that ace couple in his pocket to get some good kills to open up the rounds. It was more down to their weapon work that made them successful in their first game here today. Again, I think this depends upon the opponent, okay? It's completely down to who you're playing against. Teams like the EPA squad, you're going to expect lots of grenades being thrown at crazy timings, and it's going to be a big problem you have to deal with. You look to somebody like maybe Ancestral, where they have grenades in their pocket, but that's not their driving force as to how they take strength. They move into a site, they play aggressively through corridors and angles, and they play with good gun skill to take access. Depends team to team to team.
Well, we won't have to wait terribly too long, but we are going to take a short break to get this next best of 3 ready. But before that break, we've got some wonderful highlights from that next matchup for you. Don't go too far. We got more action when we come back.
I almost thought we were being counted back in by the timer inside of the in-picture cinematic screen. We were getting there before we came back onto screen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Hunt Premier Pinnacle EU Season 2, live on Twitch. And if, folks, you haven't already, don't forget to hit the heart button below the screen here with us. Then that way you can make sure you can join in not just for today's entertainment, but tomorrow's action and all of next weekend's excitement as we conclude and crown ourselves a Season 2 European Pinnacle champion. My name is Cracked Wisdom here, joined in the booth as always by one of the amazing yappers that makes up our casting squad, and that is Hort Sauce. Hort, how's the action been today? Have you enjoyed anyone particularly more than the other, or has anybody maybe surprised you thus far?
The action's been great. I'd say my favorite game was probably that second one of the day, the Spartans versus K3, just probably because it was a little bit of the closer of the games that we've had. But honestly, I've been impressed by a lot of our shining star teams that we're used to dominating. Obviously, they're used, but a 9-0, that's not typically something that we see a lot as well. So best of ones, anything can happen. We know that. Best of threes, now it's a little bit, who can consistently play better for the majority of the time. And so that's what I always look forward to, those best of threes, those best of fives. And I know we've got some best of fives later in weekends to come, along with some familiar faces back in the casting booth that we haven't seen in a while. So I'll be glad to be back in the booth with Bepik here, as well as you will next weekend. So a lot of great things ahead of us. Like Crack said, all the more reason to hit that follow button. Follow us on the socials as well, so you can stay up to date with all the action we got going on.
Yeah, it might just be a return of the few, as we may even be graced with the return of the blue if we're lucky enough about it. But I know, folks, many more mythical occasions on the horizon. We're going to focus and lock in a little bit on the details of what's happening in the present. As titled correctly, it is going to be a gift. We've got the gift of a best of three coming up right now, and it's going to be that Panderic Apex squad taking on the Spartans in a really tough fight here. The map picks are already exciting to me, Horton. That's what we're going to look to start off with. The Spartans are getting rid of 4 straight out the gate. No nonsense inside the portcullis. We're pushing it on to the other 4. Then Panderic have a response with their ban of Bay 5. We're not going for the Chaos in the Colosseum again either. It's going to be long range, and potentially a little bit of ice cold, depending on whether we get all the way down to the decider.
Yeah, I have to say these first 2 map picks favor the Pandas, though, because, they just play so well on both Bull and Skybridge time and time again. It's going to be up to the Spartans to pull off a big upset here. Now, we know they're certainly capable of it. Also a talent littered, or a roster littered with a ton of talent, but the Pandas, they have just been getting better and better as time goes on. Obviously, we saw a minor setback when Crank first stepped in, but it now seems like the team is synergizing just where they need to be. We saw that just outstanding performance from Codex earlier. And so if we see that same team that we saw at the beginning of the day, the Spartans might be in trouble.
I'm going to be looking to a similar level of good discipline out of Gal, which was a shining part of the Spartans' success in their game, alongside some good plays from that shotgun in Lorek, maybe even some strength out of Stripey and Scotty combined, which we saw over on the B site in Bay 5, brought to some of the environments in Bowl and Skybridge. They are longer ranged maps, which means it does change the dynamic of how both of these teams play. We know the Spartans have had a couple of players throughout their iteration of the rosters that have played marksman strength, both comfortably on the likes of Mr. Krabs and others. So I'm curious as to where we see the DMR go, a marksman go, if we see them at all for the Spartans on Bowl, and then the same respective on Skybridge. We know what we're going to see out of the Panderic squad. We're most likely going to have Codex on a shotgun. Most likely that Ace is going to be on a TRG. I'm really keen to see if the Glock comes out again. That Glock 17 was a big smiler for me, and the first one with Panderic. That is not a meme. Like, we have to be very, very clear to the folks at home that maybe are not so familiar with Arena that flesh ammo is a thing right now. It's why the shotgun with Piranha does so well. It's why the Vector with this rip ammo, or the Glock 17 with the rip ammo. It's why anything that could be considered your good flesh ammo in the base game has now found its way into Arena. 100% flesh damage onto limbs, which was previously changed recently, allowing for those weapons to have a bit more strength in fighting the one-tap to the head style weaponry like that of the MCX, the Spear, or the AKs that have been run. So a lot of diversity available in kits right now, and I do not expect it to stay like this for long either. The one thing the competitive arena scene development has shown, Hort, is that meta goes through changes and phases quite quickly too.
I mean, I love seeing the constant meta shifts. So, I mean, I'm all for it. But, you know, we saw Zaki kind of shifting back toward the MP7. We've seen some maybe crazy things coming into play here as well. But I kind of imagine we see what these teams have kind of been sticking to. You talked about those spears, the MCXs, the Saga there as well. But on Bull, especially in the EU regions, not as much in the CIS, but we see a lot more marksmen here as well. And so Bull, we know that Ace probably going to be on a marksman both there and Skybridge as well. For me, I'm looking toward the Spartan side. Are we going to have somebody kind of matching that pace from them as well? Because we saw them on Bay 5 earlier, which is a much more close quarter style map.
Going to be looking at leading frags. It's going to be on the majority of the Infernal Soldiers squad to be able to try and find those crucial picks. Can they find that ace? Can they find Codex before they do too much damage? Can they find the likes of Rapid or Bakizi? Here we go.
Right down into it. Scotty on this spear here as well.
That ace, holding on. PC util in hand, actually looking up to the sky to see if he can send this one over. Lorek holding onto a shotgun as well, trying to put a couple of bullets through the window here. There is the ability to wallbang through window to window if you line the angle up. Very tight angle to hit though. Still that ace holding onto this util at the moment. Lorek looking around to the right hand side, holds to the bottom side of the ramp. Still shots ring out across the courtyard, but nobody taking anything other than a little bit of chip damage so far. Codex and Bakizi, both the bearers of that damage. Still, utility being traded back and forth as smokes go out now. A flash towards generator. Utility towards headshot as smokes from the attacking side cover off that gen and headshot angle. Back we go. Spartans looking now maybe to try and see if there's anything going towards B site as the bomb is held towards A. Rapid pushing out of gen. Aggressively, actually takes a lot of damage for his woes. Crank finds the pick up onto Scotty. Gal holding off, moves away back towards Curtin as Codex. And Bakizi moves up. The captain steps to support that of Codex on the pressure. Bakizi on a tear, goes through for two. Clean, knocking him down. Crank follows up for a second of his own, and there's only one member of the Spartans left alive. It's Stripey, tucked in between a nightmare and a dark place. He finds his way out of the nightmare, but the dark place slowly starts to creep on in. 1 versus 4. 8 seconds left on the clock. There is nothing left to be said for this Spartans attacking round. The time is going to burn out. And that Ace and company are going to have a little tea party around that bomb on the floor. 1-0 to the Panderic squad. Strong performance from Bakizi to close that. 2 kills. After Codex gets himself put through a lot of pain in Curtin.
All right. Well, things on fire, maybe all over here, but the Pandas looking to burn this one down here as they take round 1, but Stripey, I think, was the last standing member. They're able to grab a kill there as well. Stripey had a really great performance in their first game, so something I'll be looking forward here as well. We talked about how nobody was really safe on the other side of Gal's crosshairs as well, but Bakizi, some nade lineups of their own here, looking to come into play. That ace on that marksman rifle again, but I was wondering if we would see anybody on a marksman from Spartans. It does not appear to be the case here. Lorak often dominating on this enforcer, and we tend to see him kind of playing toward this gen side. A lot of pressure toward A at the moment. We do see Scotty hanging very, very far back here for the Spartans.
Slow pace of the game. Almost being outlined by the sound of that Balti. Resplendent to the heartbeat of the Spartans as it's trying to work its way into knocking them over one after the other. That ace. Still playing extremely deep in tower. This is an interesting setup from the defensive side from Panderic on their default. Shows that they have a different setup for different teams. Not normally seeing 3 players towards that strength cover off tower pressure, but this time around they're doubling down. Bakizi's starting to work his way out towards a hop-up position. The box no longer there, gives you a bit more space to move around, but that ace comes around with a Glock. One from Rapid to back him up. The 2 members from Generator take space forward, pushing. Bakizi for 2 again, and Codex closes it out. Blink and you'll miss it. What is going on? The captain has come alive today, Hawk. The McEasy cookbook. He's writing a new chapter.
Oh, writing a new chapter so far, up by 2 here. That ace, everybody putting some kills on the board, but it was Bikizi. We talked about it in that first map. Only had 5 kills, but had 12 assists or maybe more, something like that. So has always been very, very involved in the squad, but not this time. He's out on top, 4-0 already just through 2 rounds.
Aggressive push on 3 members from the Spartans, looking to try and get in towards A Plat and the ambulance again. See that rotation out of Lorek, just running to make audio at Curtain and cards to try and pull out some utility, maybe get a couple of grenades thrown their way. Nothing as such just yet. Naden hand Lorek looking to try and maybe pick up Generator. Oh, position change. Call out says that Blitz more important, and you can see that the Spartans, they're not wanting to waste this util too early, actually. They want to make sure that they really do find a kill with this. But Kesey goes down. It's going to be Lorek dropping that grenade onto him. That's a great pickup there.
Stole that one maybe from Bikizi's cookbook. You see him shifting toward that Gen side again. A lot of this action toward the A site now. Panderic, Scotty again kind of dancing around. It's Crank that comes away the winner of this battle, though. Gao answers back. Codex goes down, and Rapid on return fire will find Gao to bring it to a 3v3. Laura catches Rapid going prone, though, and with that, they'll be able to pressure onto the site.
Shots out, the shotgun starts to scream its way through its adversary. One from Lorek only finds himself watching a teammate being taken down. Crank for the response onto Stripey. It's just Crank left alive in a 1 versus 2, and the Spartans found themselves a position of advantage. 15 on the clock. Spartans have to plant. Cover off, and Lorek does manage to make it work. Yes. Let's go.
That Enforcer, baby. The Saiga, it's here. From Lorak to Codex, it doesn't matter. They'll get their first round on the board. And, I mean, it's a great job, right? We always worry about some of these teams starting to run away with these games early. It's important to keep it close early to try and weather that storm and then come out the victor on the other side. So far, the Spartans able to do that through the first 3.
I mean, Bakisi 4-1, Crank 4-2. Lorek now 4-2 with the full 4-piece in that round, by the way, as well. On the donut before he'd gotten into the round. Good kills, but this is something we speak about a lot, Hawk. That shotgun, to see the most success, it really does. Love seeing you feed into that aggressive playstyle.
Love that aggressive action here, Lorek. Again, most of this action continues to happen over here. Scotty, unfortunately, has been trying to get some type of leeway toward that B site, but Crank just has not allowed it, and we're used to seeing Cacao anchor it down over there. Crank 5-2. We talked about how well Crank has been playing today, and it just goes to show that not just in game 1, he's going to continuously do it here so far.
Hiding Sheep just playing patient. Trying to hold himself. Cover off of that flank. As we can see on the minimap, Panderic have not moved aggressively out of that B site. Do have a rotating member coming off of the site location to try and work their way out. Stripey finds a kill onto Rapid.
Dancing around here. More shots. Codex on the hip fire. It's Gao to find the first. Codex now Gao back for a second here as well. They've got the numbers once more, and it's an opportunity for the Spartans to tie things up here.
This is what we were looking for. This is the kind of play we were talking about. Can Gal get in there and make the difference? Doesn't get just one, gets both, gets site access, now tucks himself away from the Balti. That ace just catches the crown of the helmet, but not at the right timing. Gal finds one onto Crank for the 3rd. And now that ace is left in a scenario we know very familiar with him being able to succeed from, but not with Stripey the Dolphin on the field.
And just like that, they tie it up yet again. And I love seeing teams be able to compete with some of these top tier teams. Again, it just kind of goes to show how far a lot of these players have come amongst their own teams in their own right here. But 4 for Lorak, Gao both. Couple donuts on the board, but it doesn't matter. The Spartans have been able to do what they need to do to find these 2 rounds. We'll see if they can take the lead away from the Pandas here in this one.
Ooh, weak side B push. One member of the Panderic squad now when they adjust. The Spartans attack that site. How quickly can Spartans understand this aggression? Crank hits Lorek with a dirty one on the retreat as Hiding Sheep does manage to pick up one rapid. Player apiece. Gal takes out the teammate and Scotty with an unfortunate one.
Casey's going to find that one onto Gal, though. Now it's all down to Sheep and Stripey. Pandas have the luxury of kind of just hanging out on a 2-2 split here. Numbers will be in their favor. We can see that device in Stripey's hands back there, just looking for a little peek over the top. But Codex right now just doing a great job of being patient.
Hiding Sheep working his way towards Generator here. There's 2 people to be able to cover this off. Sheep might be finding himself caught in a trap. He does go down as Codex is the one to find the kill. It's just Stripey. Left in a 1 versus 4. See that ace with the Glock out. A couple of shots left and right, and it's going to be that ace with the Glock that finishes it off. This thing is so cool, man. That little pocket pistol is going to rinse you. Oh, brother.
Yeah, I'm going to have to try it out now. Like, literally, as soon as this broadcast is over, you could probably find me in arena doing the same thing.
Last hero beware. Glock 17s everywhere. Coming for you soon with rip ammo, guaranteed. Takes me back, actually. It does remind you of an old class back when the classes were a thing. There used to be a class on the scout tree that had a Glock 17 that people used to run way, way back in the day because it was very good for leveling up the tree.
A long time ago, it feels like. The day of the trees.
Oh, man. Custom presets now in the game. We're going to see 2 of those custom presets clashing. A shotgun versus shotgun. It's going to be Lorek that wins. In fact, actually, Crank not on a shotgun right now. Currently on the assault class and that spear. He just looks beefy because those assault classes can sometimes confuse you. Better return trade shots out of Bakizi into Scotty, though, closes off his adversary. Now, Lorek and Bakizi, champion versus champion, fight off. But Lorek's just a distraction. Gal making amends for the mistake in the round before, finding a good kill, gets the bomb on site. Hiding Sheep picks off Codex. Now it's looking good for the Spartans, 3 versus 2.
Ooh, and then you hear the TRG ring out, and all you got to do is look up into the top right to see that ace's name collecting another victim on the other side of that crosshair. Lorak, Hiding Sheep, they begin to shift the other direction here. That bomb, that device down in an awkward spot on B. It does look like Lorak is going to be able to collect it here, though. Trying to peek out, maybe see if he can find a pick of his own. But again, we will see that ace just kind of hunker down. Not a lot of life to deal with here.
Hiding Sheep in a tough spot, though. Rapid from Split has got about deep angle over towards B plat. He's going to kill the first. And now just about getting offside is Lorek. He's going to immediately re-challenge aggressively with that shotgun. Like to see the attempt, but that ace is going to nail that every day of the week. You can't re-swing on timing into this kind of a demon.
It was close. It was close, and certainly not for lack of trying, but the Pandas getting it done yet again. That ace standing tall in that one. A nice 2-piece for them as they go to 4-2, and with that, the Pandas will double the lead here on Bowl. A nice 4-2 lead for them on that defensive side. We'll see if the Spartans can reel it back once more. So far, it's kind of been a 2-2 swing of things.
Definitely has been a back and forth in the game. One of the closer games that we've seen so far, which is we very much delighted to see. Don't forget, folks, this is a best of 3, so this is the first of 3 maps too. This one's simply for the lead, the advantage on the scoreboard. 4-2, Panderic have a better score on the board for their defending half so far, but the Spartans have left themselves within reach of being able to close out an even half.
Early nades hitting, but no real damage done just yet. Sheep on this spear here as well, and Rapid's just going to tuck into the corner here, be patient for the time being, see exactly how this play unfolds. There was 2 onto that B site, but we see Bakizi now beginning to rotate back toward the A site here.
The bomb rotating into med short and actually tucking itself all the way back. See the Spartans trying to play for a pick. Pandas maybe getting a little bit nervous, pushing out over aggressively. We don't see the Panderic squad lacking in discipline when it comes to holding defensive spots often. The Spartans really going to have to work this if they're going to be able to find a gap. Gal and Rapid trade shots back and forth, but it's going to be Rapid that wins it out.
Codex tucked in toward Jin here. Again, you talked about it. Panda's comfortable just hanging out in these defensive positions. Stripey and crew will slowly back off a bit here. They've got some time if they want to work toward that B site, but they're going to have to make a decision relatively soon here because there's only 28 seconds on the clock.
See the defending squad in Panderic now starting to back off a little bit from the A site, recognizing this rotation might be coming in. 3 members strong. Blast towards split. Codex picks up Lorex, trying to find the rotation matching that on the backside, but the time's already ticking out. 6 left on the clock, and the job is already done. Kills fill up in the kill feed, plaid stripes, and then bleeding blue, but Panderic had already done the damage. Bomb down. Another point on the board.
And now they start to lengthen and strengthen that gap just a little bit here. Now 3 rounds separate these two teams. And for the Spartans, they're just looking to close out this half of the round when kind of regain some of that momentum as they get ready to swap sides.
Late position out of spawn. Yeah. Keep an eye on Bakizi towards that box that just comes out of CT. I think they're maybe lining up for something aggressively onto site with some util here. Maybe not. Scotty's going to get himself off the mark. That's the first kill on the board for Scotty after a quiet game so far, but Bakizi immediately shuts him down.
I got a little bit of an early rotation for Pandas for just a moment, but we do see Rapid immediately going back to the A site here. Bakizi has shifted forward just to make sure nothing's coming toward this B site yet, and we will see him now rotate back through split as well. That ace, a nice snipe onto Gal, and for the Spartans, they're struggling to just pressure onto the site here. You take a look at the numbers on the minimap too, and Panda very far forward on this site.
We can see how they've stacked up as 3 members all tucked into various different corners together. Now, Bakizi, although he's divided off of this site by split, he's still in close proximity. Shots out from Stripey as he has to try and pre-fire through the smoke. That's going to encourage a re-swing and an aggressive peek out of Rapid. That ace finds the Lorek. Never mind. We're not even going to go through each individual kill because they're all coming through at the same time. Panderic just absolutely obliterate what's left of the Spartans' attack.
Yeah, it kind of shows, goes to show how well they are good at, or how good they are at holding these defensive positions that you were talking about. They can all trust in each other as the opposing team swings. They all find their kills in quick succession, milliseconds separating all 3 there as the Pandas. It was a close game to start. I mean, we saw it tied up 2-2 at one point, but they were able to power forward here as we get set to swap sides, and all that weight, all that pressure now going to be on the shoulders of the Spartans here.
6-2 is a good half for the Panderic squad. That is the kind of score you look to see yourself at when you close out your first half with the best chances of success. The Spartans on the defending side now, though, give themselves a better chance to be able to pull some of those rounds back, like you said. It has to start now, though. That all-important 7th round that puts you 1 away from map point, the danger zone that you do not want to see the opponent at. Before you're within reaching distance, the Spartans need to get themselves 3 on the board realistically before dropping 1 here.
They have put a couple toward the B site this time, a 2-1-2 split here for the Pandas, so already maybe looking to keep the Spartans guessing. Scotty, I think, heard some of this cue. We can see one just up top on the other side of the device to jump over, but Scotty, the flick of the wrist, will find Rapid. The device goes down, and Crank will find Scotty on return fire.
Immediately, Panderic split as well. 2 towards Ambulance, looking for pressure. The bomb hovering at the nose. Crank now out into the 90. And he gets shot sent towards him from the back of B-plat. Hide and Cheat playing a very deep reserved spot to try and keep B pressure.
Lorek's going to find that ace. That's a nice early pickup here. That ace also has been on a tear, currently sitting at 7-3. The Spartans, the numbers advantage at the moment. Lorek trying to bait out some of this pre-fire. The run there as well, and they continue to duke it out in the face of the competition. It's Lorek that comes out on top this time.
Lots of quick moves. That's the youthful exuberance there coming to the floor. Good shots out of Hiding Sheep. We're going to annihilate the last two, actually. There's a little bit of an explosion out of Sheep that we haven't seen in a while. Wakey, wakey. Sheep's here. He ain't hiding no more.
It was a nasty little spray transfer for that second shot, and Sheep
Yes, sir.
looking to rekindle that flame a little bit here for the squad. That's that single spark that we often talk about that could ignite that spectral fire here for the Spartans. Now, last time it happened, Pandas immediately shut it down in the following round. The Spartans can't afford to let that happen here. They have to continue to build off of this momentum.
2-3 split. Panderic go heavy towards the B side. Interesting that Ace and Bikisi have been the ones tasked with A pressure. Good shots out of Codex as Scotty steps into top apps a little bit too soon.
Codex gonna crab walk forward here slowly but surely. You see Spartans have tucked two toward the B site, but they're playing very far back here, and there's a chance for them to pressure on the site. Nobody kind of watching from mid as well, but we are seeing that bomb begin to shift back toward A plat here as well. Spartans have two tucked on this side as well.
On board with Rapid, a little bit of smoke action going out. Crank's going to find a kill onto Gal. They get shots from A plat towards Jen, going to clear out that position. Oh, okay. Oh, good night to Lorek. Codex finds a great set of shots down to Hiding Sheep as well, and this is looking like it's very, very familiar. Panderic closing out a flawless round after Codex picks himself up a nice three-piece.
There's that Codex that we're used to seeing crank up on top right now, 10-7. But again, anytime you hear that TRG shot ring out, there's about a 98% chance you could go ahead and look up into the top right corner and see who that ace killed. So unfortunately, it was Lorek on the receiving end that time. And the Pandas, they put a stop to that momentum that the Spartans were trying to gain here. They've got an opportunity to go to match point very early and close this first map out decisively.
Best of three, the best way to start off is without a slug in the first. Speaking of slugging it out, Lorek's going to try and duel for space. Gal finds one. Codex takes out a teammate. That ace is going to respond, though, with those all-important grenades we spoke about. Spartans up 4-3. The bomb is still coming through towards Jen with authority. The Panderic squad not intimidated by the lacking numbers.
You just got to be careful of Lorek here, though. In a good spot. Teetering on the brink, on the edge of this smoke. Here's the audio cue of Crank up above here as well. Call comes out from Stripey, who does step forward, but not quite quick enough to find it. Crank does pick up the kill on the Lorek, and now Scotty will find this one on to Crank. A bit of back and forth to keep them in this player advantage.
That ace going to step to the left-hand side. Not quickly enough as Stripey finds good shots. Left-hand beak versus that right-hand advantage there. Maybe working slightly against that of the TRG. Bikisi still trying to juggle for space, and we've seen the captain pull off more than enough of his 1 versus 3s. But has he got the space to do it in?
Oh, Hiding Sheep has had some really nice shots here recently in these last few rounds. Maybe a little bit of a slow start for Sheep, but they have found their way. 6-7 now, and they begin to cut that lead in half once more, bringing in their score up to 4. But as always, I mean, we say it time and time again, you got to be able to put rounds in bunches. You can't just settle for one round at a time if you want to come out the victor here. So another important round for the Spartans. They have to continue to put rounds on the board and not allow Panderic to get to match point so soon.
And nice little look at the weapon in the hands of that ace there. For those at home, maybe not had the chance to have a look at the bolty that does all the damage. Shots out early from Crank, actually going to find that. Scotty Hiding Sheep for the response. 1 for 1 as Codex deletes Yellow Van out of position. Hiding Sheep's going to go to sleep.
Smoke down lane here. That ace on the Glock yet again. Lorek And it's a leg for leg meta. He says, I don't care about your enforcer. This rip will rip right through you. Rapid, smoke in hand, looking to block off some of these sight lines so that they can pressure onto the site and get this device planted.
That kind of RPM on a Glock 17, you do outpace the shotgun when it comes to TTK. If you get the advantage on the swing stripe, he's going to step out and get a good shot onto Codex. Clears out top apps. Bomb is planted, but Rapid needs to respond quickly. Rapid with insanely good shots as Rapid cleans house. Oh my word.
Rapid. And honestly, that's a name I feel like we always say a ton that we haven't said as much here today, and certainly still doing a great job. It's just everybody has been shining for the Pandas, but what a nasty little two-piece there at the end of that play from Rapid to put them up to match point, double that lead yet again, and make sure they've got 4 opportunities to get a dub here on Bull.
4 rounds with the cushion. In one of the closer matches we've seen so far today, and this is only the first of 3 potential maps that we get to play between these two teams. This one would see Panderic taking the lead 1-0 in the head-to-head of the best of 3. 8-4 the scoreline so far. It goes out towards Gal. A little bit of damage, but doesn't find the kill. Crank trying to duel towards that yellow van position. Again, is going to take out Scotty.
Frank and Scotty have been going at it for the entirety of this map, and it has been mostly Crank. Scotty's gotten 1 or 2, but Gal picking up this kill onto that ace could be the opening pick that they need to look to battle back here, but it does lead us into this 4v4. The Bomb's still trying to decide exactly where they'd like to go.
Hide and Sheep's one onto Crank. Smoke out towards where Hide and Sheep stood on headshots, going to force the push out. Codex finds Gal. Lorek for 1 onto the Keezy. Hide and Sheep onto Codex. Rapid is here to clean up though. He's got 1, 2 left to pick up. Lorek's in the close angle. This is the way for the shotgun's closest one out. Rapid's going to be a really tough spot here. Very hard to win out, and that's going to be the Spartans claiming another one. We got a 5. Gap down to 3.
Down to 3. We always say it, 1 kill, 1 round at a time is what it takes, and that's what the Spartans are trying to do here. They slowly chip away at that lead, trying to get within striking distance, but for Panderic Apex, they've already solidified an overtime for them, so you know, they can kind of get a little bit of weight off their shoulders, continue to do what's been working so well for them here, and they still got 3 opportunities to close this one out, so they don't really have to feel any of that pressure just yet.
And so we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a player disconnected from the map, so whilst we sort that out, you're back with us to have a chat about what's gone on in the game so far. We are currently at an 8-5 scoreline, and with that in hand, this puts Panderic 1 round away from the cusp of success in the first map from the head-to-head in this best of 3. This on Bowl here is going to be a great start, leading them into Skybridge, which sees a similar map meta and strategy coming to the field. That long-range map scenario that plays into the likes of the hands of that ace on the TRG or the AXMC, alongside what we've now seen, which has simply made his class grow into even more strength of this backup pocket rocket. Man, there are so many things I can't, but broken ankles is where I'm at right now, because you hear the thing go off and it's just shredding toes.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, I'm excited to get out there and test it out myself, but that thing does go burr and burr fast. So, we've seen it eliminate Lorak even on the Enforcer class there as well, because as much armor as they do have, there's nothing really protecting those shin guards, those shins out there. So, a great job by Panderic Apex so far, but they still have to get through 1 more round. So we've seen the Spartans start to make a little bit of a comeback. They've gathered a couple rounds in a row, but does this little bit of a timeout then affect that momentum that they were beginning to gain?
I do feel with you there a little bit of empathy for the Spartans. I do feel like the momentum they were generating, because they were generating a little bit of like going force there. It did feel like they were starting to connect a couple of rounds together, maybe to pull this back and really threaten for the overtime. I'm not sure I'm convinced that overtime was bound. I think it would have been very much a valiant charge, but a defiant effort nonetheless, rather than a successful one. I do feel we may have still found ourselves at worst case scenario a 9-7, maybe a 9-6 actually, but it looks good from the Spartans for the long run for me. I'm looking towards the further best of 3 and thinking about this in the perspective I mean, of course, I'm biased for Iceberg. Okay, we'll not forget about that. But more to the point of the actual logic in the situation, Iceberg is a newer map. It's less tested. If we're going to see an upset of some form, which I think we would consider Spartans taking Panderic down in a head-to-head as an upset, I think Iceberg could be one of the places to enable that to happen. Do I think Panderic have slept on Iceberg and that they've not practiced it? No, absolutely not. I expect they've probably got this cooked up just as much as they have any of the other maps. One, they're one of the more experienced teams, so they've already worked on the other maps long enough to be able to dedicate time into one map as the newer one brought into the game. But two, their coaching ethos and how they go about their general gameplay is a very well-rounded approach, and I expect that also would talk to a similar effect of how they've worked on their maps. I reckon they probably can play all 5 maps comfortably, maybe favor themselves on 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, I mean, the Pandas is one of the few teams we've seen play on Iceberg in some of these competitions as well. They even found themselves down at halftime against those friendly guys where they were able to battle back and get the dub. So I'm pretty sure they're confident on Iceberg, but I don't think we're going to get there unless Spartans win Bowl, because if we flash back to how well the Pandas played on Skybridge at the start of the day and Codex on that Enforcer, I don't know. They looked almost perfect earlier. So I think Skybridge is going to be another tough one. Now, we've seen Lorex shine in VIP as well, so there is some strengths there for the Spartans, but you just flash back to how well the Pandas played in that opening match of the day on Skybridge, and it's like, how do you topple a team playing that well on Skybridge?
This is the everlasting question that we're always going to ask ourselves, and I think it doesn't matter what the environment is. I think we're still going to ask ourselves that question, is anybody going to be able to stop that ace? Who is going to deal with Codex, regardless of the environment? And like, the one thing that scares me is VIP, right? VIP is an environment that Codex excels in, the shotgun excels in, but also we've seen him on that spear doing just as much damage with. So Skybridge, I mean, I'm looking to the Spartans Lorek, who had a good game here on Bowl so far when we get to Skybridge, to be able to do a similar amount of effectiveness with his impact versus the likes of maybe even Bakizi, who has today stepped up a drastic amount. Not necessarily more than what we expect from him, but he's been more prevalent in the forefront of the kills rather than having to cement the back parts of the rounds for the clutches. Been able to more focus on being a bit more aggressive himself, which has brought him to new success today when he's been dueling. Love to see that out of the captain from Panderic. I'm looking to more from Gal. Maybe even somebody to try and enable Scotty a little bit, looking at the scorecard, to try and get him just off the mark right now, because it feels like Scotty is struggling with the pressure that's been put onto him by this Panderic lineup.
Yeah, I mean, in that first half, we saw Scotty, the lone member, kind of attacking Crank on that B side, and just unfortunately wasn't winning the majority of those gun battles. So I'd like to see them maybe put him in a situation where he can get a couple kills under his belt, work to build off of that confidence as well. But again, we still got to get through Bowl, so we'll see if the Spartans can send it into overtime, maybe make a comeback. But you look at Skybridge again. We talked about it earlier. Codex, I think, was 19-1 with 3 assists. Crank was 10-3 as well. And so, if they can continue to play like that throughout the day, then they should find themselves on top.
I'm looking to see if the Spartans can upset the boat. If they could potentially pull this back to an overtime here, I'm not even necessarily, I think, from the Spartans' perspective, looking for them to be successful overall. So I don't expect them maybe to take it home in overtime, but just to be able to push it to overtime, to be a little bit defiant against what's been put forward to them by the Pandas so far, would set them really well as a tone to go into Skybridge with. I think that's going to help their mentality to be able to push through some of that aggression that we've seen the Panderic forwards being very, very successful with. I mean, how many times have we called today, even in other matches alone, the likes of Walker stepping through curtain with that shotgun, again Lorek with a similar effectiveness with that shotgun. It's going to come down to which of these two teams, again, like I'm always talking to that first foot forward. I want to see proactive play dominating the team's control over their own fate. So honestly, look to the shotguns, and how many times do we say it? You hear the TRG or you see the TRG, and that's looking to the kill feed. It goes off and you instantly flick top right of your monitor and go, which person hit the ground? Because somebody most likely did.
Yeah, I mean, we know how talented that ace is, and again, Bowl, Skybridge, maps that really play to the strengths of that ace, and he can kind of shift between split and the other lane there. It makes their team so much more viable, I feel like, because we talk about it, a lot of those CIS region teams don't run a marksman class. It's often, the two spears, the two MCXs, and the Saga. It's pretty cookie cutter, and it's something that works very, very well for them. But we see a lot more of the marksman, I think, here in the EU region. And so I typically am a little bit more of a fan of that. We haven't really seen people be able to compete with that ace. We saw Smoke earlier have some very nice shots on the TRG as well. But yeah, I mean, that ace is just so much fun to watch to do it.
I'm looking forward to seeing who can match that pace. I don't think matching the pace is the way to go now, actually, with the Glock as the secondary. I actually think matching pace with the TRG is kind of the trap that it's setting for people to walk into. Does that make sense? Like it's got that bolt time. You should challenge this. Like you should get in its face. And I actually think that the Glock kind of works against that now. You have to maybe work more into a trapping mentality where can we take pressure away from that area of the map? Can we play elsewhere so we don't have to navigate that close, long range of everything just being very favored into the TRG? I mean, it gives a lot of pressure to that ace with his choice of where he wants to play, both attacking and defending side. But it also gives the Spartans almost like a hint. Hey, maybe we don't play this. Maybe we try play this instead. So, I don't know. I mean, they found success when they've taken that ace out. That's what's brought them to the closing rounds in Bowl here. We just need to look to more of that. I don't know how many more times we can really say that one in respect to what more they can ask to succeed. But at the same time, we also have to remind ourselves, folks, we talk from a theoretical perspective, a hypothetical perspective in the casting booth, if you're the fan of X team or X, B team, because we're trying to figure out how they find success. What they do is completely different to that, maybe 9 times out of 10, and sometimes it works even better. So I'm looking to them to create the scenario here, Hor. I'm done playing games, shall we say. I'm done guesstimating what the teams are going to do to get this right. I'm actually going to let them show us what they think is going to create that gap that they need to make. And then we can break it down afterwards and see whether it was the right choice that they made or not.
Yeah, I mean, they just got to find a way to nullify that ace a little bit. And, you talk about it. If you can't pressure him because of that Glock, then util, I think, is also that big important factor, right? If you smoke off those lanes and he can't get that snipe down, make him, be forced to step through or get that early intel. Okay, that ace is sniping from this area. Try to land a nade at the feet and hope you take him out with a grenade. But as we always say, easier said than done. We are ready to get back into it. 8-5, the scoreline. Pandas at match point and looking to close it out as Rapid finds Scotty.
First on the board. We kick it off right where we began. Quiet after action, though, which is a rare one for this. We've seen a very aggressive hit from both sides so far out of the gates for most of the rounds here, but the Spartans seemingly also having a few more issues with what's going on inside of the game. So we're back, folks, but don't stress. We will get you back into the action, and apologies for the delay with the game so far. We shall be clocking in to find out which one of these two teams is able to close out the first map here on Bowl. But before we do so, maybe I wonder if we could sneak on in with the production. No rush to, but maybe have a look at the schedule of the games that we've had for the day, so we can maybe remind the folks of what's gone before and what's to come, whilst we take a moment to fix the current game in hand. For those of you maybe just joining us, firstly, welcome in. Thank you for taking the time to drop by and check out the Escape from Tarkov Arena competitive scene. This is your Hunt Premier channel live on Twitch, partnered up with Battlestate Games, as always, budding partners, right and left-hand shoulders of equal men, whilst we bring to you this time's event, Pinnacle. That's all right, the European Season 2 of the Pinnacle Elimination Cup brings 8 of the best European teams together to clash in a double knockout fashion to try and claim themselves Pinnacle European champion. So far, we've featured 4 best of ones on the day to decide 4 victorious teams and 4 unsuccessful teams. The 4 victorious teams now clashing, obviously 2 apiece per match, in best of 3s and head-to-heads, which we are in the middle of deciding the first of right now. Panderic and the Spartans, both successful from their first outing on the day, find themselves in the first map on Bowl at a scoreline of 8-5, with their sights set on a victory for the Pandas. Spartans fighting back to a close scoreline at this moment, though, Hort, after going down to a very good first half from the Pandas at 6-2.
Yeah, I mean, the Pandas were the champions of the first Hunt Premier Pinnacle season, and maybe looking to be back to back. But they started off our day here today. We got to see the Pandas taking on only 4 frags. Now, it was a 9-1 game scoreline, but honestly, that was one of the few games where the scorelines didn't do it justice. There was 4 or 5 rounds that were very, very close on the side of only 4 frags that didn't go their way, and even one crazy one that we saw the Pandas bring back. But they got the job done, and that's the important part. Matchup number 2, we got to see K3 take on the Spartans. That was another close, fun game to watch where the Spartans did topple K3 9-5 on Bay 5, and so maybe that's why we saw Pandas banning away Bay 5 as well, maybe taking away one of their powerhouse maps. But that Sicario Ancestral game was another one where we got to see Sicario back into that Sicario form that we're used to seeing. A very dominating performance by them. Zaki back on the MP7. Furlex, a monster in that one. Not just on the SR3, but wrapping it up with that triple kill at the end with the TRG.
Beautiful shots. Cinema inside of the courtyard. We haven't gotten to see our portcullis, the favoured background that I'm sat comfortably in on the stage and fort just yet, but may get to see a little bit of that on the horizon. We are, however, teased an iceberg. There is the potential, should the Spartans grab either of these 2 maps and then Panderic take the other, that we find ourselves at a deciding map on Iceberg, which I'm really looking forward to. Don't know how many times I've said it. I'm sure people are sick of hearing me say it at this point. I really want to see some Iceberg. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We've played many of it in the weeks, and I hope everybody's been enjoying their brand new gun paints and Grenadier t-shirts that you all have learned. If you were hopefully grinding away at those tasks that were given throughout the Arena Cup Series 4 that just passed on, we crowned the new champion. It's been the first time in a little while that it's not been Virtus Pro, your Arena Cup Series champions. Now, this time around, we said goodbye to the 2-time, and we crowned a new champion topper. But what we also did was we gave you guys the chance to paint yourselves in that brand new blue and lime green hex grid paint, as well as those cool new t-shirts. So, and I know we said to you guys to get on to us in the socials and send you pictures of all your cool drip. I'd like to take a moment to shout out and thank you all of the people that did, because guess what? Twitter page flooded, inbox flooded. All of you wear some of the most ridiculous clothing I have ever seen, and I am so here for it. It's great. From the boonie hats to the USEC camper patterns to some of the most crazy short t-shirt and gloves with the full tank head drip. I mean, I don't know where you come up with these ideas from. Honestly, maybe you're a Fortnite fanatic and you played with a big bucket from there and you like the aesthetic of a big head and a slim body with swim shorts. Well, y'all delighted us with some expert pictures, and thank you for doing so, because I'm not going to lie to you, I had a great time looking through all the drip.
I feel like the cultist jacket with the new day off shorts has been very popular amongst a lot of people that I've been running across as well on the battlefield. So, but yeah, I mean, I love all the new skins that have been coming out. You take a look at the battle pass and how many free skins are offered in the free battle pass. So it's hard to complain about free stuff, especially when it looks that rad. And luckily for me, I got a late start on my battle pass, so I've been able to use all these extra gold coins and such toward this hardcore wipe. And so, it's been nice. But honestly, I've been having a ton of fun playing Arena. I've really enjoyed that new Hex Grid skin as well. I've been rocking on most of mine, as well as it escapes the name of me, but the ACS white skin that they added for the gun, really like that one as well.
Yeah, actually, do you know what's really funny you say that? The combination on the Scout with the MCX build, the meta build that you use for Arena, in combo with the Hex Grid, and then the ACS white paint as like the underbody for the parts that wrap around it, looks, crispy clean. A big fan myself as well. You add a little bit of a cherry red on a couple of the details in there, you get a little bit techie with it, and you can get this really nice looking weapon. There's some really cool little features in the customization from Escape from Tarkov Arena as a whole. And let's not forget, folks, we've been giving away keys throughout the broadcast already today. And as you know, right, courtesy of Hunt Premier, the hot prize line, it never goes cold. There's always something coming your way, all right? So if you fancy getting your hands on a key and you've maybe not played the game before, all you got to do is be here present to get a hold of one. We've already crowned, I think it was Danny Boy that picked up one earlier on today. I definitely didn't scam a key by accident out of the giveaway myself, which would get re-rolled in the near future as well. So, folks, many ways to get your hands on the game. It's in the Epic Games Store now as well. So if you didn't get to try it during the free weekend, then you missed out. Shame. Remember, eyes on next time. But still able to pick it up at the great cost. So check in, try it out. Maybe see if you could be one of the next arena flavors of the day that could be maybe slaying out on screen for us to yap about. We've seen a couple of new faces from many a teams, especially as we come into Pinnacle, new lineups, and maybe delighted to see some newer ones on the horizon.
Yeah, honestly, it's an even better reason, like Crack said, to make sure you hit that follow button and become part of that notification gang so you don't miss out on all the prizes or those free weekends when they do come into play. But like I said, I've been having a ton of fun with Arena myself, and I've really I know you and some of the other people kind of helped reignite that fire for me. Tossed me a couple builds as well, made my life a little bit easier out there. And honestly, I think I've been having a little bit too much fun, not just with the guns, but maybe with the mouthpiece a little bit too.
I don't know what you're on about. I've definitely not heard you once or twice stand over somebody's body that you've just dumpstered and tell them exactly how much you just dumpstered them. That's I had no idea what you mean. There's definitely not clips of you killing. I think it was one of the pro boys in the scene from the Liga events when they had the downtime, not a couple of months back. But no, it's always a good game when people are having fun and jokes, folks. There's a way to use that VoIP, and if you want a good example of how to get a bit gritty with it, shall we say, but in the right way, tune into a Hort stream and check out Hort when he's slamming on Arena, because there's no mercy. I don't think any souls are spared when Hort's in the arena, but hey, he's equally as modest when you kill him too. If you put him down, he'll hold his hands up to it and he will say, yep, fair play, you rinsed me as well. There's give and take about this. You've got to be able to give as good as you can take. So fair play to you in that one. I still yet have had that shotgun duel back and forth between the two of us to really crown the casting champion, but all in good time, sir. All in good time.
I mean, we talk about it all the time, right? That we're just out here to have fun at the end of the day. And hopefully everybody in chat's having half as much fun as I am, because I absolutely love this kind of stuff, from the players that are playing in the tournament to the people we've got behind the scenes to the wonderful casters to all the wonderful people like you in chat. It really is just a fun, great place to be. So we certainly appreciate you guys showing up, showing out, and keeping it hype and typing in chat for us. But we're working on getting the players loaded back into the lobby here again. Panda's just one away from clutching up this map one here on Bowl. Skybridge, that second map, and well, for Cracked and I, fingers crossed that we'll get to see the tip of that iceberg, but only time will tell.
Honestly, so long as the games are epic and entertaining, I don't mind too much if we don't make it to that third map. I'm just here for some epic games all the way down the line. If they're going to be as epic as we hope they are, we might see a split field. Sometimes a 2-0 on the scoreboard does not tell the true story of the tale as to how close the matches were. So we may get blessed, we may not with that third map. Either way, we're going to get to find out. And that's why you stay locked in the seats in the Coliseum, ready for all of that action. Don't forget to make sure you double check the safety on that seatbelt, because Whiplash might just be coming back your way very soon. Blink and you'll miss it has been the theme of too many rounds in competitive arena all the way up until this point in our limited experience so far. So we'll pre-warn you in advance. Don't take your eyes off the screen, because you never know when it's going to fill up with blue, red, or both names back to back as members fall over like dominoes or pins in a bowling alley.
Well, Cracked, is there a gun that you would like to see make its way into the meta? I mean, we talk about, obviously we like the Shotties, the Saigas, we've all used those before. That we see a ton of the Spears, the MCXs. Is there a weapon that really just isn't quite there yet that we would like to see maybe tuned up a little bit, or maybe become the meta here in the near future? Or a weapon that you enjoy maybe?
Ooh, now you ask a question. There's two perspectives to this. I have two, actually, funnily enough. So the MDR, the 762 MDR, has taken such a sleeper hit from the recoil changes and stuff. That's one, honestly, for me that I really have missed for the longest while, but a lot of people were bored of how long that 762 MDR was so good for in base game that I think there might be a few out there that would maybe disagree with me. Nonetheless, weapons aside, we are going to crack straight back on into the action, to crack straight back on into the topic. Don't worry, folks, debate aside, we're going to get to talk about that topic. So, 762 MDR, all right? If there's any base game players in chat, folks, I want you guys to shout out now and let us know, let yourselves be heard, because I know there was a period of time where it was very strong in base game, and I know there was a period of time in Arena where it came to favor. It was a very powerful weapon, 7.62 as an ammo caliber, just doing a good job, but at the moment it currently falls under the same bracket that some of the DMRs do. M80 is around, doesn't feel as consistent when it performs as some of the other platforms and calibers, and therefore it's stepped away from a lot. That then combined with the fact that the MDR itself, the 7.62 variant's recoil has gone through the roof, being able to control that thing on anything other than the tap burst is nigh on impossible now. And with Arena's team time to kill needing to be so short, the MDR has just fallen massively by the wayside. So I'm very sad to see that one go. I would love to see the return of that.
I want to see 10 Glocks out there at this point. Just some pistol rounds. I want to see the Rish 12, the dirty hairy handgun out there, you know, and it's just a little mix up. But yeah, I mean, you know, unfortunately, one of these players needs to get loaded back in before we wrap up Bowl here. But teetering on the edge of victory are the Pandas here. They only need one more round, but the Spartans, again, they were making a little bit of a leeway. They had a couple rounds in a row. They were starting to make that comeback, and that was something that we were thinking about. You know, does this little break kind of slow down that momentum that they were beginning to build?
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to say. At this point in time, I feel like players will have reached the moment where you fall out of the game and it maybe is affecting your momentum, but then it's been that far gone since they've been in the game at this point in time. Now they've probably settled past that and allowed the adrenaline to fall off a little bit. It's more about how each team manages that conversation, right? If you're sat there in the chat with your teammates in between the pauses, you want to be sitting, keeping that conversation flowing directly if you can, and if it's good for the mental, you want to keep talking about the game. How are we going to approach this next? What is it that's catching us off guard? How do we need to play better into certain reactions? What is it that we're missing on rotation? Where have we got gaps in the gameplay? Like, all of these single individual pointers could be the conversation that makes the difference in the overall performance. And that then could be the game breaker for the team as a whole. So it's looking to adjustments, I think, from both teams, and it's looking to make sure that that mentality is kept in the right place. It's very hard to keep locked in when you are like getting yourself ready to go back in, you come back out for a bit. You get yourself ready to go back in, and then you come back out for a bit. It's about managing that well as a team as a whole.
Well, I guess while we have a little bit of extra time, we could even maybe touch base on that next matchup as well. We got EPA taking on Sicario, or Outcast EPA taking on Sicario here in our next best of three. And these are two teams that have kind of gone back and forth here in recent times. Now, I think it was in that lower bracket final that Sicario was able to beat out EPA to get into the grand finals for that first Hunt Premier Pinnacle. So a little bit of a rematch of that there. And honestly, I'm very excited for it. Now, we did see Sicario playing very, very well today. And so I think that next matchup also is going to be a very good, very close match.
I think a lot of people at home are going to have their eyes on that next matchup to help understand where we roughly are with the tournament as a whole going into tomorrow's matches and then into the next weekend as well. A lot of questions have been asked of what type of Sicario is going to turn up, how much further are Panderic going to be able to extend their lead in the scene as to how dominant they've looked recently. Are Outcast.EPA going to be able to close the gap? Or one of the newcomers, your Ancestrals, your K3, the Infernal Soldiers, the Spartans, are they going to be able to start a streak towards the top of the charts for a road of dominance of their own? We get to decide this all based off of their gameplay, and the one thing that really comes towards me as like the key watching factor is which one of these newer teams starts to take pace first. We saw Ancestral start off with it inside of ACS to begin with, but it wasn't them that completed the full streak. It was actually Panderic that rose and then found their way all the way through a lower bracket push that impressed us. Flip side to it now, we've got a couple of teams showing different forms of strength. And as we do get back into this game, we're going to get to decide which one of the two here takes it home. The Old Guard in Panderic or the Spartans.
All right, one more time, back to Bowl we go. 8-5 is that scoreline. A friendly reminder that the Pandas only need one more to get this victory here. The Spartans needing 3 just to push it into overtime. It's an early date from Hiding Sheep that finds a double. Rapid and Codex go down. The Spartans open it up nicely, but Wikizi is able to answer back with a pick on the Sheep.
You want to talk about way to remind yourself of where to pick up from where you'd left off. despite the intermission, a double kill on the grenade is a great way to open it up. Still one also falling back in the way of the Panderic squad. Work to do, though.
Look how much space Lorak has taken over here from the A site as well. And so just kind of can be patient here, because if they opt to rotate around, he might be able to catch them off guard. We see Bikizi already shifting that way. There is one coming through spawn here as well. And it looks like Crank just kind of maybe looking to make some noise and keep the rest of the members of the Spartans posted up at B.
3 along that lane towards Yellow Van as well from the Spartans, looking for pressure maybe if somebody comes around. But we see that the Bomb and its teammate are actually moving towards A plat. That Ace starting to rotate back towards the nose to try and transfer a little bit of that pressure forward. Top apps, Crank looking for an access point. Spots one out towards Useless. Good shots from Crank, actually cover off the ramp. That's a disgusting little set of shots.
I mean, Crank has just had Scotty's number almost all day. Bikizi's going to find Stripey here as well, and all of a sudden that number advantage swings into the favor of the Pandas. Gao knows the plant's going down, the peak, the pop, the shot, and Crank goes down.
It's a good position out of Gal as well. Immediately goes to the ground to try and keep himself safe. And it saves him from any further aggression. 2 versus 2, 35 on the clock. This would be the real mental breaker for the Spartans if they can get this round home. This would be a great one to take, even if they don't close the game out, just to be able to convert something forward positively to map number 2. That ace.
That's a nice pick from Bikizi, though, and now it makes it that much tougher for the Spartans. Lorak knows where he is, has a nice swing, shots go out, but now that ace just has to buy some time. The jump shots from Lorak don't quite connect, looks to bait out, but now there's not enough time on the clock to even find the defusal. Lorak will find the kill, but the time has expired, and the Pandas have done it. They take Bull in 9-5 fashion.
It was close there. We had about everything they needed to be able to potentially pull that first round back and start off where they'd left off, but it does not happen. It does not go that way. Bikizi finishes himself off with an MVP after the restarts, but some great kills out of the Panderic squad all around, and some back and forth rounds towards the later half of the map sets us up very well for the rest of this best of 3.
Best of 3, Skybridge up next. And I know we're all hoping to see Iceberg, but unfortunately, or fortunately rather, it's going to be up to the Spartans to win this next one here on Skybridge. And again, we flash back to our first match of the day, where Pandas really had one of the best performances we've seen of the day on Skybridge. Codex 19-1, I think it was, with 3 assists. So I would expect to see Codex back on that Enforcer class.
I think so too, actually. I would expect that the Enforcer is probably the way to go for this one. It's VIP. We talk about the fight for VIP time in, time again, because of how much dominance it holds over that A site. The pressure that you need to be able to convert on planting, especially on Skybridge, is super, super relevant. And we talk about it, if you're not able to generate that pressure, how good your B site attack is to counter that. If you're able to do both, that's when you see yourself really favored as maybe a Skybridge favored team, something like that, but not something I'm expecting in this scenario. We've seen both teams play well on Skybridge here in different forms. Obviously, this Spartans lineup with a slightly different iteration. Last time we saw them perform well on Skybridge, but today, earlier even, it didn't look bad from them. Shotgun versus shotgun, Balti on the angles. It's going to be VIP. It's going to be E-Box for me. With the way that Skybridge has now changed and how the map looks, a couple of the angles favor more defending side being able to put pressure down on some of these site access points. So I feel like we might see that ace going a little bit crazy off of E-Box into VIP if Lorek is able to do work with the shotgun.
Yeah, it's crazy you say that, because as good as we talk about that ace being on Bull, I felt like, especially in the last couple months, he's been even that much better on Skybridge. Really, really good on this map. And so that's something I'm going to be looking out for as well. Do the Spartans have a type of answer to slow down that ace? And so you talked about Lorek, certainly has been a menace in VIP as well, but I'm interested to see how that battle plays out with Codex, because Codex was absolutely in charge of VIP today.
not just in charge of VIP. I mean, he was in charge of everywhere he went in the first match.
Yeah,
To remind ourselves of what that guy just looked at the scoreline again and went, okay, I don't know how to break that one down. That's kind of just an all-round slaughter. It's been a Panderic kind of performance. That is really the tone for me, and it's like it's both nice to say it and resplendent of their performances. Like it's a Panderic type of performance. This is what we are getting familiar to know them to being able to do is just dominate when they need to put the foot on the gas. It looked. All right, here's a question for you. Did it look shaky against the Spartans in map 1, or did the Spartans just actually play really well enough to be able to push Panderic? I think actually the latter of the two. I don't think it looked shaky from the Panderic squad at all. I just think the Spartans are really here to play for Pinnacle.
No, I mean, I think 9-5 is still a really good win, right? You know, it's almost double the score. And so I think that the Spartans just had a lot of really good rounds. There was a lot of rounds, though, where they lost Scotty very early to Crank over toward that B side on the attacking side. And so it felt like they were kind of always playing at a player disadvantage. And so that's not something that you want to find yourself in a situation in against the Pandas, you know, if you don't have to be. But the Spartans have a ton of talent. I think they played very well on Bull. Obviously, there were some hiccups throughout the match and the disconnect there, all things that kind of could have come into play a little bit. We don't really truly know. And so I think if they are going to bounce back, Skybridge is a great way for them to make that statement here. And even if they do fall a little bit short, I'd love to see, you know, like a 9-7 or something that is very, very close here from them.
I think it's possible. I can see it being doable. I'm just not sure that the Panderic squad believes in that kind of freedom like you do, if I'm going to be honest. That's my only...
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
well, I'm with you on the optimism side of things. And the casting bench, I'm sat right next to you thinking the Spartans have to look to try and approach this next game with confidence. This has got to be their step to be able to put a dent in Panderic. But I also feel for them in the sense that this is going to be a tough ask even so. Skybridge, I mean... Panderic made Skybridge look a comfortable environment for themselves in the previous Arena Cup series. I mean, ACS4 was Panderic flavoured when it came to Skybridge. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I've got to see something really crazy out of the Spartans at this point in time, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like that Skybridge is kind of the Panda playground at the moment, especially in the EU region as well. But, I think... if you are wanting to make a statement across the league and to do it against a very tough team, now would be that time to do it. But yeah, I mean, I keep thinking back to our first game of the day and how devastating the Pandas looked, from Codex to Crank to the whole squad. And it's just, I think if the Pandas come out with that same type of play style, they very well could win in another, 9-1, 9-3 fashion. But so it really is going to be up to the Spartans here to make something happen. And again, that util going to be a big part of that.
Skybridge's utility changed drastically recently, though. Again, it's going to look at which team has put more effort into the training section. Who's put the hours into being able to craft the better util. We know Hiding Sheep is a big fan of throwing some cool kooky grenades. I mean, we're reminded of the 45-degree angle off the wall on Skybridge towards KFC that did some rather awesome things. That being said, all right, the Spartans, I mean, he's not playing today, but I have a clip of a nade from Chill Dizzle, which I'd like to report. Like, I'm going to be honest, I'd like to put in a grievance to HR about that nade. That nade, man threw a nade off a beanie into the ether and then portaled it out in front of me on top of my head at the bottom of Heaven Stairs. That's all I'm going to say. So Chill Dizzle, you got to chill, bro. Like that's uncalled for, man. That was unnecessary.
I mean, we saw that nasty double nade kill from Hiding Sheep there on Bull, and we flash back to their first game of the day against K3 on Bay 5. He had this crazy nade that he threw toward back alley that took 2 bounces and ended up all the way down back alley to find a pick onto K3 there. So yeah, I think Hiding Sheep has been kind of the shining star when it comes to those nades. Is there anybody else that can also help fill that role? Because obviously the nades are great, but the smokes are going to be equally as important here, whether you're attacking the A or the B site.
Do I think Panderic are going to go B heavy off the rip? Yes. I'd love to see them hit B twice and then move to the A site. Don't know why. Something just tells me that's the kind of flavor of attack we're going to get out of Skybridge from Panderic. I don't... Spartans play very well into VIP. They play good control over A site. They do play to get the bomb on site quite quickly as well, normally. It's going to be hard for Panderic to not play into their... So, Spartans play well when defense teams on Skybridge try to be over-aggressive into playing onto the A site. They like to meet that with aggression of their own, and the timings did used to favour the attacking side going in. Now the map has changed a little bit more. Like I said, it does feel very defending favoured for some of these angles as you approach in the head-to-head. I'm going to be looking to Spartans to work to their normal strength, like make those angles work in their favor. You can wallbang through that blue tarp off the back of elevator through to rat, and that really does swing that fight back the way of the person playing from the attacking side. So here we go. Nonetheless, Panderic straight out the gate are going to stomp straight towards this A site with speed, and I mean real speed. 3 members strong towards the B side from the Spartans does show that they were on a similar line of thinking to what I maybe spoke about in the casting booth, but quick adjustment.
Codex already into VIP. You take a look at the smokes here, and they really got both of these lanes completely smoked off. The plant pressure's on with ease and will go down with ease as well.
Down on floor. Rapid just trying to play the low angle. Headshot box there tucked behind the smoke that we see on screen. Fully covers Rapid's current position. Scotty going to be dancing left and right. There goes the head of one. Gal going to look over the top of the box. And Rapid's got the number of Gal too.
Rapid just barely seeing through that smoke there in that prone position. Now spots the head of one over the top, but it's Crank to find Lorak. The peek from Rapid. Not good initially. Sheep finds one, and that ace with the Glock apparently can't be stopped. He'll get the final one in the mix. The Pandas will take round 1.
2 kills from Rapid were, I mean, the first was good. The second one is just pure muscle memory, right? You know where that angle is. You play from that spot so many times and he hits it as the smoke covers his vision on screen. Just good shots all round. Round number 2, same again, more of the same. You expect Hot?
Yeah, I mean, we see so much of the A side. I'm with you. I like when teams do mix it up a little bit and take some gambles toward the B site, but I feel like the Pandas are confident. They, you know, in their mind, they're the better team here. They've been champions before, and so they're going to continuously to, you know, do what works for them until the Spartans, I think, force them to do something else.
Have to agree with you in the smart perspective on this one. You're absolutely right. Rapid going to return back down to the ground from where he was in the previous round. He's going to find a kill onto Hiding Sheep all the way out in jungle. Smoke goes out. Headshot. Cleared off. Shots through the smoke. As you can see, Rapid just spraying left and right to try and find a pick. Nearly ends up taking Stripey down.
And again, with these smokes, I mean, they're able to pressure on. So aggressive here. They find that plant. Now just 45 seconds to work with. All the members from Panda still standing. And Codex doesn't even have to take this peek if he doesn't want to, but he's feeling confident, and he will find Scotty.
Hear the Balti boom in the background. Gal moves round for 1 for 2. Good shots. That ace has to immediately step to trade him out. Gal shut down, but good for 2. Helps the Spartans back into the round. Codex creeping out in the smoke. Striper nearly finds a shot of his own through the smoke. He does convert. That one's great onto Codex, but Crank from the deep angle also ready to shut him off, and we cannot be forgetting lucky number 17.
3-0. I mean, we talked about it, right? We know how good that ace is on Bull, but it just seems like he's been that much better here on Skybridge in recent times as well. Already starting out at 3-0, and it just goes to show, yeah, Codex could go 19-1, but realistically, so could pretty much any member on this team, and I think that's what makes the Pandas so dangerous.
Here we go, round number 3. On both Hiding Sheep. That looks pretty nice towards the hole, but bounces off of that new piece of scenery brought in just recently. Rapid for 2. Again, Rapid for 2. Stripey is going to shut one down. Good kill onto Rapid, but Codex, again. We spoke about the fight in VIP, Hawk. That one going in the favor of Codex.
He's been a monster here today, and Rapid is the multi-kill master, that ace. The master of the sniper. He's already found one. Looking for a second. We'll have to duck down. Has help from Bikizi, and Panda's playing so well together here. The teamwork makes the dream work, as they say, and the Pandas are shining bright through the first 3.
That ace hasn't died yet. 4 kills, and he's still untouched. I'm starting to wonder whether he's going to become a Glock 17 main. TRG merely going to be the secondary at this point in time.
Yes.
I'm so here for it. I'm so here for
Me
it,
too.
honestly. It's great. It's great to see a refreshing take on the TRG as well.
Oh, beautiful nade from Sheep. Unfortunately, they lose 2 in the mix. Codex, Rapid, both finding picks apiece here, and Rapid will look to gather some resources from that ace.
Shotgun from Codex out of VIP, just trying to put some pressure down, maybe get a bit of space to be able to come out and challenge Headshot, but not being given the room. Stripey plays his position wisely and defensively out towards E-Box, not over-aggressing. Only 2 members of the Spartans left. Very, very tough task.
Looks like one of those smokes might have missed for the Pandas here. A little bit off that lane and up top there, so not as easy to pressure on, but they do find a way to get onto the site. Look to get the plant down. Scotty not able to hit the shots on the jump across, and it's Crank and Rapid. They combine for 2. They're both headshots, and everybody just has great crosshair placement, recoil control, you name it. Everything falling into place here for the Pandas today.
Yeah, this is not a case of who do we need to stop, like which player do we need to isolate on the Panderic squad. It is more a case of just every one of the Spartans needs to bring another gear if it's in the bag. At this moment in time, they're just being massively outpaced player for player. Rapid is on an absolute tear at 7-3 in this match. We spoke about that ace and we spoke about Codex, but I mean, it's double kill, quiet around, another double kill. I say quiet around, he's still got a kill in there. A crazy performance out of Rapid so far. Slower round from both teams out of the opener. That nade towards Rapid is looking pretty good. Doesn't find him.
Spartans have been tucking 2 toward that B site, but they haven't really opted to try a flank just yet. And I wouldn't mind seeing maybe considering that option here at some point in the near future. But right now, Crank has shifted back that way just to keep an eye on it momentarily, because we see how much space Pandas continue to take toward that A site. Again, the device goes down early. That minute plus all of a sudden turns into 50 seconds. And again, that pressure now applied toward the Spartans as that ace will find it with an aid.
The timing is actually just wild. The bomb finishes planting. That ace throws the nade towards E-Box exactly when you would reach out. Bikizi finds pick up to Scotty as the swing comes out at the same time as Hiding Sheep finds one to Bikizi. That ace there with the Glock 17. He's mean, he's keen, and he's tearing up knees like it's the main dish on the menu. Crank has Lorek for his number. Hiding Sheep is going to finally shut down that ace, and he's put himself in a spot to be able to close this one out. 15 left on the clock. He jumps, and then he hits the floor. Crank finishes it off. Panderic take themselves further forward, 5-0.
Solid attempt by Hiding Sheep there. I was loving the shots coming out. Found that triple kill. Almost got the quadra. And I like the jump a shot attempt as well. It looked like that reload animation wasn't quite done yet, though. And so Panderic able to take advantage of that once more. It's a nice 5-0 start for them. And I'm having a little bit of flashbacks from map number 1 of the day.
Panderic again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Really enjoying this A site. That nade towards KFC looks good. Rapids across quickly. The second member waits late from KFC. Panderic do a good job of avoiding the lethal. Oh, man.
Oh, but only for so long, because that ace has got one to answer back, and that's another nade kill from that ace. From the snipes to the Glock to the nades, he does it a little bit of everything here. Gao looking to hold down this VIP. Stripey has found Rapid, and Panderic will shift back just a moment. They give up VIP for the time being, but Spartan's not aware as Scotty finds the headshot onto Bikizi.
Smoke comes out towards E-Box. Defensive smoke sent out in counter towards that gap between Sandwich and Rat. That ace on site as Codex comes with bomb. Set up to be planted. Crank takes Scotty. Crank's good for 2. The swing out of E-Box has to be good for both. Can he get him out of the smoke? The shots, Stripey good for 2. Hide and Sheep finds him, and the Spartans do put one on the board.
They get some footing. Now they just got to look to stand their ground. One is certainly not going to be enough, but Stripey, Hiding Sheep have really come alive, and we'll see if they can rekindle the flame here for the rest of the squad. We talked about how there's been a lot of devastating halves. I mean, we saw an 8-0, a couple 7-1s here today, and the Pandas are looking to do something similar once more. We'll see if the Spartans can make this final stand here in the first half.
Yeah, Stripey's eaten a couple of grenades when trying to counteract the play on site the last couple of rounds. So good to see the confidence hasn't been dissuaded to be there again. This time the swing does come through at the right time. He gets a great 2-piece for the transfer on point. And then good backup from Sheep puts their first on the board. Now early util out as Bakizi is going to walk up into the face of Lore.
Yeah, Rapid finding that pickle into Gao as well. Stripey up top looking for something, but multi-kills from Rapid continue to come in. Codex peeks out from VIP to take Stripey's life. Scotty from downtown, and he finds a 2K all day, but he's going to need a lot more if he wants to close out this round.
Hey, up, third's in. That's the 3-piece. Has he got enough for the bargain bucket? Rapid's already had a little bit of charity donated the way of Scotty in the form of health missing. But he's also sat in the smoke, and the second Scotty takes a step aggressively, I'm gripping the edge of my seat right now. Don't make too much noise, Scotty, because Rapid is just waiting for you to drop the ball. Oh, Rapid.
It's tough. I mean, a 2v1, initially a 5v1, and so Scotty did a great job there. Found 3 nasty shots. We sought to see a nice spray transfer in the mix as well, but we talk about it. A 1v5 clutch is a very rare find in a game like Tarkov Arena, so doesn't go his way this time. The Pandas will continue to strengthen that lead. They're now up to 6.
One more left in the half. Can the Spartans bring it to a similar level as they did in Bowl? Can they bring home a second on the defending side before they move to their attack? Split the half 6-2. You have to think 7-1 is just so tough to be able to come back from.
Yeah, especially against the Pandas. Rapid loves this spot here as well. He's had some success. It looked like they were waiting for him this time. Scotty does take a little bit of damage, but still comes away with his life.
Good to see the adjustment from the Spartans. Rapid been getting a little bit too much free real estate when it comes to being able to fight out of that prone position without much threat and response. This time goes down and comes immediately back up, not being allowed that kind of freedom. Onto site, bomb moves in. Bakizi is very comfortable there with that ace on his back watching out. Second grenade ready to counter the E-box push. Watch the timing on this. Waited well again, the Spartans reading the tempo. Codex has got one. Oh, that ace.
Love it, love it. Oh, but he doesn't get it this time. It's Gal that spots him. Bakizi, Codex combined for 2 as Stripey answers back with a pick of his own, and the health will favor the Spartans here, but it is a 2v2, and Crank, who also has been a menace here today, currently sitting at 7-2, waiting for that cue of the device defusal. Stripey finds Bakizi, and now on a 1v1.
Both dipping, ducking, and diving, but with 10 seconds left on the clock, it's going to come down to being able to get this bomb defused, and that's not going to be the case. Shots left, right, back and forth, and Stripey does manage to get the kill, but he's not going to do it with enough time left on the clock. Panderic close out their half, 7-1.
Yeah, it was looking like he was running over there to try and get that defusal in time. Unfortunately, had pulled out the cheese, and even so, I think was going to be just about a half a second too late on that one. A great job, a Crank, by just playing ring around the rosy there, buying up the time that was needed to solidify that round win. And, well, that's just going to make their second half a little bit easier for them.
It's going to be a very tough ask. Again, you could argue that it was going to be a very tough ask the entire time for either team in this one. But more specifically for the Spartans, not only coming off of a loss in map number 1, but also given the fact that they are considered the weaker of the two teams in this equation, just based off of rankings and seeding. That mentality, however, is going to be thrown to the wayside if they have any hope of trying to bring this one back. We are 7-1 coming into the attacking half from the Spartans. What have they got up their sleeve to be able to pull this one back from the depths?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. you'd like to see him at least gather some rounds and make it close, but you have to feel like the Pandas should be able to close this one out as Codex already finding Lorak here early. And again, Codex has just been a monster on this Enforcer class, especially on Skybridge today.
Codex has taken a fair bit of damage. A bleeding toe as well. Watch that health bar tick down. Rapid also being caught by a grenade's going to swing out into hide and sheep. He's going to get the kill, but Rapid does finally trade him back. Vector on Rapid now to try and use some of that faster fire rate to get through a couple of people a bit quicker than maybe another platformer choice. Gal on the backside. Stripey takes damage from a grenade.
Swing from Bikizi. Shots look decent. There is some damage thrown around, but not able to find that pick as Stripey does get Codex as well now. With this Vector having a little bit more success as Stripey's up to 9. Bikizi continues to duke it out with another member over there. I believe that is Scotty that he's fighting at the moment. Cranking the VIP, though, goes down to Gal.
Watching on the Balti. That ace. Eyes on the prize, just looking for the next target. Mouse button 1 to claim. And playing with the audio and VIP of the Spartans, doing a good job of just trying to keep a little bit of discipline here. Short side of that ace as Gal steps forward, takes the kill. Device is planted. It's all left on Bikizi in a 1v3.
Yeah, for Spartans, I mean, with the plant down, they can just play their game. They can play back, hold these angles, force Bikizi to come in and try to find that defusal. We do see him taking a peek anyway. Maybe looking to find that pick. Gal dangerously low on health. Scotty is missing a little chunk of change there himself. We see one prone on the other side as Bikizi will begin to shift forward, but Scotty will find that pick, and the Spartans will look to slowly climb this mountain.
7-2. It's the first. We talk about steps, one after the other, 1 foot in front of the other. They're not focusing too much on the bigger picture, but still keeping an eye on the prize. The idea here is to just try and put some confidence under the belt. They get a little bit of a footing as to where they can start making some steps of their own to take an advantage on the attacking side. The favor is in their hands, Hort. I would prefer to be at a deficit on the attacking side than the defending side. You get to control what you can do with your fate. It's on the Spartans to make magic happen here.
See Lorak prone this time. That reticle, or the housing rather, almost blocking the vision from Codex. He's able to dip back momentarily. Shots continue to ring out here in VIP, and Codex, he might just be in trouble, but he's hanging on by a thread, and he will dip out to safety here for the time being.
But Cal and Codex have taken a little bit of damage each, a similar amount equally. It's devastating until both Rapid and Gal pick up a kill apiece each. Stripey goes down. Rapid taken out for the trade. Shots from Lorak is also good. The dust settles and the Spartans have themselves a number advantage for the time being.
He's going to find this pick onto Scotty to bring it back to a 3v3. Crank does spot one. Teetering out of VIP. We'll see that smoke begin to come into play, and that's going to make it a little bit easier for them to look to pressure towards site here.
That is, with this Glock, just ruining people. That Enforcer specifically getting melted. Now Hiding Sheep's next on the menu. That's 2 down. Bikizi's going to end up taking him out. And Crank gets the kill onto Gal. Panderic closed the round out 8-2, but that ace is going on a tear with this Glock 17.
It's just so much fun, too, because it's not something that we typically see. And so it just adds an extra little spice of life to the action here. But the Pandas have found a way not only to get to match point, but to get to it with 6 additional rounds to look to close it out here. So we'll see if they can get the job done or if the Spartans can slowly but surely trudge through the trenches, as we like to say. They certainly have an uphill battle, but you can never count them out until it's over.
Rings out. Codex takes a little bit of abuse early. Grenade towards bench. Nobody's there. Codex is going to take out Gal.
Oof. Nade comes in. A dangerous one. Codex very low on the health bars. Lorax. And he's going to run right into the waiting arm of Lorak. Codex goes down as well. It's a nice 2-piece as Lorak looks to make a statement in VIP himself here, and now they've got that player advantage. Lorak beginning to heal up a bit here as well. And with 1:10 on the clock, they've got plenty of time to work with.
Scotty gets the kill onto Bakisi. Spartans, 4-2. Good numbers advantage and space onto site. Shots through the top of the trainers. Hiding sheep, just making sure to clear B2. Now on site, pressure from jungle. Crank about to move forward and try and pressure onto Scotty. Scotty turns, whips, doesn't quite hit the shots as Crank who splits him in two.
Stripey tries to thread that needle. Crank has been playing phenomenal here today. Valuable asset for the squad as Stripey tries to let the Vector sing and does. It's the head of that ace that gets knocked off. Crank was able to find Lorek in the mix, and now it all comes down to Crank.
Not much health left on our Crank either, respectively speaking. Man's feeling himself a little bit. In pain. Steps up towards B2 though. Check a magazine, make sure we've got an ammo in hand. Not too much actually if you keep an eye on the bar. Crank's picked up the Glock 17 now. Oh, brother. That's one. Not like this. Surely not like this. He uses the gun to cover the defuse sound. Stripey runs off the top, baits out the audio. Good pressure from Stripey to stop Crank from being able to go for this. He's just going to hard commit to the defuse. Stripey's going to walk up and take the kill here. Crank knows full well he's not going to do anything. Nothing better to do other than attempt to stick it, though. Stripey collects that kill. The Spartans do close it out, actually. Numbers works in their favor, and a good bit of composure at the end of the round out of Stripey. Well played.
Yeah, having a lot of success with this Vector here. And, I mean, we saw some great decision-making there at the end, just ensuring that they are able to win that round. There really wasn't much Crank could do other than stick it. So you love to see him go for it. You wiggle the head around, hope that maybe by some chance those shots don't connect, but it's not the case. The Spartans slowly start this comeback, but again, they need 5 more to push it into overtime.
It's a lot to ask. That ace is not going to land a shot on the first. Shots from Codex into VIP. Merely a spray. Does damage, but doesn't get a kill. Gal actually steps up, trades out. Good shots into Codex. Rapid doesn't find the return. And Gal escapes with his life. Oh,
Sheep finding that one on to Rapid. And again, it's all numbers here for the Spartans. They are really committing to this comeback here. Crank moments away from finding it here. Gal now on the peak. They continue to exchange bullets, but it's Gal that comes away the victor.
Vic Easy just having to take his time here now. 1 versus 5, I mean. Tough ass. Knows there's going to be a player roughly behind the box, but Lorek's doing a smart job of not being tucked right up against it, so it's not predictable. Keeps himself hidden in that smoke, and Bakisi goes down. The Spartans, you're right. They are slowly but steadily starting to creep their way back into this one. Slowly. Still a long way to go. We're only halfway down the road, but 4 more rounds in a row, we might be speaking about a potential overtime.
I think if they can get to that 6-7 number, I might start to become a believer, but still a few rounds to work through here, and we got to remember how talented the Pandas are. It's only typical that we do see teams drop rounds here and there, but can they close it out? That's the important factor here for the Pandas. Up by 8, still 4 chances to do so as Crank begins to shift toward that VIP.
Rapid's got shots onto Gal first down. Spartans, short numbers. Lorek with the response, though, as Shotgun wins out. VIP control. Very important. But Codex with the heavy bleed and 2 light bleeds is also feeling a lot of pain at the moment.
That ace on the jiggle. Time to get the jiggling. Not able to find that shot, though. That was Scotty who was flirting with death, and he's going to come out the victor of that one as well. A nice shot onto that ace, and again, it's the Spartans with the numbers in their advantage, but they got to be careful. That looks like Rapid slowly creeping up from behind, but Keezy says it's not needed. He finds 2 easy ones.
Bakizi's tucked behind this box. Ready to play. Oh, he's not ready to play anything. Stripey absolutely rinses him out of spot. Surprise! Hiding in the corner. Here's the shotgun. Rapid loses his ankles. And the Spartans have found themselves from a 3 versus 2. Now in a 2v1.
Well, Codex certainly capable of the clutch. 7-5 here, not quite as good as a showing is in that first one, but Rapid Crank 13-12 apiece as well. Those shots look decent from Codex. Unfortunately, they don't find a home, and the bomb has already shifted the other direction. Codex will find Lorak, but that plan is going to go down on the other site.
Stripey has a full health bar to play with here. This is still in the favor of the Spartans. And this, do you know what? I'm actually really, really pleased to see Stripey close out the round by getting distance. Just put the shotgun at as much of a disadvantage as possible to try and win this out. Not need to fight. The one thing he's got to watch out for is if Codex calls his bluff and just hits this bomb behind cover. He's going to run him down instead. 20 on the clock. Codex has made the right time to go. If he gets this kill quickly, he's not going to find time because Stripey's not going to give him a chance.
And this Vector in the hands of Stripey has been putting up some big kills. Kill leader in the entire game at the moment here. 15-7. As they're trudging through these trenches now within 3. And, I'm starting to teeter on the side of believing they're getting closer and closer. But the unfortunate thing for them is the Pandas have the strength to close it out at any moment, and it's only going to take one round for them.
How many rounds have we been saying it's only got one round for them for, though? Just remind me, are we 4 in a row at this point, yeah? We're not quite there yet. It's not Smash Mouth just yet. I mean, that's a smash. That is Codex absolutely dominating his position in VIP and trying to retain some of that strength there because they've not been doing so great at keeping VIP for themselves. Part of the reason why the Spartans have been doing such a good job of getting pressure down towards A. Smoke out. Gal now going to be covered off from Sandwich. Going to have to jump across.
Whew. Gal, though. A pick on the Rapid could be a big one. He has been that multi-kill master here in this one. Codex keeping an eye on VIP. We can see Stripey and Sheep, I believe, beginning to make their way through VIP. That ace finding Gal, though, opens up the right side here. KFC completely open. We will see one of the players begin to shift back here. I think that's Scotty through a hole, but now the Spartans have to figure out what they want to do here.
Ooh, okay. I thought the second one was going to hit as well. We do see a little bit of health taken off for Scotty, but that is not... Oh, he's going to have barely much health left himself after jumping across the third time.
Well, that flash was near perfect, though. Gonna pop the ETG as Codex finds Stripey now in a 4v2. Codex on the Sheep in a 4v1. It's all up to Scotty. The jump shot from that ace doesn't connect. He'll step into the firing squad, and the Pandas will close it out in 2-0 fashion as they conclude our first best of 3 on the day.
It was a good attempt from the Spartans across 2 maps, but it was a lot to ask. It was a lot to overcome. This Panderic squad has played exceptionally well for the beginning of Pinnacle. We saw them play really well through the back of the Arena Cup Series 4-2. We aren't expecting anything less. I mean, 13-12 from Rapid, 13-10 from Codex, 4 MVPs from Rapid, 2 from that ace at 11-9, Crank 12-7, even Bakizia 8-9. With 4 assists on the board, every player on the Panderic squad pulling more than their fair share of the weight.
Yeah, Codex finds a way to get back up on top there with 13. But yeah, I mean, you take a look at the kills. Everybody just playing so well together here. And I mean, Stripey certainly had a standout game as well. We saw a lot of great shining moments from the squad. And I think they just got a little bit too slow of a start for them. You know, we saw them really put a strong comeback into play, but it was one of those too little, too late things that we often talk about that kind of revolves around that first half, whether it's a 5-3, 6-2, 7-1, whatever it might be. So the Pandas get it done, but we're not quite done on the day, my man Crack.
We are not, but what we are done with is the potential of Iceberg for this best of 3. That's right, folks, no Iceberg today. I'm really sad. Single tear. Just wipe that one away from the eyes, and then we can get past it. Cool. Okay, so now we get to look at the next 2 teams that are going to go head-to-head in their best of 3, and this one is going to be closing out our day. This is Outcasts.epa taking on Sicario. This one is probably set to be the closest match you'll see all day. out of any of the matches we've seen across the best of ones and the best of 3, I think this one probably could go the distance of all 3 matches. I actually potentially even expect we might see more than 1 overtime across 3 maps here. So, very much keen to buckle in and look forward to what we've got on the horizon for that match. We get to look at some of the maps and the head-to-head after we've taken a minute to recharge our own engines. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the first day of the Pinnacle EU Elimination Tournament. It's the second time we've been here to crown a Pinnacle champion. The last time Panderic's champions from the previous event, they have just cemented themselves their second success on the day. The best of one brought them to a best of three, and after a 2-0 defeat, success over the Spartans. I'm getting all my S's and my defeats and victories mixed up today. Should we try and rewind that and go again? So, after Panderic take a successful 2-0 victory against the Spartans, we're going to see them cruising on. After the defeat, the Spartans are going to have to come back from the lower bracket to be able to fight again in Pinnacle. Now, after the tongue twisters are out of the way, we can start talking about the next match we've got on the table. And Hort, would you like to introduce our next two teams for the head-to-head?
Well, I'm sure everybody knows them, but Sicario, Outcast, EPA about to clash one more time. They met in the Pinnacle last time as well, where it was Sicario that got the slight better hand here. So Outcast may be looking for a little bit of revenge. Sicario, Kiyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Furlex, and goes.
On the other side of the table, the Outcasts.epa lineup. However, which way you want to say it, it's Walker, it's Blitzergirl, Neimanas, Fox, and Pablo. Both teams here, a very large amount of success with utility from previous performances and our experience watching them on the field. But today I'm going to be looking to which of the two teams is able to take that util success to their advantage when it comes to their attacking side of each of the maps they're going to play across. And speaking of the maps they're going to play across for this best of three, they're going to have themselves a ban each, a selection each, and then a decider. Let's have a quick look at how that has settled for the day. EPA saying no to Bay 5.
No to Bay 5 and no to Iceberg. So no Iceberg here in day one. They teased us in that last one, but EPA, I mean, they play very well on Fort. This does not surprise me as well. Sicario back toward Bull, and Skybridge could be the decider if we happen to need it. We know how good EPA is on Bull as well, but I think the same could be said for Sicario on all of these maps as well. Basically, we've got two of the top teams in the EU about to clash. So maps aside, I'm certainly very excited for this one. I'd love to see it go all the way to the best of three.
Fort, EPA favoured back a couple of Arena Cup series ago. Not so sure now. They definitely like it. Looking forward to the best of three. Ball, Sicario. I mean, that's no surprise, is it? We know Sicario like themselves a good ball map, especially given recent times. And then Skybridge is the decider. Skybridge is a really hot topic at the moment for teams, even outside of this head-to-head. Skybridge very, very heavily favoured by a lot of Arena Comp teams at the moment. I wonder whether it's down to the changes. We've seen a lot of adjustments to the maps. 90-degree angles targeted, reduced to 45s most of the time, so that players have to be a bit smarter about positioning rather than just tucking in a corner. Encourages a lot more movement as well out of teams. Rotations being a lot more valuable now, and trying to find a pick on rotation, also something that we're going to keep an eye on. Leading frag members from each team to watch out for. Any highlights for you, or anybody you're keeping your eye on in this next match?
I mean, honestly, who should we not keep our eye on? I think at this point, Sicario has played very, very well here today. So, we haven't really seen Sicario back in that Sicario form. And so I think they had a nice stepping stone, but now they're going to play, a tougher team. And so I think this is where that real test comes in for them. EPA has been looking very, very good. They're the team that I've been thinking is maybe the team that's going to topple the Pandas here in the near future. So it realistically could go either way. I think me personally, just because of the way recent things would have gone, I would probably slightly lean into EPA. But honestly, that's just a random, hey, I'm just saying that to say that, because it realistically could go either way.
Were you not impressed by Sicario's performance enough from the first match of the day to see them being strong enough to take down the Outcast.epa squad then? That's is what I'm getting from that a little bit. Like, they played very well. That Sicario performance was confident, but maybe not as much as what we saw from the Outcasts.
Well, it's just, I mean, Ancestral is very, very talented, but they're not a top 3 team. And so we went from seeing Sicario to always being on top, being undefeated, to now sometimes not being in the top 2, but in that last one was. So I just, to me, even though they played very, very well, how tough of a test was it for them? And I think this best of 3 versus EPA will give me a little bit better understanding if that Sicario team is truly back. And so I just don't want to get ahead of myself without seeing, I guess, enough information here. But I mean, they played great in that first map, so I certainly don't want to take that away from them. But yeah, I know how good EPA is on maps like Bowl and Skybridge and things like that as well. So I want this to be that test to let me know if that real Sicario team is back.
Outcasts are going to be attacking first on Fort. Sicario defending first. So we're going to be looking at how that attacking half favors the Outcasts, or not actually, because personally for me, Fort very defending side favored if you're able to play well that rotation off of the A site to B. The gap in transition for rotation for both teams is defending side and attacking side very long on Fort. It's not vertically though, it's a horizontal rotation. You find a lot of these fights go down towards that middle chamber or through Cult, or the passage from the catwalk out of Palace to drop down into Cult. Most of the mid control from both teams will be focused towards that part of the map, and that will decide really which of the two teams has the better control through the middle sections of the rounds. We're going to be looking to the shotguns again for entry here. This is a big map for shotgun entry if you play B heavy, a very big map for marksman strength. If you play more towards the A side, you'll expect maybe that ace style gameplay off of the 90 angle from the A side defense. Maybe not seeing any TRG gameplay on the attacking side out towards A site unless you were maybe the one man mentioned that ace. It's very hard to talk about the TRG, folks. If you're fresh to the scene, there is TRG players and then there is the TRG king, and its effectiveness drastically changes as to how consistent you can be with the weapon, which is why we kind of and ah about it a little bit. Neither of these two teams specifically designate a marksman specialist, so I don't think we're going to see that so much here.
I think Fort is the one map that EPA has beat the Pandas on a few times. And so you feel like it's certainly a strong map for them. You look at how well EPA played on Bowl overtime and today as well. And so, again, I feel like I want to slightly lean into EPA in this one just because... I don't know. Just because, I guess, is really all I've got, because Sicario is an incredibly talented team. And like I said, they're certainly capable of winning here, but I want this to kind of be that proving ground again for me. Is Sicario back? If they win here, then I would say, yeah, okay, Sicario. I think Sicario is back.
We talk about Arena Cup Series 2 and HPL 2 for the EU region, where with the 9797 EPA Sicario match that went all the way, not quite to overtime, but 9-7, 9-7 both matches, and it was an extremely close match. That was where EPA ended up beating Sicario for the first time in a close match, really on a competitive scene, like where it made a difference rather than just scrims or maybe a match inside of a league. But that was the big one. We've seen the Outcast.EPA squad not really sort of struggle too much. We've seen Sicario rise and then struggle a little bit recently. Is this the redemption arc of Sicario coming back around? Are they going to start it off with a victory against the Outcast.EPA squad here? That would be one way to take a step forward and start rebuilding that legacy. I mean, knock down one of the top 3 Titans on your way through. Say, we don't fancy the lower bracket. We're going to keep ourselves comfortable in the upper bracket and send the Outcast.EPA down there with the likes of the Spartans and so on, that they might have to fight their way through another curse match.
I mean, if they win Fort, I would certainly become a believer that they could win this best of 3 here as well, but we won't have to speculate any longer. They're ready for Fort. Sicario, Outcast, EPA, and already a lot of this action heading toward the B side here.
Big flank from Blitzergirl as well as she's going around the outside towards cannons. We actually see that the Outcasts have way more strength out towards that cannon side. Lukey backs off nice and deep towards CT though. Finds a kill and then retakes some of that ground. Some of that pressure the Outcasts have taken now, forced back away from by a good defensive play out of the Sicario member. Device on site being planted, but good members in close proximity to respond. Trades go down. Lukey finds Pablo. Blitz for Lukey. Fox is mean and keen with that shotgun on site. Device is planted. Member that stepped up immediately removed. Walker just playing with the audio of Zaki, goes down onto the ground, gets a couple of chip shots onto the legs of Zaki, now has to turn and respect his back being open as well. Blitzer Girl's going to swing out a corner, and that's going to finish the round off. Outcasts take the first.
Take that first one here on Fort on the attacking side nonetheless, and it was Blitzer Girl who had a nasty little triple to open up for round number 1 as she'll claim the MVP, and we get ready for round number 2. I like the fact that we saw him kind of all pressure down toward B. I know historically we've seen a lot of teams kind of work toward the A site here as well. We talk about the nade lineups, but you know, we've seen a lot more of the cannon action, if you will, from a lot of teams here now on Fort.
Couple of early grenades out towards Kitchen and Sandwich on the A site. We see Blitzer Girls picked up one with the util on to Kiyoshima inside a mini. That's out Cannon's way. 2 members of the Outcasts round the outside. 1 lurking member in goes on this shotgun. Going to be close into Con. Down he goes. Fox with the shotgun finds another.
Furlex is going to be able to find Blitzer Girl here. But her first death in that column. Lukey on to Fox as well, and they look to bring it back a bit. The plant. Let's go down here. Pablo sprays Furlex onto Nemanos. And continuing in the plaid stripes as Walker will find Furlex here as well. 40 seconds on the clock to work with.
Zaki finds one onto Walker. Leading Pablo last left alive. Smoke close to sight. Device being deactivated. Pablo could find a timing here. He almost gets the shots, but Zaki's going to close him out. 1-1. Sicario get on the board before the game starts to run away from them.
Yeah, Zaki back on the MP7 as well. We've seen him, you know, it's been a while, but we saw him have a lot of success on this map, both with the MP7 and the Ash 12. So it's nice to see someone kind of mixing up the meta a little bit and making it work. 2 kills already on the board, helping his team grab their first round win here. So you know, you talked about it. This is a match that could go all the way to the best of 3, a potential overtime on the cards, and already not disappointing here early.
Sometimes if you need a bit of extra favor to get you back to comfort, familiarity is the way to go. I mean, back to the MP7, back to, you know, a little bit of a flavor of uniqueness, something that's comfort for Zaki, and it's showing out well so far. There's one, there's a second as Lukey and Zaki together combined for 3.
Furlex is going to pick up one on the back end as well. Numenos instantly put into the dirt, and Sicario will find a flawless round as they get back-to-back dubs and go up by 1.
We did say blink and you'll miss it. It is done, dusted, and over with in a blink of an eye. 4s hold down the left-hand side of the table. Other than that, from Goes and Kyo, Zaki, Lukey, Furlex, giving the other 2 a day off in the office, it seems like.
Well, we talked about it. I mean, all 10 of these players are capable of having those standout, insane performances. It's really about putting it together as a team, as that cohesive unit. We are going to see him shift toward the A site this time. There are 3 stacked toward B for Sicario here, and maybe a real opportunity for Outcast.
Interesting fight towards mid. Blitz picks up Zaki. Furlex for one onto Nemanas. Walker gets the nade out onto Lukey in the far corner of the angle of 90. Long taken out by Fox as the aggressive push into Kiyoshima gives full A-site control for the Outcasts. Bomb out on site, being planted. Flank coming in, but well watched. Pablo just reading and calling the info. Pablo's so slick with it. He steps in and out, immediately ripping the head of Furlex off. Goes the last left alive in the smoke, not able to find the shots.
Keep trying as Walker will eventually put him down. And honestly, I'm liking this little battle between both Pablo and Furlex, both on that SR3M as well. And Pablo getting the better of him there, gets that first kill on the board. And it's an important round again for Outcast EPA because they too don't allow Sicario to find any type of stride or momentum. And once again, we find ourselves tied up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, Pablo's absolutely shredding. Something we're not surprised about. Might be his first kill on the board for this game, but the previous map we saw earlier on today from them looked very good. Blitzer Girl leading the charge in this one. 5 kills and 2 deaths there. Something we're not surprised to say. Furlex early with the opener onto Fox. Nemo and Blitz together combined though. Gun and grenade in tow. 2 down. 3 left for the Sicario squad to stay strong. 4 attackers from the Outcasts to take it home.
here. Zaki will maybe look to rotate away from the A site here as well. A nice split pressure from the Outcasts as they do get this device planted. 40 seconds on the clock, and Walker lurking in the shadows here.
Rotation from CT taken out by Nemo. Lukey goes down. Zaki with this MP7 though is in the back line. Goes causing a distraction.
Oh.
That's not distraction. That's devastation. 2 down.
Goes absolutely going off. That first one from such a distance as well. But we talked about Walker lurking in the shadows, and he shows up when it matters. Finds that pick here. Now 8 seconds on the clock. There's not enough time for Ghost to even find that defusal here. So may look to get the kill, and does. I believe it was a nice 4-piece, as Ghost will get the quadra, but EPA will get the round.
Yeah, spot on. 4 ridiculously good kills, but
Yeah.
time was not of the essence this time around. Finds himself slightly snuffed out just before given the chance to complete the task at hand. Don't worry, soldier. You'll get him on the next one.
Always next time. At least that's what they tell me when I'm dying a lot. But heads up, chin up. You got to keep powering forward here, no matter what squad you're on. Right now, it's EPA that has gathered that lead once more. We see some pressure from Sicario this time, down through mid, looking to gain some ground themselves. That device appears to be hanging back momentarily. Lukey's going to find this first one onto Blitzer, and we've seen this play from them before.
Nemo with the response for Alex goes down. Utility out from the inside of lobby. Doesn't quite make its way to headshot. Ghost would not have been there to receive it, even if it had made its way off that balconette, but nonetheless, you can see what the play we were going for was. Nemo for stairs, right to left. Good swing out. Great damage down. Goes trying to respond on timing, but doesn't find the trade as Nemo just backs off. Bomb down inside of Dark. Makes it dangerous though. Fox is going to get traded out by Walker eventually. Look, he finds the grenade onto Nemo in the back of that too. Walker left last alive, but not for long as Sicario swipe themselves a third and levels up 3 apiece.
Real yet again, back and forth, and you may have just been absolutely correct with that hint of overtime teetering on the edge here, but we'll see how this first half plays out. 2 rounds left to decide where we stand at halftime, and right now Sicario looks to battle back. They've gathered around to tie it up. Can they take that lead once more, though?
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams here passing the baton of playing take it back now, y'all. Cha-Cha sliding their way to and from the score line, both pulling it to even ties and then taking advantage in equal measures. Lukey taking advantage of Nemo's positioning for the first, but Fox ready to take back some dominance with a double kill as he puts Zaki down. Furlex takes out Walker. Kills going left and right as both teams lose numbers. Now Furlex feeling a little bit of fury and fire inside of the gunplay, but 2 to 3 is enough for him as Blitz shuts him down. 1 versus 2. Keown goes left versus Blitz. Left alive. 1 minute and 15 still left on the clock, though. Lots of time to play with.
Blitzergirl has been spotted early, though. We'll dip back in toward mid, maybe looking for a rotation here as well. Has the device in hand. We will see Goes begin to mirror that rotation here as well. Blitzergirl should be able to get there first, but is it enough to get that plant? Maybe going to look to try and find this pick first.
Slowly and steadily, Blitz is going to try and creep away round through the spawn. Smart choice here. Try and catch a rotation. Give yourself a gap to go one way or the other. Those took off angle. Blitz is just built different when it comes to the pre-fire shots and the guesstimation. She reads the positioning perfectly from Kiyoshima and then plants 1 bullet square between the eyes. Ready to read the rotation. She pressures in. Not going to go for the plant. Don't think she catches sight of Ghost tucked in. Checks Colt. Does not recognize that he's there. 15 on the clock.
Oh my. A solid attempt, but it is Goes that comes away the victor. Blitzergirl almost with another nasty little clutch there as well, but it is Sicario that finds themselves on top here. So they've guaranteed themselves a minimum of a tie at half. If they can take this next one, it will be a winning one for them.
A-site pressure from the Outcasters look good so far. B site has looked a little bit of a dice roll depending on how the fights have gone down near mid. Blitz currently leading the charge, like we said previously. Now at 8 and 5. Sicario starting to read her play a little bit better now. Pablo, with a crucial opening piece of util, takes out one of the big slayers in that Sicario squad of Furlex. Shotgun versus shotgun. It's not going to go the way of Walker. Goes, finds one. Keo on for a second as the Outcasts find themselves decimated in round number 8.
Sicario, 2-player advantage here again. Nemo tries to shift through, finds Goes, though. Looking to bring it back just a bit as Zaki finds Fox, and now it's all down to Nemo in a 1v3 here. Now with that device down in a very awkward spot, this becomes increasingly tougher, and it's not even going to matter because Lukey finds this shot from behind. Sicario will have a winning half here on Fort.
Didn't look like it was going to be the case. Even score all the way down the game so far, except from the last round. This is something we are used to seeing in the EU scene. Teams trading back and forth at the top of the table until the later rounds where it makes the difference. Not giving the other team a chance to be able to have a couple of rounds to play with to fight back to an even scoreline. Nope. Push that 2-round advantage. The closer you get to the scoreline, it's 5 and 3 now. We normally see it at the 7 mark, but Sicario comfortable to try and put that driving seat comfortably in their hands as they take their attacking half to bear. Now Outcasts down by 2. Need to start off the defending side strong to keep this close.
Looking to keep it close, and it's important here. Outcast EPA really would love to take this opening round and slowly work their way back in it themselves, but this time it's Sicario on some patience. We see that device kind of just hanging out near that spawn side. Sicario looking to create a lot of pressure toward mid here.
See Walker tucked in the little cubby in the bedroom. Felix going to find himself pincered between 2 angles very soon. Fox sees him at the top. That's going to be the Palace. Zaki looking to try and find the trade on the backside of Palace. Not going to be given to him. Fox slowly, steadily trying to peek and put some damage down of his own. Neither member able to convert.
Those will have to heal up here. Chopped down to about half health. Walker lurking again. Finds the first one on to Zaki. Ghost does a great job of answering back at a minimum here, but he is hanging on by a thread as far as life goes.
See a little bit of util coming out of Kiyoshima. Down towards cannons. Neimanas and Luki doing the best job of avoiding each other right now. I mean, Goes has barely got any health left to speak of. That man's a chicken nugget with wings. $20 on the clock. Sicario making a really late push for this side. Shots out as Lucky does take out Blitzergirl and to Arch. Fox finds Goes in response. One apiece either side. Fox comes flying into con. Nemo gets one. Keo gets one, but Nemo closes it out. And Outcasts do take the first on the defensive half.
That's exactly what they needed if they want to start battling back here. We'll see if they can get 2 in a row and look to tie it up once more. But Sicario on this attacking side here. And again, I feel like Fort could potentially go either way. We've seen teams have success on both sides. So for me, I think I like to play the defensive side on this map just a little bit more. But obviously to each his own here. Outcast EPA one away from looking to tie it up here. And most of the action now heading toward the B site.
Util out towards cannons, doesn't find any success. We see the shotguns screaming out towards middle. Fox and Walker getting very aggressive with it. Sicario actually watched the 2 of them leave out of mid and don't even bother to assess. There goes, tucked in the sneaky spot after playing discipline with a trigger finger. Pays off dividends. Walker walking in with the back of his head exposed, gets slammed down. Nemo trapped inside of it. He's going to have to fight his way 1 versus 2 as both remaining members of Sicario stuck on site. Blitz and Fox come in for the swing, and that's going to be the closeout kills that the Outcasts need. A good little bit of work in the middle of the round. Sicario doesn't see them safe. Outcasts pulls back to 5s.
Tied up yet again, and I wouldn't expect anything less from these 2 squads here. Fox already at 9 along with Blitzer Girl, and everybody's been putting in the work, but now as these rounds start to wind down and get toward the end of the game, every round becoming that much more important here. So fighting for the opportunity to go up on top yet again. Both of these teams looking to do so here in round number 11.
The silence descends upon the arena for a momentary brief pause until Nemo's going to pick up the first. Lukey takes out Walker. An aggressive push out on the B site. Only from one member, though. Good information gained. Trades 1-for-1 and calls out at least 3 of the main body of the squad. Furlex is in with his shotgun, though. Flechette going to be the one claiming the life of Nemo.
Fox from a distance picking up Zaki with that Saga as well. Will run into Lukey, though. That will be his demise. Blitzer knows there's one here. The hip fire puts Lukey in the dirt, and now that device again down in a very awkward spot here.
Yeah, device being dropped in tough spots, definitely a big part of this equation. Now with smoke towards Con, Sicario had set up to plant on site, but the bomb being dropped to the back part of that stack makes them have to reverse all the way back off the ramp to go down and fetch it. Now Blitzer Girl just playing with her life to drain the time from Sicario.
Well, Blitzer Girl's going to find that one on the Furlex as well. Goes, who's been having a great time on this Saga. He's going to have to come up with another crazy clutch here, a 2v1. And again, that device is down in kind of an awkward spot for them. So he's got a lot of work to do and not a ton of time to do it.
Oh, rough timing on the cheese. Goes, swings. Blitzer Girl goes down. Pablo is in the best position possible here, though. I mean, surely Goes has got to understand that he's going to be tucked in here. Pablo stays tucked out of sight. And a little bit of cat and mouse sees Pablo winning out. The Outcasts take the advantage now. 6-5.
6-5. Back on top yet again here. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sicario reel it back at some point. Outcasts have been able to put a couple rounds in a row now here, and they seem to be a little bit stronger on this defensive side. They've gathered that lead, and they're going to look to run away with it here. This is really going to be a crucial round for both of these teams.
A very important round, actually. Yep, absolutely right. Pivotal almost. Walker for one onto Lukey. Goes, though. Stops the captain short at 1. Nemo also taking half of his health with the damage, as goes. Zaki with some good moves on that MP7 is going to put Nemo in the dirt. Big swing out of Arch. Zaki feeling the tempo of this one. Getting a little bit quick with it. Now Fox caught in between Keo and a hard place. As Cannons kills him. Blitz and Pablo left 2 versus 4. Device planted.
Hard stacked against them this time. Got some work to do, but that's what I love about all 10 of these players. They have that clutch factor. They've got what it takes, but they've just got to put it together now. 35 seconds. That sand in the hourglass quickly dwindling away here as they've got to quicken the pace. So spot 1 on that peek out. The pre-fire is baited, and really just a game of cat and mouse at the moment as Furlex with the Flechette will put Blitzer down.
Little bit of spray out of Pablo, then the pre-fire. Good shots as Keo goes down. Last left alive, though, 1 versus 4. Said it a few times today. It's near impossible to be able to convert these. Sicario closed the round out. 6-6 the scoreboard levels again. The next all-important round now, as we are still leveled. Who takes us to that all-important 7th, putting themselves on the precipice of map point?
Obviously, everybody would like to have that luxury to be up on top, to get to match point first here, and that's what both of these two teams are fighting for. I'm pleasantly pleased that it is this close through these first 12 rounds, and now as we head into round 13, we see a little bit more action from Outcast EPA toward that A site, and they've been real patient on this pressure here on the side of Sicario. Kiyoshima opening up with this pick onto Walker might make it a little bit easier for him this round.
A little bit of a slower tempo out of the gate here. Fox finds one back. Lukey goes down. But the Sicario squad, it might be the Sicario snail turning into the Sicario speedos as they slam their way through the smoke onto that A site. Pablo caught. Oh, Pablo ducked and tucked. This could be huge. Never mind. Furlex finds him. Sicario well aware.
Zaki, though, let the MP7 sing yet again. Going to find the head of Fox. Out of 4v2. Sicario certainly has the numbers in their favor. The device planted here as well. The nade goes out, but doesn't find a home. And with the smokes in the way here as well, it just makes it so tough to pressure through. Zaki's going to find Nemo. 1v4 for Blitzer Girl.
Goes the toughest problem down on the ground as the scope's going to cover up the model. Sicario take the lead with their 7th on their attacking half. And again, we speak about it. You're on the attacking side. You have the choice of how the play goes. Sicario playing to their strengths. Lukey, 12 and 9. He's going down early in the rounds, but off of the back of the gap that Lukey's making, goes. Doing work for his team at 12 and 7.
11 for Blitzer and Fox both. Nemo with 9. Walker not far behind with 8 as well. And a similar split for the squad. 2-3-3 tucked toward A for Outcast EPA. Sicario's been kind of patient initially on these opening pressures as far as the attacking side goes, but this time it's Fox to find the early pick as the Outcast look to tie it up yet again in round 14.
Fox actually going to do a really good job of kiting off the back of Catwalk here. Again, Sicario managed to sneak into that space on Con. Lukey is going to find the pick onto Nimonas, but now Fox in good position is able to respond to this.
They've got the player advantage here. We have seen that shift on the map from Sicario, though. They've all gone toward that A site. We see Pablo trying to hold it down. He at least gets one of the picks here. Furlex finds the trade. Furlex gets a second on the jump across here as well. Fox not able to connect. And do they consider a bit of a shift of their own? Furlex dangerously low, and Walker's going to put him down.
The pick up on the rotation is actually hyper crucial. It ends up being on the bomb as well. Walker calling it out with 43 seconds left on the clock. Says, we don't need to overcommit to holding that bomb. With A site control, with B site control, look at the positions being held by Fox and Walker. Fox calls short, sat in, pushes up towards site, uses a bit of audio just to bait him off. See Kiyoshima looking to try and hit a ridiculous wallbang through the angle.
Used to dance around. We'll be able to get the plant down here, it would appear. And now we see Outcast EPA beginning to close in as quickly as possible. The timing is perfect. Walker will find it. The defuse comes in. And well, you guessed it. We are tied up yet again.
This is why we consider Walker to have one of the biggest brains in the business when it comes to the IGLC. Alongside the work of Nimonas and Pablo, the conversations they'll be having, that of Fox and Blitz slaying out. You just can't beat that kind of discipline. You see both Fox and Walker go and sit in deep anchoring positions for both sites, even with the bomb down in a good spot. And they just hold their place. They have audio. They can hear the cues of all the information between them. They cover as much of the map as they can with the 2 bodies to 1. 7 apiece. This is a close one. This is exactly what we expected from this matchup. Which one of these two teams is going to take the advantage here? Good shots out of Kiyoshima as Nemo goes down. Walker goes down. Fox has 1 in response. Fox has 2 in response.
Zaki is up top here. We'll look to maybe upgrade just a little bit from that Enforcer class as well. The device is going to get planted here, though, and so they've got time on their side. Lukey finds Blitzer as well, and now they've got numbers on their side, too.
Device planted, 35 on the clock. 1 less Outcast to deal with. And it's all on Pablo in a 1v3. 25 ticking down. Kyo into Mini. Pablo with good shots and pre-fire. Finds space. Not able to get past. Good kill onto Lukey. 2 left to deal with. There's 18 on the clock. Pablo running out of time. Inside outside. Good shots. He gets 1. Has he got the last? 8. It's too deep. This is done. He has to just stick. 3.
You have time.
2. No.
Too quick. The MP7 in Zaki's hands, and Sicario will go to match point here first. It's going to be up to EPA to push it into overtime, and you might just get your wish in game number 1.
It looked good. The window of opportunity was created. You can't ask any more out of either teams with the players there. Both the defensive positioning from Zaki and the attempt from the Outcasts. Well played all around, and Great closeout from Sicario. Like you said, to earn themselves minimum overtime. Maximum, they could escape game 1 with a success without having to go through the hardship of fighting for more rounds.
Early space does get caught off guard here by Walker. Furlex on the other side, though, has to be careful. And Furlex returns fire, finds Walker. Fox up top, drops down to Furlex, and now goes on the Fox. Plaid Stripes in the kill feed yet again, and we're back to a 3v3.
This is where the Outcasts are going to look to Nemenas and Blitzergirl to be able to try and make the difference. Entry members in both teams, Zaki and Furlex, Fox and Walker, both down. Bomb's going to swing at the wrong time for Blitz. Timing is essential, timing is crucial, and timing is brutal. Gio's got the head of Nemenas, and it looks like Sicario have done just what they need to do to get themselves out of this first map alive. Goes on the angles, is going to find a lot of damage down onto Pablo, and that is really tough. Big swing, goes, comes out with a shotgun, and Sicario take map number 1 on 4.
Ooh, it was a close one, though, 7-9, and they squeezed that one out. And this is a map that we've seen Outcast really play very well on here in recent times. So you got to wonder, is that Sicario team back? It looks like they mean business. They've got an opportunity to close it out in 2 maps as we are getting ready for Bowl. We've seen EPA have a lot of success on Bowl. We saw it earlier where they had a 9-0 run against Inferno Soldiers. So if they're going to make a stand, it's going to have to start on Bowl.
Oh, brother. That is a very close game. We did call 9-7 before we got into the game. Which way? Well, that depended on which team turned up at the time on the day. And arguably, both teams turned up in equal measures. The difference between these two teams here, you've got Fox 16 and 12, Luki and Furlex at the top of the table at 15 kills each, is a strong performance out of both of them. It's honestly crazy. I mean, you can't really ask for apologies out of anybody here. There's no fault to be blamed. 15 and 11, 15 and 13, 14 and 9, 10 and 9, 10 and 12. I mean, Sicario played all the way down the table. You look at the flip side, EPA, the Outcasts had a similar performance across all of the members as well. Slightly less in kills, but of course, if you end up losing the game, you're going to have slightly less kills. That's just kind of how the way that math goes. So I'm not sure anybody's going to be questioning the logic on that one there. Honestly, all round, that's an exceptional first map from both teams. A really close game, and I'm looking forward to seeing the next one.
Absolutely. And again, much like you had said, we were hoping for that overtime. We got teased with it there. It didn't quite happen, but I'd love to see EPA come out and win Bowl, not just because I'm here to root for EPA. It's just because I want to see a full best of 3 happen here. I'm happy for either team to come out on top, but I would love to see it go the distance. So EPA, they've got a tough task ahead of them here, because I feel like for Sicario, you get a little bit of weight off your shoulders. Not only do you come out and win the first map that wasn't your map pick, but now you get to go to your map pick as well with a little bit of that comfortable feeling. And sometimes that can be a big difference maker.
That's exactly the point that I was currently scrolling through on my documents to find that page for. Again, it's because I'm really curious to break down the next map as we look at this from Sicario's attacking side. Getting this right just before we get that. It is Sicario attacking first on Ball with Outcasts defending first. So let's break down the previous game with terms towards the next game in regards to how they attacked sites. We saw Sicario playing, I won't say as slow a pace, but it's definitely not aggro tempo play. It's very much look for a pick, look for a play on a certain member of common positionality. I've seen a lot of predictable angles being played into by Sicario so far. Like, this is a good, strong place to play. There's most likely going to be a player lurking in this general area, so we're going to attack that. And this is what leads to some of the shots through the smoke that are connecting a lot of the time, or people throwing grenades that just seem to be, why would you ever pull a grenade at that timing there? Well, this, he should really be there. Like, he kind of should. It's not like I know he's there. It's just, there's probably an 83 to about 91% chance that guy's about there about that sort of time. And, lo and behold, hell from the sky. Interesting to see whether each of these two teams are going to fall over to more grenades as we go on through this one. Bowl, again, that lends itself to more utility, I think, than Fort has done. And we saw back and forth with grenades quite a lot between these two teams already on map 1. What we do know, and what was interesting earlier, was we saw Bowl We spoke about Walker's YouTube videos that he's done with his grenade tutorials. We saw even a scenario where he lined one up that was in one of those videos and it didn't pay off or get any kills, but they didn't falter from it. It actually forced pressure from the soldiers that we saw them not be able to step up to that area of the map. Like, they just were too intimidated by the pressure that it created to take space there. And because of that, the Outcasts then pushed out into that area and took the pressure rather than the kills. So, good understanding as to what the utility does, and it doesn't matter whether, like you said, necessarily if you know all these grenades off the top of your head. It's which one's going to be executed when. Do we need to be watching for it this round? Is just the presence of it being there causing us more of a detriment than it is to stand there and maybe die to it 1 in 6 rounds? Is that's the other one I like to see more of. You're getting grenaded a lot in the same place, and then you just give that space for free. The grenade's already done its work, and then it's done more. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, and I was actually impressed with Sicario's ability to kind of mix up the strategies a little bit. We often talk about how they are kind of that aggro team. There were 2 or 3 rounds on the attacking side where they had 2 or 3 members just sitting right outside of spawn with that device, having a distraction created over on the other side of the map. And so it's nice to see them making some adjustments. What, you know, maybe has once worked for them before doesn't always work as teams start to adapt to your play style and figure out how they want to attack, you know, what kind of strategies you're running. So it's nice to see Sicario, you know, mixing things up a little bit, kind of evolving as time goes on. And now I'm starting to feel like, hey, maybe this Sicario team is back. And so, you know, I'm just excited to see how these next couple of days play out.
I actually am very, very also enthused to see this Sicario team doing a good job in a competition where they have previously seen themselves suffering to the top tiers of the competition, as well as a couple of the teams considered in the middle of the rankings. It's not necessarily a case of disrespect to Sicario, it's more of an offering of over exertion. I don't know what's the word. They're overachieving, I guess, should we say, of some of the middle of the pack teams, the likes of your Ancestrals, or even some of the newcomers in K3 and the Spartans. That, I mean, they don't just look good. Like, the newcomers have come in before and looked like they might be ready to compete, but not able to actually hold round for round. Whereas some of these teams that are stepping up now, they really feel like they've got a lot of potential to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, that's can be said as we've seen, you know, whether it's HPL or these Pinnacles, as time goes on, a lot of these teams have shown a lot of great growth, and we've seen that competition kind of grow. You know, we kind of flash all the way back to when it was all Sicario, and then we saw teams like EPA and Panderic starting to get the better of them, Panderic winning a lot of stuff, and now we see a lot of upcoming teams making very, very fast ground. I mean, K3, I feel like, came out of nowhere from winning ASPL to doing very well in HPL, stealing a spot away into the ACS. And so, you know, I love the amount of growth and how quickly it has happened over these last 3 to 6 months.
We're also going to get to see it continue to develop as we move towards Christmas as well. We've got Pinnacle. We're rocking out for the EU region right now. I've seen sign-ups going out across the NA region for a few tournaments and stuff that are going on in the near future. Remember, if you're interested in any of that action, get yourselves locked in on the socials, folks. Don't forget, we're not just here live on Twitch. Follow button down below to stay up to date with when we go live with all of the action. But if you want to hear in advance, or maybe you're interested in a sneak peek at some of the stuff we might drop here exclusively for the first time, thanks to the partnership between Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games, then you best check out Twitter. Those X pages from Battlestate Games, from the Hunt Premier, and from each of the teams and their own tournament org pages, worth checking out. You drop yourself by those screens, go get yourself supporting each of those pages and make sure you've got the notifications turned on. You'll get to see some of these teams, the lineups, the posters for the tournaments, and all the prizes you can win by sitting present in the chat whilst they are going on screen. Speaking of going on screen, here is map number 2 for our final best of 3 of the day. Outcasts taking on Sicario on Bowl.
We saw EPA have a 9-0 earlier against the Infernal Soldiers. They're going to need to pull out all the tricks here as well. Fox opening up with a pick on the Kiyoshima as Furlex will answer back on the Blitzer Grill, but a lot of early action toward this B site momentarily.
Pablo tucked away in the smoke on the right-hand side. Felix doesn't quite see him in that one there. Down he goes. Zaki here in support with the bomb towards site. It's going to jump towards the vehicle. Hop, skip, and a jump sees Ghost taking out Pablo. Walker hiding on sight. I was wondering when we were going to see him loose that trigger finger. He doesn't quite play enough discipline to get the third, but the damage is done.
Oh, Goes. He has been a menace on this Enforcer class through Fort. Now looking to do so in Skybridge. This could be a nasty little clutch if he can find a way to come up with it here. We see Nemo on the other side beginning to heal up here as well, but the device is down, so he's going to have to potentially find at least one pick before he considers picking it up here. And, well, as you can see, the time on the clock there, only about 33 seconds to work with.
Playing against the Outcast.EPA lineup with Walker on the team is like playing a game of Where's Wally? Where is he going to be sat this time? Where is that man hidden in amongst the crowd in the red and white striped shirt? Well, this time it was tucked on sight. Nade out towards Useless is going to push Nemo back only for a second, though, as the smoke's hoping to cover off a plant, but, I mean, this is optimistic from Goes at the very least. Oh, my word, he's going to get down in time. He almost gets gone up in time to fight that, but Nemo does put him down.
Well, they get that round one in the bag, but as we know, that really doesn't mean much because we saw a ton of back and forth through that one on Fort. It wasn't until those very last couple rounds that we saw Sicario maybe start to drive away with it a little bit, but even then it really came down to the wire, only 9-7. So I kind of expect something similar here, that tug of war that we're used to from these two teams.
Weak side B for the Outcast and the defending side. I say that as Pablo hovers out of spawn, actually. Quick, aggressive push from Sicario on the flip side, though, towards Curtain. Sees one down. Shots from back Ambo through cards. And Goes and Furlex are going to look to continue this pressure forward from the ambulance towards Jen.
You know, a lot more patience here again. We've seen a lot slower early rounds, and then all of a sudden they explode or look to explode onto these site smokes in the line. We see some base being taken around Jin's side here, but they do back off back toward ambulance here and just kind of stalling out this initial push here from Sicario.
VPA not feeling threatened by this enough just yet to pull Blitzer Girl off of that B site in support. You see she's playing really deep towards the green container near CT, just in case. But as Sicario starts to flood towards the site, it's all on Nemo. Good for two as he gets some great shots with the transfer.
Jumping forward, Walker able to find Zaki. Doesn't quite deny that device plant, though. Has some help from Pablo, who finds Furlex. The spray downfield from Blitzer is taking quite a bit of damage as well. But with all of that space they have, you know, Walker can just opt to defuse. It's going to force Lukey forward. And again, just a tough situation to deal with. So the Outcasts, they get 2 in a row this time. Look to extend the lead. We'll see if maybe they can kind of separate themselves from the pack, so to speak, here on Bolt.
2-0 so far. We did see a similar start on Fort. A good bit of strength from them out the gate there as well. To see if they can continue on with this performance all the way through to the end. If so, we may be blessed with a third map. May being the operative phrase. Out we go again. Round number 3. Sicario looking to stack majority of that strength again on the bottom half of the minimap. Blitzergirl's going to make an aggressive walkout from under apps, though, and pick up the nose player in Lukey. That opens up the potential for a flank for Outcasts. Sicario have to diffuse a little bit of that attacking force and send one to watch. Respect the flank now. You see it's Kiyoshima watching from the back of Deep Med. Furlex, who's been sent over that way to hold that now.
Pablo just being patient here. Looking all the way down tower lane. We can see that nade coming into play, but Fox tucked off on the right side there. It doesn't take any damage from that as well. And Walker with a nade of his own will deny the plant from Zaki, and these nade lineups can be tough to deal with sometimes.
See grenade come out towards site. Shots from Walker. Taking out of Furlex. Kiyoshima finds Nemenas. Elsewhere, meanwhile, Fox underneath as Keo comes off the top rope.
Around that device, we can hear it beeping away. And again, 30 seconds. Time management can be tough on this map as well. Outcast EPA not giving an inch. They are locked down over here as Blitzer finds goes. Kiyoshima about to run backwards into Blitzer here as well. And she's had a lot of success on these flanks. Going to find this shot onto Kiyoshima's head here as well. Outcast now up 3-0 in this one.
Yeah, he's had a lot of success on the flank, but there isn't any player I can think of off the top of my head that's had much success against Blitzer Girl recently. This woman is on a tear. It does not matter who it is that she's playing against either. It just seems to be consistently good the majority of the time. 4-1, again, a standout performance. The captain leading the charge from the Outcasts in this one on Bolt at 5-1. Sicario doing a good job of being able to try and keep pace, but not put around on the board so far. They look like they are evenly contested round to round, but not closed one out just yet on Bolt.
Erlex has opted to go with this TRG on this map and has already been a little bit more silent than we're used to seeing, especially on this SR3. Has an opportunity here, though, and that is Walker, who steps into the crosshair, finds himself down. I have mixed feelings about this Tango scope as well. I don't mind the one time, but the zoomed in, it does bother me just a little bit. Zaki up top with an A lineup of his own.
The variable scope is a definite flavor. You either like it or you don't. Hold up a minute. That util goes up and over the top from Zaki. That's great. Blitz, however, on the ramp finds one back. Zaki then here for the return trade. 1-for-1s. Back and forth off the back of a good util kill. Sees Sicario up numbers too. Left alive from the Outcasts. Now having to rotate through split towards this B site as full pressure from Sicario finds them 4 strong holding this off. Oh.
Tough to repeat a TRG like that as well. Furlex, he may have missed the first one, but he doesn't miss twice. Takes the head clean off. Nemo all alone in a 1v4 and with only 30 seconds. It's how many can you get, I feel like. Looks to maybe drop down a smoke and go for a ninja defuse, which is something that could work, but I don't know. Card's certainly stacked against him.
Shots out from either side. Oh my word. It is done for. It just feels like this MP7 has been the return to form that Zaki's been looking for the longest time. It's not like this man ever plays and is not registering on the scoreboard, but it really does feel like a character identity for Zaki, this MP7. It reminds us of days with 3s, 4s, even sometimes an ace just from being able to run around so devastating. On the likes of maps like Skybridge, which, just remind me again, where are we going for that decider?
You already know we headed right back to Skybridge, my friend.
Oh, then in which case, I'd like to see the Outcasts put this one home cleanly, or else we might find themselves having a tough match on Skybridge coming up. But that's for the future. But now we're going to focus on what's going on inside of the game. The big 3-man push coming out in the 90s. Going to actually find Blitzer Girl being able to repel Zaki out all alone. On his own, going to go down. Blitz is going to be good for 2. That's the bomb down. Hold up. Wait a minute. Nemo finds one as well. The Sicario squad falling like flies as Furlex looks to try and reassert some stability.
Shot there from Furlex. We'll find a pick on the Blitzer Girl, who's already 7-3. You can hear that device beeping away in the background. You take a look at the mini-map, though, and I just love the way that the Outcasts play these rounds. They're comfortable giving some space. They know time is in their favor. They don't have to get overzealous on this flank play as well. And it really puts the pressure on to Sicario to make something happen.
Can hear the ticking of the bomb on the floor. That ticking alongside the timer that's slowly running out. 40 seconds left on the clock, and there are 2 remaining Sicario members just taking a moment to put heads together.
That's a nice shot from Pablo. On to Furlex, and now Kiyoshima, the last standing member in a 1v4 with only 25 seconds. You don't know how that's really a feasible thing at this point, just because there's so many members left standing around this site, but Kiyoshima wants to make it happen anyway.
Potential. 10 on the clock. 3 to kill. And now it's definitely not possible. You think after the first swing, one doesn't go down. Fox re-swings, and the round is closed out. 4-1. The Outcasts find themselves comfortably in the lead in the first half on the second map here. However, 3 rounds of attack still to go for Sicario. And the swapping of sides. And this is another one, Hort. I'm going to look to the first couple of rounds of the second half to really give me an idea how far this one's going to go.
Yeah, but I mean, right now it's certainly a little bit one-sided. It's going to be up to Sicario to reel this one back. I mean, we often talk about those first 2 rounds of that second half, but you would like to make it a little bit more of a feasible thing if you are on the side of Sicario here. They're going to slow things down once more, inch closer. 2-3 is the split at the moment here as Goes continues to go forward. Nemo Furlex will find the first 2 picks.
Everything slows down for a little bit. You see Outcasts again with that bomb down, choosing to back off a little bit from the sights. All Bal Walker up in that forward position, retracting as far away as they can, not looking to give any free picks. The smoke goes out towards Curtain. Everybody from the Sicario squad goes the other way.
Blitzer Girl still anchoring down over here. Most likely heard that cue from Lukey dropping down. We see Pablo begin to shift into place here as Blitzer does find Goes. Finds Lukey as well. Gets a second. Pablo for the third. Furlex goes down. And Outcasts are shining bright here on Bowl so far.
It is starting to feel like a slightly different game here from map 2 to map 1. Feels like a little bit of a heated conversation maybe in the dugout between 1 and 2 has inspired some life into the squad of the Outcasts, where Kiyoshima is here to try and play the Nightbringer. 2 quick kills back to back and a good set of shots reminds us that that is the CSGO Kiyoshima of old. Somebody we're familiar with seeing clutching rounds up way too consistently as well. He's got enough time to get this planted, but I don't think he's going to get off in time before Pablo puts him in the ground.
And that's just the tough thing, right? There's too many members left here for EPA. They can put one far away to play the time, one up close to just play off of the audio cue of that plant. Not enough time on the clock for Kiyoshima to find those 2 kills. Kind of forced into planning there, and it makes that job a little easier for Pablo. So Pablo, great job to do what needs to be done to clutch up that round and finalize it there. Outcasts find themselves up by 4 early in this one.
Keeping an eye on the defensive spread as well as the attacking spread, as Sicario do start to read the weak side from the Outcasts now after multiple attacking sides go towards the A site. 2 out into the angle, 90, Yellow Van under pressure. Again, Blitzer Girl has kited and backed off to that ramp position. She's good for 1, she's good for 2. The bomb goes down and it all starts to fall apart. Third comes off, Yellow Van is crowned a triplet. She almost finds the 4th of a plat, but it's going to be Pablo and Fox to clean it up. Blitzer Girl on a Blitzkrieg mission right now.
12 and 4, 3 MVPs already. That's why I've said before, I often call her the Blitzer Queen at this point. Anchoring down that B site. That is no easy task as well, even though she makes it look easy at times. And it's a nice commanding lead for Outcast EPA here. We always talk about the importance of closing those games out decisively when you're able to. So Outcast, they can't get complacent. Just continue to do what works here on Bowl and see if we can get that decider on Skybridge.
I mean, you've heard of God of War if you're a fan of your titles of adventure games, but have you heard of the goddess of the arena? Well, you have now. Shots out of Fox, find the first with Furlex being the one to go down. Here comes the flank now. Blitzer Girl having created that space, being untouchable on the B site. So you start to get active. That position deep from the nose finds the pick onto the bomb, and Zaki. Down goes Fox on the 4 side with Ghost pushing onto site. But guys, you can't get onto plant because the bomb's already dead. Blitzer Girl's coming in from the back line. Ghost jumps, goes down. Blitz causing absolute havoc.
Continuing to let the gun sing. We saw Lukey find one in the mix, though, and now on the chase just a bit. Lukey around the corner does get Blitzer Girl. Numenos, are they aware that he is prone on this site? The device will be regathered momentarily here from Lukey. Are they going to opt to maybe reverse it around and head back to B. Nemo! That is a huge pick here.
Wow, and he gets himself tucked down behind the headshot box in time. Lukey's going to step. Nemo almost puts him down with the first spray. You know, Nemo's not even going to hesitate to take that 50. Lucky steps out and Nemo puts him into the ground. The Outcasts move to their 7th successful round on the defending half. Sicario swap sides with only one to the name.
After that last game, I did not expect myself to be saying that out loud, a 7-1 half, but I mean, it doesn't mean that they can't battle back. You always tell yourself, you know, if they can play that well on the defensive side, you know, so can we, and it does start one round at a time, but at the same time, with how well EPA is playing here on Bowl, not just in this one, but earlier today, you have to feel like they're going to be able to find at least 2 of those next 7 rounds.
I mean, they have to be able to find more than that. It's going to be the 2 of the next 7 and a little bit more for the mental strength going into the 3rd map. This is a rough one in comparison to the first one. That being said, both teams have traded their own map choices here, which, if the Outcasts.EPA squad are able to convert, would see us set up very interesting for the final map.
Crab walk forward here. Shots ringing out. Lukey, Furlex with a 2-piece as well. And Sicario looks to find it in stride here in their opening round of the second half. It's going to be down to Pablo and Walker. And now just Walker, who does find one onto Furlex.
I almost found myself smiling from ear to ear there, as that really was an Outcasts-esque attacking side start from the Outcasts.EPA lineup. I feel like that one looked a little bit familiar, funnily enough. It did not work out this time, though. This is the one time where that play does not work, and that's when the defending side decides we're going for an aggressive walkout everywhere. Sicario steamrolls off the nose of the helicopter, and Walker is left in no man's land on a battlefield littered with Sicario soldiers.
Going to start spraying in Walker's direction here as well, and the distance that they've put in between themselves, kind of limiting what the shotgun could potentially do there as well. 40 seconds. Walker down below. Will be taken out by Zaki on this MP7. He continues to play very well with this gun, but Sicario, they'll get their 2nd round on the board. They're going to have to put quite a few in bunches here, though.
I think I've got to... I'm still smiling from the attempt. You love to see it. The slow crab walk out of spawn towards the B site, but Bowl is definitely one of the harder maps to be able to do that on. There's so much ground you have to cover across the nose that can spot it being played slow. Doesn't work nonetheless. Creativity, definitely at the taste of the chef. What it does do is it keeps Sicario guessing. Now they have to consider what the next play is. They're playing into it this time. Ooh. Same setup, different approach. This time the slow pace is looking to try and create a rotational pick before we move in. Zaki's playing it better, though, up in top apps. Discipline catches that of Fox, but here comes the squad. Pablo's out first, the second. Nemo, Walker bump into each other. Nemo goes aggressively on the inside. That was a good push through to close him out, though. Could have been a 3 or 4 piece, but just about recovered.
Oh, Sicario still has the numbers and the device down over here. Got to be a bit cautious. Walker looking to gather some resources from a fallen foe here. His shots ring out toward Van side. Blitzer Girl on the lurk here as well. And they've only got one toward this A site, so we might see him look to maybe rotate away and head over toward the A site.
Wouldn't surprise me if we saw both teams do a bit of a shuffle here. Bomb goes. You see Blitzer Girl just working her way down towards the ambulance and med. Couple of sleeping lions, one other side of split. Zaki just crouched, crab up towards that split position. That nade over towards Split's going to cover off all vision. Furlex finds Nemo. Goes his aggressive push towards Curtin, walks him off site to be able to avoid the nade and pick up Walker.
Oh, they get a third round. That's now 2 in a row. And so that's what that important thing that we always talk about, being able to put multiple rounds in succession. And they've got to do that tenfold here because they find themselves at a big deficit they're not used to quite being in here. Goes has been playing very well in this enforcer role. You take a look at the kills for them again on the side of Sicario, and everybody fairly evenly matched across the board. On the other side of things, though, Blitzer, 14 and 7.
A little bit of light work, I guess.
Yeah, for her.
Lots of nades out early on in this one as we see Fox and Nemo aggressively going forward towards the generator. Space taken. Big swing out of Fox. Shots out of Nemo. Kills that in the member of Luki trying to respond. Sight gets taken out. Felix finds Fox. Nemo trades out for Felix. Goes takes out Pablo. Blitzer has Zaki and Keo to her name. Sight left last alive as Goes with the shotgun. Swings for one onto Nemo. As Walker and Blitz left to deal with.
Fortunately, that device just behind Goes on site there. Flash comes out. Goes does get affected by that one. Look at the back off a bit over toward Jin's side. And right now, Outcast have that luxury of using the buddy system here. They've got numbers and just have to find the trade here at a minimum.
See Walker almost managing to get the wall bang through the metal window there. Together here they come, and Forcer goes across. Goes knows he has to slice the angle. Walker's going to take him down without requiring Blitzergirl to step up and help. He only has a sliver of health left to speak of, but it's enough to get the job done.
Another 2K and another MVP for Blitzergirl sitting at the top at the moment. They go to match point. They look to push this one all the way to Skybridge. And if they can close this out 9-3, 9-4, you've got to be pretty confident in their favor heading into Skybridge as well.
Quieter game out of Luki and Furlex as my eyes on the Sicario squad. The difference between game 1 and game 2. Blitz performed in a similar level. Arguably Walker a little bit quieter, but that's because he's had less work to have to do because Blitz has been on an absolute demon streak right now. Goes juggling with Fox. A lot of damage down. Nemo and Blitz pick up one apiece, but 2, 3 blue names hit the kill feed as Nemo doubles down for 2 of his own. Walker with the grenade and Sicario have one member left alive to try and save this one. The device is planted and it's all on Keo.
Said, yep. Shaking his head. Yes, it's up to me. Keo, can he be that clutch factor? Sicario needs him now more than ever. With the card stacked against him, 4v1, time doing away. He steps in, finds Pablo Nemo from behind. And Outcast EPA have done it. They'll take Bull as they trade their own map picks. We are going to get ready for some Skybridge action.
Oh, yeah, we are. 9-3. That's a twist we didn't have on the cards. A very interesting flipping of the sides. I'm surprised, actually. I did see that being a lot closer, but Outcasts, I mean, they run away with it. That's a confident victory. It's a very confident victory. I mean, the performance out of Blitzergirl definitely tops it, but 13 and 7 on Niminas as well is another exceptional performance.
I mean, yeah, if I had $1 for every time I said that, I'd probably be a very rich man because Blitzergirl often at the top 17 and 7. But the whole crew, again, much like Sicario, it's what makes Outcast so much fun to watch. Like a lot of these top tier teams, at any given moment, any single one of these players can absolutely pop off. And so it always creates a lot of these cinematic moments for us. But Outcast get it done here on map 2. You haven't had that overtime yet, but we will finally be blessed with a map number 3. That decider a few moments away here on Skybridge.
Could we get overtime in the decider map? Is it too much to ask for? The final game of the day going all the way? Maybe. But we're going to get to find that out very soon. What we are going to find out is which of these two teams is going to take themselves on with a continuation in the upper bracket, or saying goodbye to one of them down to the lower bracket to continue their chances. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, although this is going to be our last map of today, it's not the last map of the weekend, nor is it the last map of the tournament by a long shot. We've got all of today's action replicated again with some more games tomorrow, and then we're back at it next weekend, same time, same place, Saturday and Sunday, to close out the EU Pinnacle Season 2 for the elimination tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to sit on the desk next to the man with the mythical mustache so far. And as we have rolled throughout the days with the games, we've had a phenomenal time watching each of these teams fight it out so far. 8 phenomenal teams at the top of the EU scene, battling for that title. Pinnacle Season 2 champions. Without any further ado, Hort, I think it's time to send us skedaddling to a little breather and have a look at some highlights from our previous match. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the first day of the Pinnacle Season 2 Elimination Tournament for the European region. My name is Cracked Wisdom, joined in the booth to bring you all of the action throughout the day's turmoil, including our final map of the final best of 3 of the day, joined by the mustache himself, that's right, Mr. Hot Sauce, the man with all of the great lines and amazing commentary to go with it. So, we've had a day of explosions, some great DMR work, some great Balti work, and even a little bit of shotgun shenanigans. But we've still got a match to close out. The Outcasts.epa squad find themselves one apiece with the Sicario squad that had previously seen themselves struggling a little bit, now rising back to a little bit more success under the pressure. One apiece, traded map picks, and now to the decider.
See, I was a little bit worried initially. I mean, we saw Sicario grab that first map. It was EPA's map pick, and then I thought, wow, maybe Sicario's back. Then a dominating performance from Outcast EPA, and I'm ready to throw my notebook out the window and have no thoughts about this last one. Anything could happen here. It's going to come all down to Skybridge. Both of these teams play this map very, very well. So one final map to rule them all, to get to see who kind of keeps that upper bracket dream alive. Obviously, you'll still get another shot in days to come here. And I got to say, I'm really excited to see how that lower. I'm always a big fan of the lower bracket, that Cinderella story for whatever reason. But we'll have to wait a little bit longer for that as we get ready for our final map of the day.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a very important match for both of these teams regarding who they're going to play next in the tournament. A success here keeps you away from that lower bracket. It's keeping that almost lifeline as such in check, where you may come up against a team that might be considered stronger than you. It also is potentially victory here, putting yourself up against the victorious team from our previous matchup. So it's Panderic Apex that are essentially going to be on the menu for whichever of these two teams is successful to fight for a spot in the finals. But this is all down the line. Bracket stuff for later. We're not worrying about that too much right now. This is only day one. We've done 4 best of ones. We've got 2 best of 3s. These are your victorious best of 3s. Everybody that won their best of 1 earlier on today is now fighting for spots in that semi-final matchup.
We finally get blessed with our first full best of 3 here today. So we couldn't think of a better way to wrap up the day with all of you hanging out with us here in chat. And as Crack said, we'll be back here at the same time tomorrow. So make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't done so yet. Become part of that notification gang so you don't miss out on any of the action. There'll be plenty of giveaways happening throughout both of these weekends as well. And I believe next weekend we're going to have Mr. Bepic back in the booth as well. So like I said, both of these weekends going to be a lot of fun.
I just only hope, just like you do, that everybody at home in the chat is enjoying this just as much as we are in the booth. It's been chaos behind the scenes in every potential which way you could possibly think today, and that's not the production side of things. I'm talking on behind myself and Hort in our casting chairs today. It's just been a whole load of magic and things going on, but we haven't managed to burn the house down just yet. We've survived for the time being, and in the process of doing so, we've been able to enjoy ourselves an amazing set of games, which is going to be closed out here with the Outcasts and Sicario going head-to-head for one final time on Skybridge. I've got 5 factors in my notes here, Hort, that I'm keeping my eyes on looking towards the end of this map. Is Zaki going to explode again in form that we used to see previously, very much familiar with Skybridge? Is Blitzergirl going to be given space or isolated from space to be able to make that flank rotation work, to be able to do what she does so well in her playmaking role? Are we going to see Kiyoshima or Walker be more successful with util from either side of the map? Is it going to be on Nemenas to be throwing the grenades, or maybe Fox, like you've said before? My final one that I'm keeping a very, very crucial eye on, VIP. Whose shotgun's going in there? Who's going to be dominating that? And are we going to be forced into B-site gameplay because the A-site seems to be very evenly split?
The one thing I can add to that is Furlex. Will we see Furlex back on that SR3? Yes, he's talented with the Bolty, and the Bolty can be very good on Skybridge, but he seems to be a stronger force with that SR3, at least consistently, finding multi-kills and things like that. So I think we do see Furlex back on that SR3M. I think he's great on the TRG, but I would be a little surprised if we see him here, just because it seemed like they struggled a little more with him on that TRG there in Bowl.
It's a hard one to talk about, right? the days where you run the TRG, you drop 23 and 4, and you're killing it, and everybody's like, okay, there's no stopping you. You're untouchable. The weapon definitely feels that some kind of way as well. Like you swing and you hit somebody, and then you hit someone again, you hit someone again. It's a little bit more than hitting 3 sets of shots on an MCX or on an M4. It's just a little bit more bump to the ego. You then drop a performance of 19 and 4, and you go to the next map, and you just get the unlucky side of the dice roll on every hit, and it goes from being wonder scenario to, wow, I wish I had myself a cardboard walking stick, instead it would hit harder. It really does go from very, very extreme success to extreme suffering, I think is the correct words to use. So I like the TRG. I prefer Furlex on the SR3M. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not a case of I'm criticizing and telling him what he should do. For me, my favorite form of Furlex is on that SR3. He looks most impactful for his team on that weapon or a platform of the like. So I'd like to see Sicario lean into that. It's their choice, and I mean, we're going to see it work for them or not, depending on what they choose for. But I like the Furlex that's on fire that can match the likes of Fox.
I agree. And again, we saw Furlex do nasty things with that TRG at the end of their opening map at the beginning of the day. We know the talent is there, but we consistently see him frag out a little bit easier, finding multi kills, being a little bit more of a bigger impact for his team on that SR3M. So I too, I think would like to see him back on that. I think it would give him a little bit better of a chance, especially into a map like Skybridge here, where, EPA can be very aggressive at times. They do have great, utility lineups as well for smoking off those lines that can somewhat prevent the TRG from maybe having some or more success. So, but as you mentioned, it's up to the individual and what they're feeling on the day. I certainly don't want to take anything away from Furlex because he is talented on both weapons, but here today, I think that SR3M would give him probably the most impact.
The map itself as a whole is going to be a big focal point in deciding which of the two teams comes out of the gates with more of an advantage. I'm actually looking maybe a heavily swayed first half from one of the two teams here. I mean, attacking side favored, defending side favored. I'm not sure whether I've settled in my mind yet what I feel regarding the new layout of Skybridge, because the map changes definitely have amended how the tempo goes, but Outcasts are on the attack. So it's going to be on them to show us what they've got to bring to the table for the attacking side, and I'm peeking at your notebooks to see if I can get any hints, but I'm curious whether we see that B push out of the rip.
Well, we won't have to wait too much longer. We are already hearing shots being exchanged on Skybridge. Outcast, EPA starting off on the attacking side. Sicario on the defensive side this time, and Walker slowly making his way through VIP, but Sicario's put a little more attention toward the B site this time.
Yeah, 3 strong side stack on the B site from the defending side of Sicario is a definite new one for us, especially out the gate. Interesting that we see Outcasts playing a line of scrimmage as well here. So this is a tactic a lot of attacking teams like to go to every once in a while. If you're not sure what default you expect your opposition to play for, you play this very wide 5-man spread with the bomb deep in reserve to try and gather information. Once you've got a rough idea as to what these defaults look like, you can then start to build a battle plan for the rest of the attacking rounds. It's like a short story almost.
They've shifted back toward the A site here. Walker does have control of VIP. We will see the smokes come down into play here as well, which should allow them to look to pressure towards site. Lukey's got some space taken, though. Maybe an opportunity. He's going to find Walker in VIP.
2 down. Nemo trying to trade shots back across into VIP. It is going to be Blitzer Girl that picks up Lukey. Furlex finding the kill onto Nemo, gives info for Blitz from VIP to come out and trade back, but it's the bomb that goes down, and now with 2 on jungle, Blitz is going to find one of them. That's some great shots out of Blitzer Girl. Shots out of the second person in jungle, find her to shut her down. Pablo, 1 versus 2.
Plant does go down, but the peak comes in. Pablo, what? I was surprised that he lived that initially. Kiyoshima eventually gets him, but I'm a little bit baffled as to exactly what happened there.
I don't know how he got off site. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how he got off site. Oh. Zaki there only had 7 bullets left in that magazine, Hort. So I'm going to assume that was a magazine issue. I wonder if that was a swing and a click, because that did feel like that should have been a very, very easy kill on site after being stuck in the animation. But he gets away for free. Sicario, do not give him the round, though. Very close off the rip, too, by the way. A very, very close first round.
Well, we'll see if it gets much closer. Outcast going to look to bring it back yet again. We saw that tug of war in that first map. Gonna need something similar. Walker already in toward VIP. It looks like Sicario may be trying to match that pace again, but again, stacking 3 toward the B where Outcast is going.
It doesn't matter too much how stacked you are if you get melted through on the way down. That's the point of stacking into a site, is strong or weak side. As long as you get the kills on entry, your overstack is working in your favor. The question for Sicario now is how many members can they get here and support? That's good from Furlex. This is safe from Furlex.
And just as the smoke comes into play as well, they're going to have to scoop that device back up. Blitzer going to line up a flash here themselves. Fox backpedals off just a bit. It does look like Fox was able to scoop up that device, though.
What looked like Outcasts had full control of that B site for a moment immediately gets smothered by some great Sicario gameplay. Shotgun puts them down. Extras on the way out. Now Fox and Blitz left on a bit of a miracle mission. They're going to run straight on into the Lukey.
You know, interesting enough, I didn't really recognize it at first, but Furlex is on the Enforcer class here this time. So really mixing it up just a bit, but it's working for Sicario. They've got the first 2 rounds here on the defensive side, and now it's going to be up to Outcast to throw a little wrench in the mix. And it seems like that's what they initially tried to do. Both of those rounds, they initially sent 3 or more toward that B site, but Sicario has really matched it almost every time.
Notice Furlex, I believe, on Flechette as well. So goes looking for that Piranha with the flesh damage, but Furlex carrying the rounds to be able to get through some of that tougher armor. Zaki with a 2-piece of the grenade early on puts Nemo and Pablo down together. Lukey is extremely blind, though. Fox almost gets the wall bang onto Lukey through from Sandwich.
And really, they haven't had to contest VIP. They're comfortable giving up that space and playing off of it themselves. It's worked out for them thus far. Furlex back here on this Enforcer class. We can hear a teammate bringing out a nade as well. For Outcast, they've got one in VIP. They still got to scoop that device up, but it looks like they are ready to maybe make a decision toward this A site.
See, Sicario have got this banana-like shape towards E-Box as they're covering it off with Lukey playing position proned out. The most cover they can get from a swing from Apex side. See, the Outcast's not moving a muscle either. Util out, that smoke over E-Box is going to be fully plumed. That grenade's really good for Furlex. That's half of his health.
Shots ran through the smoke, dangerously close from Zaki, but they're not quite enough to connect here. They look to get this plant down. No peek from Zaki comes in, so the plant does go down on the A site here. It's trying to just shift forward through the smoke. It's Fox that catches just a pixel, turns on a dime, and puts him down.
3-4. Now, Outcast EPA squad trying to just wrangle the way in a little bit. Walker's up in the thick of things, and he's going to end up going down as Lukey finds him lurking in the smoke. Shots on from Blitzer. The AK-12 lets her down just the one time as Keo and Lukey end up finding kills consecutively. Shots look good from Blitz, but AK-12 not managing to get through the tanky members of Sicario, closing it out. Goes. Escapes with his health this time.
I mean, Sicario looking like EPA on bowl here. I mean, giving them a little taste of their own medicine. A nice 3-0 start for them, and they're really starting to create that gap here on Skybridge. We talk about how a lot of teams in the past have had success on that attacking side. It was favored then, but with some of these map changes, maybe things slowly changing as a whole here on Skybridge. Sicario's got to be happy with these first 3 rounds, but you know, they're not gonna want to settle for that here in the first half. They're going to take every one that they can get.
3 down from the B site again. Sicario put their pressure over towards the other half of the map. This is on the Outcasts to be able to realize that this is the weak side for Sicario and to try and take advantage of the two members here on their own. It's got to be quick. Pablo walks in, a little bit of pre-fire through the top, trying to find that member tucked into Rat. Lukey already making his way into VIP. That call-out's going to come through soon as Walker finds his man. Shot's about to come through. Jules, the shotgun, wins that one out.
Oh, Furlex with a shotgun of his own finds a two-piece. Fox eventually snuffing out that flame. Will scoop up the device here as well and look to make their presence known on the A site. For now, it's just Zaki holding it down. We see a bit of a rotation on that mini-map as help slowly begins to come into play here.
You see the Outcasts just giving respect to the fact that Furlex might be good for two and send the third over there. Fox does manage to close out the traders. Furlex does get his two again with the shotgun, but this time it doesn't go to waste for the Outcasts. Fox there to clean it up. Keeps the numbers even. He shuts Furlex down before he's to get more than two. Nearly putting shots through onto Goes there as a little bit of zig and a zag. Almost zigged when he should have zagged. That's going to be Zaki putting use of that MP7 again.
Almost get that device down, but it's actually denied now through the smoke. Blitzer Girl able to find Goes before it does take out their teammate in Fox that looks to get that device plant. Zaki inching forward slowly here as well. Now on a 2v2 yet again.
Fox has to be careful because Zaki has kept his audio completely covered. This is all going to take one step from Zaki at the right time with this MP7. TTK on the fire rate, better than that of the MTX. The reload. Fox is ready to snap. Good quick reload from Fox. Keeps himself safe. The Outcasts repel the push from sight.
Blitzer will find that one onto Kiyoshima as well. It's a tough start for Outcast, but they get on the board here now with their first one. So we find ourselves 1-3. We'll see if they can slowly bring it back here in this first half. Sicario off to a good start here, and it's going to be important for them to not allow Outcast to get any momentum. They really need to try and prevent them from taking this next round. Furlex in toward VIP. We'll back off a bit here now. It looks like all that action from Outcast again toward the B site. A fast rotation looking to come into play here as Goes. Spots one. Shots ring out. Can't find that device carrier though. And Fox able to return fire. Nemenos will get Furlex as well. Two picks. The device is planted here. It looks like no. Kiyoshima denies it and finds a 2K. More shots from Lukey. That's going to be Zaki to find Blitzer Grow here. Now back to a 2v2. It was looking favorable for the Outcast for a minute there, but all of a sudden Sicario able to shift it back in their direction momentarily. A slight health advantage, but really not much of one.
That bomb is going to make its way onto the A site without any hassle, but that's exactly what the Sicario squad wants right now. Shots on the other side of the map are going to find success, but Lukey's going to take out the bomb. Device dropped. Outcasts find themselves in a tough spot, but it is a 1 versus 1. What has Walker got in his back pocket to be able to see this one home? The time is the worst problem right now. 25. There's not much left.
Yeah, Lukey just parked right near it, waiting for any type of audio cue playing back here as well. Does Walker go on the hunt for the kill, or does he opt to take the plant? Now he tries to fake and bait it out. I think maybe he thought Lukey was lurking toward VIP, but great positioning here from Lukey. We'll find another big round for Sicario.
3-round advantage, a comfortable lead at this moment in time from the Sicario squad, and it's not short of performances out of the members we are familiar with saying filling the top of that leaderboard. Lukey at 8-2 so far on Skybridge is doing an exceptionally good job of being able to lead his team through the waters that is this Outcast lineup. I mean, Walker's created some crazy positioning a couple of times over now that have not found him any kills, just because Sicario respecting it so much. Full blind as Blitzer Girls pull a Great set of shots onto a jumping Lukey trying to run for cover.
Good positioning from Walker to find Furlex there as well. Zaki does answer back, though. Continuing to let that MP7 ring out the shots. Goes now in the background here as well as we see more nades raining down. They're barely able to avoid that one. Again, looking to get this plant down. Fox in great little peak position here as he does find Goes. And now Outcast looking to get their second round.
Great shots out of Zaki to the box. Finds Fox on site. MP7 starting to do what the MP7 does when in hands of this guy, the demon. Yeah, looking to try and get shots through the smoke as Zaki trying to level even pressure from either side of the site just to keep the Outcast members distracted. 3 versus 2. Splitting the fire isn't working for their favor as Nemo finds one. Keo with great shots from the spear gets one back, but the Blitzer girl cross from VIP closes out the second. Outcasts get on the board again.
We'll cut the lead in half this time, 2-4. Blitzer Girl still on top for her squad, putting up big numbers throughout the entirety of the day here. But Sicario's already guaranteed themselves that tied half. They're going to be looking for a winning one here with a couple extra rounds. But the Outcast EPA squad still have a chance to finish with a tied half despite having some trouble in those earlier rounds.
Yeah, the other grenades coming out from the backside. Nobody falls over just yet. Kill feed. Surprisingly empty for the second, although Lukey finds a crucial pick onto Blitzer Girl to open this one out. One of the Outcast members that's firing on all cylinders right now. Down and out for the count in round number 7 really early. Goes on this aggressive flank is already coming up the stairs. Oh, this could be dangerous. Furlex is behind 2 already. Walker back exposed. Fox finds Furlex. 1-for-1 trade. Does he realize there's a second coming?
He'll realize now. This Goes puts a ton of shells into the back of Fox, who does go down. It's another big player advantage here for Sicario. Pablo tucked toward KFC will begin to backpedal back down the steps, has device in hand, and that rotation now heading toward the B site where Kiyoshima will be waiting patiently for them.
Demons almost manages to land shots through. Keo then aware after the first set of spray. Through the trade, finds the return. Goes now stepping into the face of Pablo. Closes it out. Sicario 5-2. Put themselves 1 round away from the first half with a success looking that similar to like what they did in the first map in this best of 3.
5-2. I feel like Outcasts really need to try to take this final round here. We often talk about the difference between the 5-3 versus the 6-2 half here. So Outcast EPA, maybe not the start they were hoping for here on the attacking side, but a 3-5 half would give them a strong fighting chance once we swap sides.
Three up towards heaven, and that 3-man Sicario split towards the B site on defense has now been adjusted. The A site hit a couple of times over has forced them to bring that third member forward. The aggressive flank this time, now a defensive hold from the walkout. 3 members of Outcast pushing down, but it's Blitz that takes the damage. 1 to Furlex, she picks up a kill off the back. Kiyoshima takes out Fox, 1 apiece. Each team 4 left alive, but my eyes are on Walker pushing down from jungle. You see currently Zaki holding off at a very deep spot at the back of the first train to try and watch for this angle.
Oh, Kiyoshima and Lukey in succession. It's 2 headshots apiece. And this might just spell disaster here for Outcast EPA. They've already been spotted. They don't have a ton of health. Lukey finds Blitzer. Zaki finds Pablo. And Sicario, a 6-2 half to start on Skybridge.
It's a Lukey kind of performance. I mean, Zaki was doing some ridiculous work at the early half, but this spear and the aggressive positioning into 2 or 3 members from Lukey, been good for 2, been good for 3 in too many occasions so far right now to be able to get away with it without the Outcasts having concerns about what they're going to do to shut him down. Side swap will give us a good idea, though. We always like to look at a couple for the first part of the second half to give a real idea as to whether this one is going to be smooth sailing for Sicario on to a 2-1 victory, or whether we might have a closer tie towards the bottom end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Outcast CPA have to take 2 of these next 3 rounds off rip to really give themselves a fighting chance here. Sicario, if they can gather this round immediately, it would be a great opening start for them in the second half. Fox already a ton of space taken, though, and looking to play very aggressive.
Walker's out super deep here in KFC, and goes his positioning needs to be read well. Nope, shotgun versus shotgun, goes on the ground. Fox now also in a similar position, trying to push his way into VIP. Doesn't work. Nemo 1-for-1. Zaki gets traded back. Blitzer Girl to Keo. Furlex takes Blitzer Girl as 1-for-1s all the way throughout the action so far. Zaki's barely got any health left to speak of as well.
Lukey gonna find the headshot on the Fox, though. Zaki able to dip away long enough to maybe try to apply a few heals there. Looks like that light bleed just slowly ticking away, but it does seem like it takes an eternity to bleed out from one of those, so not something you have to get too worried about just yet. On the peak, Pablo trying to put shots downfield. The device is already shifted toward the B site, however.
Back and forth game of cat and mouse leaves Pablo as the last left alive, stuck with not much left to be able to do. He has to swing right, has to swing left, has to watch both sides as there are 3 members currently trying to pincer him in. With that bomb planted on the other side, Pablo does manage to escape out. Swings back to look for an early pick. It's going to be him versus Lukey to close it out. Lukey is not going to let that one slide. I mean, absolute demons so far in this map now. 13-3.
And unfortunately for Pablo, 0-8 at the moment, just hasn't been able to get things going on Skybridge, which is not something that we typically see. But you talked about it earlier. Sometimes you just have maybe not an off day, but an off map. And, you know, it's something that Sicario can take advantage of. And they have so far. 7-2 at the moment, 1 away from match point. And, I mean, this is almost a complete reversal of what we saw on Bull.
VIP aggression from Lukey, straight across sight to Nemo, takes one out before the smoke even comes through. Fox for 1. Walker goes down as Zaki on that MP7 is doing damage. Low, prone, goes the Fox. As Lukey goes down, 3 apiece. Both teams find themselves even.
Somehow avoiding a lot of those shots through the smoke. Kiyoshima looks to return fire. Blitzer Girl dangerously low here as well. Kiyoshima, a light bleed in hand, teetering around the idea of VIP, bouncing back and forth as that smoke begins to dissipate. Will go prone, trying to thread the needle up the lane here. You take a look on site, though, and we see Fox in a prone position as well.
Down on the ground as Fox is going to be taken out. Pablo and Blitz. Both last left alive, goes ready for the push through the smoke, and Kiyoshima to close it out. Sicario moved themselves to map point and series point here in the best of 3 on Skybridge, 8-2.
Yeah, and again, much like we said on Bull when it was EPA that was up, you know, even if Outcast can string together quite a few rounds in a row, they're going to need 6 rounds before Sicario finds one. And with the way that Sicario is playing, I don't know if that's possible.
A good return to form that we've not seen from Sicario in a long while actually leaves us with little hope for the Outcasts here on Skybridge. A little bit of that hope, though, does rest in the hands of Blitzer Girl, who has been doing a great job for them today. First down. Now Furlex trapped under the heat. Walker finds one, Keo finds one. Blitzer takes out Furlex.
Got the numbers favored. Goes is going to find Blitzer Girl to try and get that equalized out. They need one more here as well. Zaki cautious of that flank that could potentially come in. We see it toward the lower side, though. Zaki shots being exchanged, in trouble as Pablo will find the headshot on the Zaki goes. Will pick up one of his own, though. Now on a 2v1.
Towards sight, Nemo holds. Outcasts survive. 3-8. Still a lot of work yet to be done if they have any hope of fighting for the best of 3. But it starts here, it starts now. One more round. Then the next, and then the next. Until Sicario either hit the killing blow or we go to overtime.
See if the Tarkov gods will bless us with overtime, but as a realist, you certainly feel like this favors Sicario. The ease of finding one map versus the toughness of getting 5 in a row, but Outcast certainly capable of it, especially with Fox starting off with this pick on the Lukey. Pablo will find Furlex, and all of a sudden Pablo has come alive.
Early util from E-Box to KFC trades. We see, thanks to the spectator additions, the quality of life improvements, those trails where each of the grenades are going. Flashes, smokes, V40s alike. Aggressive push out from Nemo.
See Sicario begin to back off of the device here. Blitzer Girl up top, holding this rotation potentially here. In a great spot to find a kill or two if they opt to go toward this B site. Walker very close in toward VIP. Most likely hurt his opponent with the jump over there. And now maybe some action about to unfold here. Walker again just showing some of that patience. They step forward. The jump shot from Goes is good. He finds 2.
That's going to be at bottom of the magazine as Nemonas runs out of bullets into the duel. Picked up by Zaki. Kiyoshima tucked alongside that of Zaki. They're going to currently loot the body closest to them for some extra bits and bobs to help them get onto site. Blitzergill on this flank. Pablo holding from the deep side of site. CT side. Only 13 seconds left on the clock. Device going down.
Oh. Spots him going by, so that should allow Blitzer Girl to kind of pressure forward. It doesn't matter, though. Kiyoshima gets the first. Blitzer needs both, and Zaki with the headshot. Sicario has done it. They say, we are back, baby. And they're going to get a test later against Pandaric Apex, but 9-3 is a great way to close out the day for Sicario.
A great performance out of Luki at 14-7. One of the big reasons that Sicario managed to see themselves over the line here in the best of 3. They will earn the chance to continue on in that upper bracket endeavor. Taking off against Pandaric Apex in the future. For now, the Outcasts, the EPA lineup, will have to fight their way back from the lower bracket section. But GG's to both games across all 3 maps here. The 12-10 performance and 10-11 from Fox and Blitzer Girl is not enough to upset that of Luki, Zaki, and Kiyoshima, all putting out top-tier performances 14-6, 13-5, and 12-6, respectively.
Yeah, just a tough time there for EPA on Skybridge, a map that they typically play very well on. But, you know, we talk about it. Sometimes things just don't go your way. Sometimes you do have a bad game or two. And so, you know, luckily, you've got a double limb tourney. You've got an opportunity to bounce back. We'll get to see some of that from some teams tomorrow. And then we've got a whole nother weekend packed full of action just yet. So maybe things didn't go your way today. Well, you're still going to have another shot at it.
Not just that, but there's going to be even more length to the matches that get played out. We're going to get to see best of 3s, maybe even best of 5s. Further down we get to the tournament. So each of these teams are going to have more than enough fair share of chances to be able to fight for their spot in the grand final to challenge for the title of Hunt Premier's Pinnacle European Champion Season 2. We already had Season 1 champions, and they're here to fight out for their chance at becoming a 2-time champ. And with successes today, the Pandaric squad will have found themselves doing very well at the end of day 1. Equal measures can be said for Sicario. Tougher matches than what we saw from Pandaric, but still equal amounts of success finds them to defeatless for the day when it comes to moving through the overall scoreline. But Sicario did drop a map here in their best of 3, which could be the chink in the armor that the Pandaric team might look to try and exploit further down the tournament. As Hort so wisely said, here today, here tomorrow, here next weekend, same time, same place, folks. We're going to say it twice just so you make sure it's exactly as it is on the tip. Right? It is nice and simple. You put it in your calendar the one time, and then you repeat it for the weekend and for the weekend after. Easy, lazy, light work. Work smart, not hard.
That's what I do. I just nice little repeat because I too maybe work easy. I call myself lazy sometimes, but that's here nor there. But I do believe we have a bracket here coming up for you as well. Just kind of show the journey of the teams and that they've gone through here today, where they've ended up as far as what's coming forward in these next couple days as well. But like Crack said, the best of ones are out of the way, and I think that's when competition really begins to heat up.
Absolutely, and everybody's going to be giving everything they've got to play for a part of that prize pool. When it's 10,000 euros on the line, it's not a small amount of money. It might not quite be that of what you just saw from the Arena Cup series, but these kind of tournaments are what puts you in a place to earn your seeding. This is how you gain your reputation in the competitive arena scene, as well as padding the pockets alongside the way. But 10,000 euros total prize pool being split between the teams competing here for not just that prize pool, but also the title of champions. As well as that, folks, there have been giveaways today, and there'll be many more to come. But it's a polite reminder for those of you, if you are successful in winning a giveaway prize in the chat, please do not forget to create a ticket, jump into the Discord, and reach out to one of the mods via that ticket system to claim that prize.
Speaking of mods, we got a lot of great people working behind the scenes here. Well, we got a free moment as we get that bracket ready for you guys. I would like to take a moment to thank some of these people behind the scenes here. Boosh, I know Sneaks, Step Sherpa, Hellcat, always helping out. Preppy, Turbo Bear, Kevster, some legends back there. Of course, our King Connor, our Eye in the Sky, Klish, and Philbo, all legends helping the show run so smooth as always. A big shout out to Hunt Premier, Battle State Games, all the players participating here today, putting on all this wonderful action. And of course, last but not least, all the viewers kicking it with us. You guys are what makes it so much fun. The energy. We love to see you guys showing up weekend in, weekend out with the hype, typing in chat. You guys make it that much more interesting. We certainly appreciate each and every one of you.
Yeah, absolutely wouldn't be turning out to show out without the guys showing out to shout out about all the amazing action and stuff that we get to see on screen. In the seats, in the crowd, you guys capturing all the cool clips with your cameras. Don't forget to spread all that love by sharing those clips in the socials throughout the week. Keep your mates up to date if they missed out on game day with all the amazing highlight clips that happen during it, so you can encourage them to go and watch that VOD so that they're ready and stocked up when we come back for day 2 tomorrow and for next weekend's action. Bracket coming up very shortly to have a nosy at for the folks at home to keep them informed if they didn't quite catch any part of today's action, or if they just want to remind themselves, like we will be, as to what the games look like and how that falls for tomorrow's day's worth of play. Not only that, but it will remind some of the folks that maybe not so familiar with the scene as to some of these teams' names, because as we see these guys fighting back and forth throughout the year, there have been many tournaments since the beginning of 2025. That's not going to stop until the end of it. So now, folks, is the time to get yourself a favorite, to start figuring out which one of these teams you actually are quite a big fan of and you think might have success on the horizon. We'd love to see the support being shouted out, not only in the chat here, but maybe among some of those team pages on the Twitter pages and whatnot there throughout the X platform. Get your voices heard. Tag us as the casters. We're always keen to hear your opinions so we can talk about it on screen during the next week's worth of action. And also the players would love to hear the opinions too. I'm sure some of the guys would love to hear whether you thought that awesome 360 no-scope they hit last week was sick. Helps them want to produce a similar thing next week. I know for me, I'm going to be looking out for that. He's getting his Glock out as one of the clips of the week, because that Glock 17 play from that ace today, for me, that's been one of my highlight moments that I have thoroughly loved to sit through. Not necessarily the flashiest, impactful play, but it's just a good old bit of fun.
Yeah, and it's something that's different. It's something that we haven't seen in any of the recent tournaments, really. So it's nice to see him spice it up just a little bit with that, and we talk about it. Pandaric, Apex, Sicario, they've both punched their ticket into that upper final, but not the grand final just yet. Only one team will be able to do that initially. I know in that lower bracket, only 4 frags will be taken on Ancestral. The Spartans will play the winner of that, and then K3 taking on Infernal Soldiers. EPA will play the winner of that. And of course, I believe those lower bracket ones are also going to be best of 3 from here on out, with that final one and the grand final being that best of 5. So we didn't get to see it today. Fingers crossed. I got a strong feeling at least at some point we should see Iceberg, hopefully throughout the tournament.
Yeah, that's it, absolutely. And what we're going to do, actually, ladies and gentlemen, we've decided we're going to keep you hanging a little bit of anticipation. We'll pop that bracket up for you guys at the beginning of the broadcast tomorrow to refresh your minds all before we dive in to the day's action. So it's nice and ready for you to be able to follow along with. But for now, that's going to be everything we have time for today. So as a massive final shout out from the front to the back, all right, from the windows all the way to the walls, y'all are the reason that this is one of the best scenes to be in when it comes to Escape from Tarkov competitive arena action. Thank you for being here. For myself, Cracked, from Hort, the Stash, with the amazing hairdo and that beautiful blonde line. Talk to us. Any final words of wisdom as we ride on out into the night?
It's going to make me blush over here already. Just a friendly reminder to hit that follow button if you're not doing so yet. Become part of that notification gang so you don't miss out on the action. 3 p.m. British summertime. We expect you to be here. If you're a brother from across the pond like myself, that's going to be 10 a.m. Eastern for you. Guys, thanks so much for tuning in again. We expect to see you back here tomorrow as well. That is Cracked Wisdom. My name is Hot Sauce. You guys are beautiful. Take care and have a wonderful evening.